of you know why you're here, but just in case there's somebody who came here by accident and says, hey, there's a crowd in there, something's going on. What's going on here? This is the 29th. Yeah, wow, we're a pretty institution, aren't we? The 29th Alternative New Year's Day Spoken Word and Poetry Extravaganza. Give yourselves a hand for being here. And being a part of this. Yes, we do this every January 1, except when there's a pandemic on. And hopefully we won't have another one, because that was no fun. But, and introduce myself, I'm Pete Dolack, so I'll be your MC and host for the first hour of Q3. And lots of folks have come together to put this on here. Believe me, no one person could possibly do all the work for all this. So I want to give a shout out to our wonderful Alternative New Year's Day staff, Madeline Artenberg, Edie Champagne, Peter Kozlowski, Alan Ogleidle. Guy Rakowski will be with us in just a little while. Sue Polo. And you see that really nice set there? That Sue's working, so she gets an extra hand for that.
Give her 3 hands.
And Robert Roth. Yes, everybody deserves a hand here. And also Clyde C.D. Johnson, who puts together our 50 flyer every year. Doesn't usually, I don't think we'll see him today. You know, he likes us, it's kind of a homebody, but that's okay. Everybody has their little bit of role here. So, just in case folks here, and Pete Dolack, yes, that's me.
Who that? You see this band?
We all deserve a hand. We all deserve a hand. So, just to let everybody know what's going on, I know a lot of you in the audience know the drill, some of you might not, but I will tell you anyway. So it's 3 minutes for everybody, and for people who wandered in here and says, hey, I'd like to get on there. We do have an open mic, and periodically we'll squeeze some people in between hours. We're going to be here till 10, so lots of poetry and spoken word and all sorts of nice things coming your way. So it's a strict 3 minutes limit, and we will let you know out of 3 minutes worth. So when you've got about 10 seconds to go, you're going to see the flag waving. So when you see that, you don't have to end instantly, but you've got about 10 seconds, so you're going to be wanting to wrap it up. Now, some folks go to 3 minutes, and that's okay. This is what happens when you get to 3 minutes. So we make it. So we make it really loud so you just can't go on, so there just isn't any point in trying to read.
It's not quite obnoxious.
I know 3 minutes. There's not a lot of time. It's true. But, you know, we've got over 150 people scheduled there, and how on earth would we get everybody in if we let everybody just go on and on? So 3 minutes, we really mean it. I'm the director of this event. If I went over 3 minutes, I would get blasted off too. So you're not going to be an exception, because there's once in a while somebody thinks, yes, it's 3 minutes for everybody else, but you don't mean me, not 3 minutes for me. And to that we say, yeah, you too. So that's it. So, why don't we get on with the poetry here? I could go on and on, but probably you get bored if I do that. So, let us commence with the poetry. Our first, let me tell you the first few readers up here, so you all know what's coming and you all can be ready when your time is coming. Jeffrey CYPHERS Wright will be leading us off, kind of a tradition. Actually, no one ever wants to go first. He actually asked to go first. So, since no one else wants to do that, we're very happy to accommodate him on that. JUDE KAMILHOR is back with us today. MINDY LEVOKOVE, Aaron POOCHIGIAN. I don't know if Aaron is there. Oh, good to see you, Aaron. Always good to meet somebody new. Tina Chan is here, April Jones, and after April, there'll be many, many more. And that's it. Now, it's not just going to be like, okay, 6 poets, we're done, see you. There's going to be a whole lot of folks going on here. All right, Jeffrey CYPHERS Wright is a new romantic poet, artist, author of 19 books of verse, and publisher of Live Mag. He is a recent winner of the James Tate Award, and here he is. Put your hands together for Jeffrey CYPHERS Wright.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, everybody, so much. Thank you. It's a real honor to get to kick this son of a gun off. And, you know, thank you, everybody, so much. And I did want to give a special shout out to Joanna and Bruce, who started this sucker about 48 years ago. All right. So, my new little sonnet. I was going to bring either my new poem or my old standard, but I have to write an old standard for next year, maybe, if I'm lucky. Okay. Order now. Chaos teases your unruly tresses, tossed in the diamond wind of December's end. Congregations of snow mingle on lintels, stripe the iron fence, crown black limbs. Your joy at conjuring convivial bliss charms the pants off my skinny pizzazz. Summoned to appear at a seer's summit, I confess to being singularly possessed. The hours run together. Thank you. The hours run together and the blue tributaries cross, braiding a course. Our waiter sings. I send money to Ukraine, Channel 13. 'Tis the season to give a damn by cracky. Nowhere to fall is the planet we devise. The sky rides inside us, racing paradise. Where we are, yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, one more time, that was Jeffrey Cyphers Wright. And we keep those hands in motion for our next lucky contestant, Jude KAMILHOR. She has been writing micro-poetry for over 20 years and is a frequent contributor to Bob Heeman's Clown War, a real master of the short form, as you are about to find. So come on down.
And one thing, woo! The clock starts the minute you open your mouth. It doesn't matter what you say. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for that. Good to know. Okay, let's try to do 14 poems in 3 minutes. Let's see if this works. Okay, from 2020, the chapbook. Remember 2020? Hard not to. Okay. Hard not to. Suburbia. From a detached house to a detached marriage. Twitter. The witty that never sleeps. In one short year, from there's an app for that to there's a disinfectant for that. Cherry blossoms escape on the breeze, viral spring. My Zoom meeting said, "You're not the host of me." Do the pigeons seem cockier to you? During the pandemic, I forgot Delancey, Essex. In New York, weird things happen to people. In Florida, because of people. Flags at half-mast, the death of democracy. Walking past the many falls of fall. Remember when Halloween was the scariest day of the year? If the apocalypse or election returns come, beat me. Courtesy of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And two of my favorites. The worst thing, realizing I could live without her. What is Basho's old pond or frog to a tired commuter? Thank you.
All right, and welcome back for Jude KAMILHOR. Well, I think it's probably set the record. I bet 14 poems is probably the record for this event in one sitting. And we've been doing this a long time, as Jeffrey alluded to. We've been doing this since 1995, a really bloody long time here. And one of the people who probably been a part of this event all the way back then is MINDY LEVOKOVE. Got MINDY Yes. Okay, Shai. Mindy also teaches ESOL. She's a multimedia performance poet. Her new poetry collection is called The Frequency. She sings for peace, dances for Ray. Come on. You're tired. You just started. You're tired already? Yes.
Thank you so much. So I don't think the mic is on.
Well, actually, it's there. Yeah, I don't think it was on either. Try it now.
It's up here,
Oh,
except I'm not. Okay, hi. So thank you so much, everybody, counting, and thank you all the beautiful people coming. And I have nothing but sad, scary poetry, so I'm not going to read it because it doesn't seem fair or nice for New Year. Read it. All now and tomorrow, the rounds and the bottoms, jelly, silly and hellish, twisteds and blistereds from down up and up down, inversions, intortions, when under of over 6 or half dozen, deux, dix, douce or does, outside temperatures, such local fluxing, while hoes rose and lies all grow the disaster, I rush into the fray. I am so way afraid. How dusk and dun does dust at my feels. All what steps next I am not knowing. All now and tomorrow, all here on these reels. My apologies. Anyway, wishing everybody a happy, hopeful, peaceful, safe, healthy year.
All right, thank you. That was Mindy Levokove. And next up, Aaron Poochigian. Come on down.
I don't think I'm gonna go over, but I kind of want to go over, like, to get the big noise, but we'll see. I'm gonna behave. This is a poem about a waterfall, Bash Bish Falls, on the border between Massachusetts and New York. There is the sheer spectacle of this falls. It always plummets and it never dies. But if you close your eyes, the rush recalls a dead-on headwinds, steel wool of blare, rebuking an intrusive jumbo jet so coarsely you forget the hiss is there. And static, pirating the final station to notify you in a lost broadcast, your journey has at last reached desolation. And summer falling from an interposing old box of Freon as autumnal air on a recliner chair as you start dozing. Just mind your landing from those scenes of Zen, their breathy vastnesses and engines running, come down to a stunning shh again. That's the first time I've read that poem out loud. It's soothing, sedative. We'll see, I might get cut off. I'll read 2 sections of this and then I'll be done. It's called The Big Storm, about a storm in the city a couple summers ago. We strangers stranded underneath the eaves watch sorrow rise from soggy bits of bread. The curb goes under as an earthworm heaves himself out of a flooded flower bed. The street lamps have ignited, and the traffic is lisping by on white caps, headlights on, and puddles are alive with seismographic droplets whose orbits echo and are gone. No one concedes and cusses. No one dashes. We stand, arms crossed, in a united pose as lightning strikes above us and the splashes just keep landing higher up our clothes. We'll see. How much time I got left, man? 45 seconds. I better go. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, that was POOCHIGIAN. And I think doing a poem about a waterfall, definitely appropriate because Rise the Avalanche is our theme this year. All right, a little census here. In mere seconds, we will hear from Tina Chan. April Jones, are you among us yet? Apparently not. All right, she's always good to hear. Hopefully she'll be in a little bit. Danny Schott, we will hear from. Deborah CLEARMAN, Carol WIERZBICKI, and Marithelma Costa. Are you among us? Not yet. All right, hopefully. And Ron Bass is also here, and there'll be more poets after that, but just like to let you all know your time is coming. All right, Tina Chan has waived her right to a biography. I think we need to tone this down a little bit. Tina Chan has waived her right to a biography, but she's a regular performer and reader here at this event, a veteran of the poetry scene, and we're very glad she's with us here today. So give her a warm alternative welcome to Tina Chan.
If I could, I dream to be your girlfriend. Reality destroyed my plans. This is what you already have. She sits in your ostentatious car going on dates. I stand on the crowded subway going to my severe task. She takes you to your home, meeting her parents, while I introduce you to my mother. We go to the cemetery to meet my father. She holds your hand with you. Alone, I hold my teddy bears. She proudly flaunts in the bikini of her young, beautiful, thin body. I am on the sunline in my bikini with my middle-aged, surgical scarred, overweight body. She speaks softly. I express my discontent boisterously loud. You treat her with respect and kindness, while you're belligerent and antagonistic with judgment of my age, weight, and character. You respond to her text, dropping your schedule on command to see her. My texts were dismissed as you cite every excuse under the sun for the inabilities to see me. She laughs and smiles at you, with you. Alone, I cry and depressed. This you're too oblivious to know, too stolid to care. This you must know. There is no point to compete with your girlfriend. You are her addiction to feel high. You see her for sex appeal at the finest. The power of one you cannot see. You see my faults. Your vision is opaque. Still, you cannot see my worth for merit. If I could comfort you when you feel low, if I could provide for you in support of the worst of times and in the best of times, if I could listen with the intent to understand, if I could hold your head when you're exhausted, if I could care for you when you're ill, if I could make you laugh, if I could hold you close and never let you go, if I could kiss you with passion, if I could love you fiercely. Your test is an admission to choose her. You're not for me, there's no love, no future. If you wanted me, you would take action. If you have interest in me, you would show. She promptly makes a public appearance with you as a couple, while I recluse my broken heart. If I could describe my pain, this you're too stolid to care. If I could, I could. Thank you.
Tina Chan, everyone. All right, now I've figured out I should take my glasses off so I can actually read my own bloody notes. All right. Danny Schott has a new book of poems, The Jersey Slide. He is from Hoboken, after all, and it is out now. Aside from that, he is happy this horror of a year is behind us, and I think there's a lot of people who would agree with that. The horror of a year, 2025 certainly was. So, starting to make his way down to the stage, a warm alternative welcome for Danny Schott.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here. Happy 2026. May this year be better for everybody than 2025 was. I've been working on this for a few days, but it's been gestating for a few years. Have not a Jew eyes? First, I check the news, just like every day. Then I check my face to see if it has learned the correct expression. I say this is complicated, as if complication is an excuse, as if the rationale of destruction will make it hurt less. My grandparents murdered, brother murdered, my parents survivors, if you can call it that, my bona fides complete. This fact is brought out often, like inherited candlesticks, polished until they reflect only what we want to see. I've been told if you criticize the state, you weaken our people. If you question the response, you invite extinction. When did survival begin to sound like crisis management? I sign a petition, then apologize for its wording. I share an article, then add a paragraph explaining I'm not that kind of Jew. A child is pulled from debris. I do not know her name. A poet's body buried under the rubble. A family extinguished in the blink of an eye. History is watching. Maybe. I look around and see history written in blood. History, a joke I once believed in, waiting for us to stop lying to ourselves. I ask myself if never again was meant to be universal or simply an internet meme or talking point on cable TV. What's a Jew to make of slaughter when it comes with explanations, when it arrives wrapped in fear, stamped urgent and necessary? Empathy is not always a virtue, but sometimes a measure of shame. Being born to a people by chance or fate does not require loving a government that feasts upon pain. I speak not because it will help, in this case it won't, but because silence has already tried its best and failed spectacularly.
Danny Schott. All right. Hello, Thad. Good to see you. That'll be one of our hosts in a little while down the afternoon. All right. Let us get on with it, shall we? Now that I finally remembered, take the glasses off so I can, everyone else has to put their glasses on to read. I have to take mine off so I can read. You're just very nearsighted. Deborah CLEARMAN's most recent novel is The Angels of Sinkhole County. Well, that sounds interesting. She will read from a story in progress taking place on a nearby pier. Now give a warm alternative welcome for Deborah CLEARMAN.
Hal and I are not friends and never have been. Pete rose up out of his chair. All 7 board members were seated around a metal table in the boathouse, surrounded by heavy objects and dangerous tools. I'd heard tales of physical battles in the early days, and I looked to Maggie for guidance. How had I gotten this job as president of North River Boathouse just months after my first row? Suddenly, a rumble came from the vast boat building shop in the back. A rumble, then a crash, then more crashes. "Cormac!" Maggie yelled. "Are you back there?" The noises grew louder, metal clanging on metal, the grinding of gears, the splitting of concrete, the crashing of waves. The whole pier was rocking. Boats suspended from the ceiling slammed into each other, splintering wood. An alarm went off. "It's an earthquake," I yelled. "We have to get out of here." Terrified of the huge superstructure of the pier falling on my head, I ran for the door. The others pounded after me. Out on the south walkway, the cove sparkled in moonlight and the lights from lower Manhattan. The water was a liquid mirror. The pier to the south of us was a stable bulkhead. The distant tower rose motionless to the sky. The tranquility was shocking. "What was that?" I gasped. "I have no idea," Al said, no longer cool. We stood there paralyzed, staring at each other. "Is the pier collapsing?" I asked. They'd been warning us it was about to fall into the river. Maggie jumped up and down. "Feels pretty solid to me." "Shall we go back inside?" Hal said at last. The door to the boathouse had slammed shut behind us. I feared something monstrous inside, straining to break out, but Cormac strode toward the door and pulled it wide. Inside, the lights shone on the vast room filled with boats neatly lined up, on racks of oars and life jackets, on shelves stacked with gear. Through the clear curtain, we could see the shop, a hull under construction, all in perfect order. "It's quite obvious," Cormac said. "I've been feeling a presence here for some time. It's a poltergeist." Hal grinned. "I think you've nailed it, Cormac." "A shared hallucination," opined Maggie, a professional psychotherapist. "We've all been on edge lately." "I blame the construction going on upstairs on the parking deck," Pete said, but I knew otherwise. With ice shivering up my spine, I knew what and who it was.
All right, thank you. That was Deborah Berman. And in mere seconds, we will hear from Ron Bass, but why don't we take a little bit of attendance? Miriam, good to see you. Miriam will also be one of our hosts a little ways down the lane today. Davidson Garrett, he is among us. NGOMA is among us, and NGOMA will also be your host at 3 o'clock. Ed Go is among us. Miss Levey is here. And our last two readers scheduled for this reader are Joanna Sid and Bill Evans. Joanna and Bill, are you among us? Apparently, no. Oh, okay, there's Joanna. All right. Sometimes we've got little things on the way there. So, all right, we have some missing poets, and perhaps they will slip in before the hour is done. All right, Ron is being unduly shy. He's waived his right to a bio, but what I can tell you, he's a writer, poet, and musician, and he always has something interesting for us, so we will find out now. He's starting to make his way down this aisle as we speak. So, a warm alternative welcome for Ron Bass. Also a good guy to talk history with.
I have 3 sonnets and a children's song. Sidemen in a Nightmare Carnival. How to begin and where to end are key components of each quest we undertake without ever intending to break free from time and space or suffer in the wake of ancient feuds or silly passing fads. Obtaining closure in end dimensions, like a fox hunter bravely wearing plaids in one of Trollope's somber creations, can happen in the space between 2 beats of a jagged measure played by sidemen in a nightmare carnival run by freaks. Is life more than a tawdry stratagem? Endings are draped in such colorful clothing, no one keeps track of the festive betrothing. Next one. Unearthly sighs. Retreating from the left and from the right into a realm of centrist seeds and stems can serve no earthly purpose unless fate unlocks a zone that none has claimed before. Few can escape the hairy hands of time by walking on precisely scripted paths through gardens planted with unearthly sighs which offer up their seed in ribald dreams. Collective efforts to abstain from sin regale the seedy minstrel and awake for a king who had stayed too long abroad and dissed the spotted ponies of his youth. Reading the instructions for your next assignment is hardly ever likely to bring contentment. The shadow of perfection. The last remaining wastrel starts to pose before a mirror in his underclothes. The sight he sees strikes terror in his heart. It's hard to be a tragic aging tart. The women used to come and go like flies. Now all I can remember are their sighs. Those fearless nights with Alice on Capri, when all of life seemed like an endless spree. Pale Anya in the boneyard after dark, existing for that primal nameless spark. Marie with her squeeze box down by the lake, we sang till we knew our voices would break. The shadow of perfection fades towards sunset. Beauty is fleeting with vainglory. And yet, old Mick Zuckerberg's farm. Old Mick Zuckerberg had a server farm. A-I-A-I-O. And on his server farm he had some bots. A-I-A-I-O. With chat here and a chat there. Here a chat, there a chat, everywhere a chat. Old Mick Zuckerberg had a server farm. A-I-A-I-O. Thank you.
And that was Ron Bass. I think they seem to have inadvertently skipped over Carol, so sorry about that. Sometimes it's lots of folks sometimes you get out of place there. So here's a good example of, it's good for people to put their pronunciation, because if I see a Slavic name, I always try to pronounce it in the, as it would be in its original here. But
Where's Becky? It's just where's Becky? Where's Becky?
Her name is Where's Vicky.
what's that?
Her name is Where's Vicky.
Yes. Sorry, what did I say?
You didn't say anything.
Right, well, I was just getting to it here. All right. WIERZBICKI is a poet, editor, reviewer, and songwriter. Her first novel is Sabra, Diary of a Deli Cat. Her poetry collection is Welcome Distractions, Accessible Poems for Time-Strapped Humans. And here she is now. Give her a warm welcome.
Thanks, Dad, for inviting me. I haven't been to one of these in many years. A neighbor gave me this ukulele at the beginning of the lockdown, and it became my hobby, and I started writing songs on it. So, last year, I signed up for Medicare. Hooray! I'm on the government dole. Hope I don't fall into that donut hole. I got the Medicare blues. Lord knows I paid my dues. Fill out the form in the special patient portal. Please forgive me, I'm just an aging mortal. I hope to God my application goes through. Part C, Part D, which plan to pick in the unlikely event that I get sick. Can't spend all my income on drugs. My physical deficiencies recorded by the robots hope I die by and by, but I'm not giving 1 red cent to those corporate thugs. Oh, that's right, now the penny is gone. I'll follow it soon into the great beyond, but until then, I'll fight my decay. I'll bend off my obsolescence with concerted convalescence and save all my pennies to pay for Part C, Part D, which plan to pick in the unlikely event that I get sick and spend all my income on drugs. My physical deficiencies recorded by the robots hope I die by and by, but I'm not giving 1 red cent to those corporate thugs. No, I'm not giving 1 red cent to those corporate thugs. I have a couple books for sale. If you're interested, see me after. Thank you.
All right, one more time. That's Carol WIERZBICKI. All right, she has books for sale. A lot of other people have books for sale, so no need to be shy. If you hear something and say, wow, that was terrific, I'd really love to take something home with me, sidle up to the poet and say, hey, you got a book for sale there? I bet they'd be really happy to sell one to you if they have one on here. So, in fact, I have some of my own too. But, so don't be shy. Take some of this poetry home with you. No, never need to be shy. You're among friends when you're here. All right. Davidson Garrett, also known as King Lear of the Taxi, is a poet and actor. He's the author of 2 poetry collections and 4 chapbooks. And here he is now. A warm alternative welcome for David Garrison. Davidson Garrett.
Yes. There's a sun in there somewhere.
I begin with an epigraph from Gertrude Stein. We cannot retrace our steps. I lost my cap. It resembles an authentic Irish tweed cap, a perfect fit covering my bald egghead. Gives me the appearance of a classy cabbie. Some say wearing it, I look like an actor. Others comment, I look like a poet. Whatever persona, it enhances my identity. And what is meant by identity? Are we born with it, or is it a creation of our imagination? Do we carefully construct a public face for ourselves? If so, my identity is no strings attached, artistic spirit. I vigorously searched for my favorite cap. I can truly say I made a Herculean effort. Checked lost and found at Starbucks, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's. Telephoned the cleaning staff at the Metropolitan Opera. Contacted the priest from my Episcopal church, asking him to examine under all the pews. Went to Madison Square Park, where I walk daily on a hat hunt. Called my doctor's office, wondering if I left it there. I have tried to retrace my steps. Gertrude was right. Now I'm mourning the loss of the missing cap. A part of me will never ever feel the same without it. The cap gave me an inner confidence. It was my royal crown as King Lear of the taxi. Just a little cap I purchased at the dollar store. Thank you all. Happy New Year.
All right, Davidson, Garrett. All right, I'm going to step aside for a sec so Sue can get a photo of her lovely set.
Thank you, Pete, thank you. Before anything else falls off.
And I think this set merits in our hand. It's the work of Sue Paulo, who's been doing the sets for many years here. It is really lovely work. So it definitely merits a few photos there. All right, NGOMA is coming up next, and you get a sneak peek because he's going to be your host and guide for the next hour, coming up in just a little bit. But for the moment, NGOMA Hill is a digital creator and paradigm shifter. They call him Dr. Rockafiddle, the godfather of spoken word, the poet your professor warned you about. And he's here with us now, so a warm welcome for a regular and always welcome visitor, NGOMA.
We shall not bow down to our racism. We shall not bow down to our oppression. We shall not bow down to our injustice. What you gonna do? I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand. Democracy. Teeter-totters on the precipice of our discontent. Put through the microscope of integrity, coming up the vision of honesty. Is the college elects to misrepresent those crying out for proof that the so-called Constitution is constitutional. Not just archaic babble left over from centuries past, guarded by laughing gargoyles on the steps of justice. Apathy is the aching truth of Dracula, fangs dripping Middle Eastern oil, as Fat Sam needs a colonic. 500 years of lies backed up in his constitution. Constituents tired of being pregnant with hope seek out abortions, feeling voting has no purpose in this hypocrisy, where the two-headed coin has two bad sides, and anyway it follows oppression rules. Martial law hiding in the shadows, waiting for the evil to fall. Conspiracy theories ignored while those who disorder the new world wait for its deliverance to the gates of hell. We shall not bow down to racism. We shall not bow down to oppression. We shall not bow down to exploitation. What you gonna do? I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand. I have a book, it's called I Didn't Come Here to Tap Dance. I'd appreciate if somebody get a copy. Peace.
Definitely a unique voice, NGOMA. And again, NGOMA will be hosting our next hour starting very shortly. But for now, we have more readers in this 2 to 3 hour, because there's always more poets. Ed Go is a poet and a gentleman originally from New England by way of Hawaii to Brooklyn, where he writes and publishes poetry. He's making his way to the stage as we speak, so a warm alternative welcome for Ed Go.
My name's Ed Go. Here's a poem I wrote. Learning lessons. The first time I cooked with soy sauce, I used too much soy sauce and learned to respect the power of soy sauce. The second time I cooked with soy sauce, I used too much soy sauce and remembered to respect the power of soy sauce. The third time I cooked with soy sauce, I used too much soy sauce, and this time I really learned to respect the soy sauce, its strength and its salt, its manner and flow. The fourth time I cooked with soy sauce, I didn't use enough soy sauce, and that too taught me to respect the soy sauce. The fifth time I cooked with soy sauce, I used too much soy sauce and vowed I would respect, again, the power, soy sauce. The 3,147th time I cooked with soy sauce, I used just the right amount of soy sauce to balance the flavors of chicken, rice, and broccoli. With balance comes reverence. Reverence brings hope. Last night I cooked with soy sauce and used just the right amount to make chicken, rice, and broccoli form a holy trinity in the tabernacle of my tongue. Meanwhile, 5,689 miles from where I cook, children are being intentionally starved.
To the point, right with that go. And next up, MISA LEVEY convinced Cape Community Press Vendetta Books to publish her first chapbook entitled I Don't Want To. Oh, I bet she didn't have to twist arms, and we're going to find out if that's the case or not. So, a warm alternative welcome for MISA MARISSA LEVEY. She's ready to go.
Usually put that MISA LEVEY is pronounced like grease a Chevy, but I forgot. Sorry. This is called Past Presents. Karl Marx brought a gift-wrapped wrench. Simone de Beauvoir a handmade ladder. Ayn Rand shared some amphetamines. Confucius gently used sneakers. Aristotle brought a potted plant. Frantz Fanon gifted a mirror. Plato said it's the thought that counts, and Nietzsche never showed up. This is called resolution. This year I'm getting a dog, and I'm naming him Einstein. Not the way the Germans said it, Einstein, like the Yiddish. Or maybe I'll name him after me, or where we live, or I'll bribe the steamship company clerk for a good name, like all the stuff he loves, or all the jobs he does. Kibble, fetch, hunting rats, naps. Otherwise, he's just Schindler. Thank you.
See, I'm sure she didn't have to twist arms to get published there. That was MISA LEVEY. Give her a hand. All right, moments away, we will hear from JOANNA Sit, and let's see if Our missing early poets are still here. All right, April Jones. Have you made it here? April Jones, once, twice, not among us. All right, Marathema Costa. Going once, twice, not among us. Okay, and Bill Evans.
I am here, yes.
Bill Evans is here, okay. All right, well, you know, people are kind of hiding behind the partition there, so. All right, so Joanna Sid is the author of My Last Century in Thailand with the Apostles. Actually, I merged two things, so I'm going to do that again. Joanna Sid is the author of My Last Century in Thailand with the Apostles and Track Works. Her poem Timescape, The Age of Oz was nominated for a Pushcart Prize in 2016. So a warm alternative welcome for Joanna Sid.
Happy New Year, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm going to read kind of a New Year's poem. It's called In Which the Body Considers Atonement. The choice has always been paradise or bacon, Humpty or Dumpty. See yourself in the wooded pond, a face on the water afloat in the terror, distorts dreams before you even fall asleep. So much for solitude. The other side of the pool is the madness where the hatter sits grimly by the hair, bowl the brim with meat pies and oysters to nibble on while you reach back through a watery grave. Slide yourself behind the picnic table and he offers his own recipe for contrition with his piece of rare lamb, still pulsing and pushing up the last of his tender blood. Reminds you that one step before that nothing belongs to you and you were foolish to believe otherwise. But you're not or have ever been sorry, just thirsty for the salt and a little tearful at the failed promise of amnesia. Saying goodbye to wine, whiskey from heaven is not easy when all have gone awry and you need every drop to calm the screaming tongue, the beast that would not die, and your consuming fear of going into a glassy, indifferent world that makes you so small, invisibility is the only logical conclusion. Finally, after your body is passed around the Milky Way for all to grope and judge, is carved into stars. What's left to eat but your words, to drink but your faith? Give up one mortal world for another? Famine or famine? How's that for choice? Hunger threatens everyone, even psychics and singers in a trance, even saints and waitresses in the grassland, even pimps and grifters in universities. So feel bad, or don't. Repeat or rejoice. Hair shirt or chastity belt. Abandon everything that's lost. Remember everything that's broken. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That was Joanna Sid. And to round out this hour is Bill Evans, who has waived his right to a bio. So we're just going to have to find out what he's got when he gets up here. But he's an invited reader here, so we know he's got stuff here. So a warm alternative welcome for Bill Evans.
Tutorial. News flash, lots of news. Tough job minding the store, not to mention storing the minds. One gorgeous calamity at a time. And now for weather. A moment of silence coaxing the omens. Go away, come back, how things have changed. On the other hand, look, no hands. The decidedly unfaked heart. Easy peasy, hotsy-totsy, hoity-toity. Bounders, cads, rascals, varlets. A proper invitation to somewhere else. The future is out there. You may not be in it. One might think a piece of cake. eaten by the rightful inhabitants, probably. Jesus Christ, could you be more beautiful? Homage and the new thing rolled in one. Take me to your leader, lead me to your taker. Mind our Emily Post for etiquette. There are reasons to be here, neither evident nor obvious, obviously. Always end with a smidgen of hope. The sky clears, the lovers reunite, the house unburns and magically rebuilds itself. The crimes are real, but personality and luck make everything move. The leaves fall up and attach themselves to the branches.
Thank you. That was Bill Evans. All right, we'll start the 3 o'clock hour momentarily. Here, I'll just give you a heads up for the first readers coming up, which William Hahn. William Hahn, apparently not among us here. All right, Austin Alexis, I know is here. Good to see Austin. Linda Lerner. Is Linda here? Haven't seen her. That's twice. All right, a lot of people late arriving. Roxanne Hoffman is with us, and there'll be plenty more folks to follow. So, we've got an open mic, so there's a sign-up sheet over there, so if you wandered in and said, hey, this all sounds good, I'd like to be a part of it, you can. And on the open mic, you get the same 3 minutes as all the regular readers do. And we'll slip people in. We don't have anybody on the list just yet. Yeah, we have one person, but he's scheduled reader, so. All right. We'll try to slip in the open at the top of hour as we can as we go along here. So, thank you for listening, and we have a lot more poetry to go. NGOMA will be your host for the next hour in this 3 to 4 hour. And NGOMA, again, is a digital creator and paradigm shifter. They call him Dr. Rockafiddle, the godfather of spoken word, the poet your professor warned you about, and your host for this next hour at the 29th Alternative New Year's Day Spoken Word and Poetry Extravaganza. So a big hand for NGOMA.
Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. It's got to be better than the last one, that's for damn sure. So, okay, we'll do this little experiment, right? I'm going to say, hey, yo. Y'all going to say, aye? Aye. Hey, yo. Aye. Hey, yo, yo. Aye. Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody's awake. It's good to be here. It's good to see all of y'all. Some of y'all I haven't seen since last year. I remember when there used to be lots of different readings. I used to see a lot of y'all at different places, but it hasn't been that way lately. But anyway, it's good to be here. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Our first reader is William Holmes. Is that correct? You here? Is he here? Okay, let's do this little roll call. I need to know who's here. William Holmes, is he here? No. Austin Alexis. What's up? Linda Lerner, she here? Roxanne Hoffman, I don't know, I saw her here. Zoe Zadeboud. Did I say that right? Yes. Hey, hey! Thomas Fucalato. Yeah. David Lawton, I saw him here. Eve Packer, she here? Oh, there she is, hey. Helen Peterson. Helen Peterson? No?
She's here.
Yeah?
She's here.
Okay. Howard Palanza? I don't know if I said that right or not. That's a tricky one there. Gail Ice Johnson. What's up, Gail? Thaddeus Rukowski.
Yeah, right here.
All right. Marie Claire Pitter. Oh, there she is in the back. Joni F. Zosike. I don't know if I'm saying that right or not. Yeah, I did? Hey, hey. Joni F. Robert Heiber.
Yes, right over here.
Diana Katisha Hernandez. John Hall. John Hall is here. So. All right. So we're gonna hear from William Holmes, right? All right? Hey, yo! Alright.
They dropped the script.
William Holmes here, no? Austin Alexis, come on, get some love.
Hey,
Austin. Austin Alexis.
Happy New Year. This poem is called Morph, as in metamorphosis. Morph. Stuck in a nadir, my face tense with the wish to be another person, a someone else, and anyone, not me, instead different. My stretched neck muscles, desperate to acquire new tendons, skin, ligaments of a better person, begin the sweat of change. If only I could have another face, another personality, another physique, an exchange of my history, even another soul. On this New Year's Eve, I desire a total break, an ascension where I morph from this flawed I to a flawless self. Even if a self minus flaws, without blemishes, cracks, wounds, and warts would exist only in distant paradise and far-flung nirvana, then let me end up there, dead but happy. And my very new book, The Whirlpool Bath, is available. Just see me in the back if you're interested.
Give some love for Austin. Hey, yo!
All right.
Okay. Linda Lerner. Where's Linda Lerner? Linda Lerner's not here? Oh my goodness. Roxanne Hoffman is in the house. So give some love for Roxanne.
Happy New Year, everyone. What a wonderful way to start the year. I'm going to read a couple of my James Bond sonnets. Bond thinks, some things are very dear to me. A good breakfast, half pint of iced OJ, bacon, 3 eggs scrambled lightly, a double coffee toast with marmalade, steamy baths followed by cold showers. A good masseuse will knead out all the kinks, red carnations, my favorite flowers, to sleep and sleep at least for 40 winks. The enemies of peace are always present, and pretty girls in need of saving from brutal men demented and hell-bent. But why am I the one who's braving? I reel in my mind, ravish this repast, enjoy moment for moment, stretch it out to last and last. Bond thinks, to beat a man at his own game requires some skill, nerve, and above all luck. Too much bravado will make you a schmuck. Too little, and you're the only one to blame. Le Chiffre inhales, snorts his Benzedrine to keep awake or brave anxiety. Or is he just chasing the wave like me, freebasing adrenaline with nicotine? Our stakes are raised with borrowed funds, his embezzled, mine fixed with a treasury. Bad luck with investment leads him to this. Dunned duty past luck at the tables brings me. He risked getting killed by his employer. I shame, no real skin, a mere voyeur. Bond thinks on the parabola of love, the thrill of the chase and the climax of the conquest, followed inevitably by her feelings, then his angry goodbye. Then there was this pest of a girl, he sighed. On a job, one had to look out for them, take care of them. They were not to be relied on, with all of their emotions, les femmes. Why couldn't they keep to their pots and pans, the bitch? Women were for recreation, but she had wriggled under his tough skin. Now it would be with, nevermore sans. He hoped, he prayed, would ask for her hand today, not yet been made to suffer, but rue the day. Happy New Year, everyone.
Give some love for Roxanne. Y'all can do better than that. Y'all got coffee in the back? I think some... Gotta wake people up.
Yeah, just like a...
Soirée Zadeboud. Are you here? Oh, that's you. Okay. Throw some love for Zaded.
Hello everyone, I'm so glad to be here today. My name is Zohreh Zadeboud. I'm an Iranian photographer, storyteller, and poet, writing in both English and Persian, and doing my MFA in creative writing currently at the New School. I want to read one poem for you today. The poem is called Drought. I've never been jealous. Only focus on my own stuff, whatever other people in the world do. But since I met you, I'm jealous of your neighbor who gets in your way in the morning while you exit the building and you open the entrance door asking her to go first. I'm jealous of your PU guys who are creating dimensional artworks out of marble with you every weekend in your studio, preparing them for your next month's exhibition. I'm jealous of your coworker who is treating you to tea with a flavor of damask rose plus a raspberry muffin while you are at your office tired. I'm jealous of the man who is sitting next to you in a taxi and because of the limited space of the cab, you accidentally brush your other thigh against his and you apologize for the unintended contact. I'm jealous of the supermarket man who is grabbing your items from your basket to put them in a plastic and inadvertently nudges your hand and says, "Pardon me." I'm jealous of your friends who lives on the same floor as you, steps into the elevator cabin with you in the evening, and your fingers lightly graze each other while aiming to press the button marked 10. I'm jealous of your bed where you lie on top every night. Thank you.
Give some love for Zaded. Zaded. Thomas Bucalaro. Thomas Bucalaro in the house. Give it up for him, man.
This next poem is about abuse and self-harm. It's called Breaks, or Post-Traumatic Muscle Memory, or Anxiety is a Muscle, I Pull It Constantly. This body will break. This poem, the words will suffer. Undue fingernails gripping enjambment. Into what? This belly holds, this poem will think it is breaking all of the rules. This body breaking lines into untold poems held by written hands. This body will break all the poems of these rules, and this poet will become a throat. And the throat will become a chimney, and the smoke will become a ghost, and that ghost will always take up space, and the poet will apparition. This poem will break all the rules of this body. as my legs become parentheses, time weighing in, losing its cited source. These words will break all methods of Thomas, as it's always about the breaking. What will break this Thomas? What will break this poem? Is there a difference? Can he tell the difference? One night at the age of 9, someone broke into me. One winter, I learned how to breathe underwater encased in ice. Why do we only find ourselves when we lose ourselves in those who were lost too? But there are these poems. They are fixable. There are these poets. They are reachable. We are teachable. And I think about what breaks me, what catches me. This body will break all the rules of this poem, but this poem will never break you. But is it an instrument of healing, though? And the tide breaks upon the shore, and the tide breaks my friend. I got the flag. I'm so sorry that I got the flag.
Yeah, give it up some love. So I hear now that William Hume is in the house. So give us some love for William Hume.
Happy New Year, everyone. So wonderful to be here. Forgive my lateness, I came all the way from Piermont, New York, up there across the river. What used to be called the Tappan Zee Bridge. And anyway, my book came out last year. It's called Bachelor Holiday. And just really honored to be able to participate in this wonderful event. And thank you for listening to me in advance. I hope it's still a thank you. First poem I'm going to do, what do you have, 3 short poems, they say?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay, that's fine. It's called The Owl. And this is a poem I wrote after hearing an owl at daybreak. The sun was really pouring down. We were up all night playing fiddles. And we heard this owl. It was very inspiring. Fortune turned up an owl this morn, outside antique panes of sleepy June, forlorn in the strange wet and winds and light of stars drowning in fresh blue uncertainty at daybreak. Listen for the still night's favor, perched on a limb far back from the road, where cars still asleep don't yet go to the city, where cages await the animal spirits none dare to show except in a mockery of strengths unknown. Like billboard photos, the flashed white owl frozen in pixels, the deadliest tiger a child won't fear, earthbound eagles, dolphins, seals, Noah's dove. Bring your children to the water zoo, let them bring their clubs. Born upon gathering winds of madness, images of life surround us, our love of living creatures dying. Before breeze and sun across the leaves turn the grounds to shadow seas, owl will find his hiding place. Dear to our soul, owl, dear to our soul, love returns like a child ghost who won't leave his parents alone. This one's called 40 seconds. Expedition. The friends I lost would not have made it to the top anyway, scattered on the mountainside at night like uncharted stars. Though they'd sworn loyalty at the first remembrance of their padded lives, even the truest of them became liabilities. Well below where the air grows thin and the insanity thick as the loss of breath, their spirits broken, a voice silent as a vulture seemed to soothe them to death. They returned to the safety in numberless faces, eyes already sinking like grave markers. I saw the Lamb of God in the shadow of the scavenger's wing they fled, and I led my expedition of one far above those who wouldn't risk perishing in the blinding snows of the summit, where I kissed the place of rebirth. Thank you very much. Happy New Year.
Yeah, give us some love for William Hoon. Come on, this ain't church. This ain't school. What up? Next we're going to hear from David Lawton. His new chapter of The Graveyard of Memory is available from Bottle Cap Press. Pixie Dust, the debut album from Hydrogen Jukebox. His lo-fi DIY anti-folk band is available on streaming services. Give up some love for David Lawton.
Happy New Year, everybody. It's nice to see a lot of faces I haven't seen in a long while. Yardbirds. The Yardbirds are back on your lawn, and you won't do anything about it because it's below your pay grade. While the Yardbird Wranglers are disappearing off the street, cosplaying jocks, masked and armored like third-rate comic book movie extras, are punishing them for doing the jobs no one else wants to do. The whole neighborhood is under lockdown, but you are busy streaming, gaming, podcasting about what you used to blog about, missing the fact that the privileged class are scared they'll lose their unfair advantage, so figure there's no fortune large enough to rule out robbing the poor. As long as they control the narrative, they will control you, because we are so comfortable. We just want to keep our heads low and hope we're not affected. But if you don't stand up soon, the boot will be on your neck, and the Yardbirds will not care. Thank you. And so now, just for fun, a piece that I wrote that was in Mead for Tea this past summer. Thank you. It's called Macho Man Savage as Pitchman. Just snap, snap, snap into a Slim Jim. That cured meat snack caused my lips to smack. Art thou bored, my lord? Snap out of it. Need some excitement? Snap into it. Like you'd twist the neck, slap me on the rack, body slam the mat, an atomic drop with a whack from the bat upside the ringside bell. You step on a crack, break Hulk Hogan's back. Dry as a bone and slick as a snake, salami, bologna, or pepperoni, by the hair on my chin and a flashy head wrap. If you pay the price, I can sell that stick. Oh, yeah!
Yeah, go some love for David Lawton in the house. Come on, y'all can do better than that, yo. Y'all's response gonna put people to sleep, Eve Packer. Where's Eve? Eve here? Aha! Eve Packer, Bronx-born, poet, performer, actress, appears solo with music, in dance, and theater. Give up some love for Eve Packer.
This M14A or D bus is not Trump's bus. This bus is our bus. The tired
The infirm, the funny looking, the out of shape, out of time, the older elder, cracked lips and bad hips, walkers and canes and wheelchairs, hooked to the side. The kids on their way from school late afternoon, tired and grumpy, with 2 heavy, schleppy backpacks munching on some snack. The exhausted mom desperately rooted out of her bag, stuck in the overloaded, spilling out stroller. The older women, mostly women, with packed, fresh, direct bags full up of onions, tomatoes, peppers, fresh vegetables, and apples from the church of the village food pantry. Every permutation of beleaguered ethnic variety and gender, sitting, standing, hanging on the younger set, waiting to light up, millennials or Gen Z, whatever, teens or 20-ishers. Black lacy leggings, knee-high boots and tats, heavy tats, ubiquitous tats, and falls, braids, long gel fingernails, AirPods, it goes without saying. Heading out to light up, go thrifting with pizza, and every person, except perhaps one, fixated on a screen, a cell, a game, another galaxy, far, far away. Then, at 3 p.m., sharp, when school lets out, a bunch, a group, a posse of transit cops halt the bus and methodically question every single person and check to see if there's a single fare beater. And it takes way too long and is way too costly and cost ineffective. And then after much yelling and cursing, the M14 goes on, and since this is now a designated bus lane, fast and efficient, at your stop you can walk down the one step or have the bus driver pull down the ramp, and out the back will pour the girls with color yourself dye, purple, blue, or orange hair, and the ubiquitous AirPods, and one of the guys in red hoodie saying as he heads out, "I'm really praying right now." Thank you.
Give us some love for Eve Packer in the house. Come on. Give us some love for Eve Packer. Next we're going to hear from Helen Peterson. She here? Yes, she here. Cuban, Panamanian, American, Helen Peterson integrates castanets and flamenco dance movements, performing her original award-winning poetry in poetry cafes, cabarets, and churches in New York City. Give it up.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So nice to see you here. You know, I'm a Cuban-American performance poet. My mother had me playing the castanet since I was 7. My Spanish gifts. In my childhood, for the love of music, I pleaded for piano. Father gave me a stallion. Mother gave me flamenco. Now I fire up spirits playing the hoofbeats on castanets. And drumming feet as if dancing with El Toro. Twirling my cape. Cobblestone streets resound, hoofbeats. Matadors marching in the bull ring. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Trumpets blaring greet audiences, sun and shade, sol y sombra, bandrilleros lifting, my capote twirling. I, a woman in dance, called Toro, Toro, circling the ball, commanding, controlling, choreographing, rising above his razored horns, my eye reflecting in his eye, commanding, conquering, crowds cheering, ole, ole, ole.
Give us some love for Helen. Yeah. Next we're going to hear from Howard Flanzer. Are you here? Howard? Are you here? No Howard? Okay.
He's here.
Oh, he's here. Give us some love for Howard Flanzer. Okay. He's an award-winning poet and playwright who has performed his work in the U.S. and in several international countries. Give it up. Oh, okay. Come on, come on. Give us some love. Come on. Don't welcome him. You good?
I hope you
Oh, there's nothing to lean on.
Oh, you can lean on me.
No, I want to lean on
A chair.
a podium.
You want a chair?
Yeah, I guess usually it's a podium.
Sorry, music chair. Want a chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. There you go.
Yes, thank you. Okay. This poem is called Ferry Crossing. Can you hear me? Yes. The blast of the whistle. The gates are locked. The engine revs up. The boat slowly pulls away from the dock. The water forms. The boat slowly pulls away from the dock. The ferry moves faster, crossing to the Staten Island shore. We are on our way to the hidden Hades across the harbor. The breeze is brisk. As the boat picks up speed, we pass Governor's Island, Statue of Liberty, planted firmly to our right. A freighter glides past. Our boat is rumbling bravely towards the far shore. It is gray fog shrouded. It is frightening. On the opposite shore are the gates of heaven to welcome you to the Isle of the Dead. You get with the boat and walk across the street, leading to the terminal and the waiting room. Neighborhoods in succession with rows of houses, unwelcoming homes, limiting the range of the possible we don't want to live. There are so many hidden lives of desperation and frustration. Yet working people have no joy in their lives. And one more short poem. It's called Waiting to the End. If you don't have patience, you still have to wait anyway. Things take time. You can't speed it up, but you can be slowed till the point where you can permanently be frozen in your tracks. Thank you.
Give us blood for Howard Flanza. Hey, yo! So, next we're going to hear from Gail Ice Johnson. She's a New York City poet. She's the author of The Key to a 2012 Poets Wear Prada, Room 1408, and 2017 Eclectic War, 2025. Give it up for Gail Ice.
Happy New Year. This is the last poem in the collection of Eclectic War. Impossible to talk about Israel. Every time I think about the atrocity, I see this little girl. She will be 4 on November 24th. She's being held by Hamas, who has killed her parents. She still has no knowledge her parents are dead. What will this little girl's life look like? How do you recover from this atrocity? At 4 years old, what can you tell her that will make any sense? The only thing she knows, her mommy and daddy are not here. Heartbroken at our lives today. Protesters painted real paint all over the Whitney Museum to protest for Palestine. This hate is all around us and is staggering. How can you arrive at life and not look at what the hatred all around us is? Punishment for war crimes is death. Is it death? Is it the society of well-defined rules on how to deal with this type of offense? Why should this type of punishment be imposed? Why? God, help us, please. Thank you.
Here's one love for Gail Ice Johnson. I mean, y'all can do better than that. I don't know. Maybe we should pass out coffee or... Thaddeus Rukowski is the author of 8 books, most recently Safe Colors, a novel. He received the fellowship from the New York Foundation for the Arts and a Best Small Fiction Award. He's going to be your next host after this, next set too, so give it up, give it up, give it up.
Glad to be here. Happy New Year to everybody. This is my quote, trip, unquote, to the art museum. Went to the art museum to see some Van Gogh. Dropped ecstasy at the first water fountain I could find. Looked at crazy landscapes, jagged lines, swirls, sawtooth patterns. Van Gogh had some unresolved issues, I could tell. Also saw some paintings by a guy named Chainsaw, or Chaim Soutine, gnarly stuff, tortured portraits. Got into an internal Picasso debate. You know, you say Picasso, I say Picasso. Then wondered what's the difference between Monet and Manet. Got nowhere fast with that one. Then got into that old abstract expressionist mnemonic. Newman shut the door. Rothko pulled the shade. Reinhardt turned off the light. Very soothing but sketchy. Saw a piece called Lady with Ermine and wondered if it was the last Weasel painting. Found out Chagall died long ago and couldn't believe it. Got into some heavy denial, then accepted the death as sad, but not as sad as if it happened yesterday or to a close relative. Listened to a tour guide talk about repressed anger and the relative merits of paintings vis-a-vis blank walls. Sat at the Egyptian temple and felt the ecstasy really take hold. Thought about that architect who designed that glass pyramid in Paris and wondered, if I am Pei, who are you? Tossed a coin in the fountain and wished for domestic bliss. Tried not to look anyone directly in the eye, because if I did, they would know about the ecstasy, of course. But there were some young women I couldn't help looking at. In fact, couldn't help stalking from gallery to gallery. Felt like a criminal. No, felt like I was walking on clouds. Also felt like a criminal. Found my favorite statue, white slave, nice demure bondage, smooth surfaces, skin-like effects. Went back to stalking, but all my original targets were gone. Found my way around the balustrade, the colonnade, and the balcony. Looked for God in the details, but saw only the devil. Then noticed all eyes were on me. Went out basically the way I came in. Thank you.
Give it up for Tab. Yeah. Tab used to do a thing called a poetry phone back in the day, I think. Wasn't that you, Tab? Oh well. Anyway. Marie-Claire Pichet is the co-founder Theater of the Oppressed Laboratory at the Brecht Forum, sound poet, associate professor emerita of French, University of Mount St. Vincent. Give us some love for Marie in the house.
Thank you. I have two short poems. Threshold. Facing a desired threshold, I stop and look back. I see an embankment overlooking an exploding world of dusty trash bins and twisted trees, hieroglyphs of suffering. I once embraced on my knees a dutiful daughter, shaping a rectilinear self that never ceased clasping at my throat. I step out into the sounds of a meadow, soft and cool, dense shafts of light, and breathe in life. Rain. Rain falls after a long, scorching summer, streams down dusty panes, sprays, taps, scratches, screams, plays Appalachian spoons, Cajun washboards. Scent of soil and wood fill my lungs. Petunia petals on windowsills embrace the breeze. I hurry down 64 stairs to East 5th Street. The promise of wet hair reawakening parched memories.
Give some love for Marie Claire. Give it up, give it up. Next we're going to hear from Joni Zosike. We don't have a bio for him. Oh, yes, sir. You're reading for...
Yes, I am.
Okay. So Robert Heiger is reading for Joni Zosike. Okay? Give it up.
Yes, I guess as Joni's brother, I have the distinct privilege of reading in for her because she was unable to attend today. So, this piece is called A Life of Protest. A wee bitty way body protest full-on smack back turnip decided to protest gravity. Holding a can of carnation evaporated milk in her chubby little hand, she wailed, "The cow is upside down!" Mummy had spread the carnation cow, opened the carnation cow upside down. Wah! The bitty turnip wailed, and feeling sorry for the cow, she turned the can right side up. Moo, the cow commented as the can's contents spilled out onto the floor in deference to gravity. Why? Wailed the wee bitty way body protest full-on smack back turnip. It's the law of attraction, sweetie, Dad soothed. Dr. Isaac Newton states, any particle of matter in the universe attracts any other with a force varying directly as the product of the masses and inversely as the square of the distance between them. That's not fair, sniveled the bitter turnip. She was inconsolable. It's just gravity. Nothing we can do about it, Daddy said. And thus began the wee bitty way body protest full-on smack back turnip's lifetime dedication to protesting any and all kinds of rules that resulted in the restriction of freedom for one and all, including carnation milk cows. There were many other incidents in her career, equally as frustrating as the long-ago cow on the label of the can of carnation evaporated milk debacle. None quite as bitter as the first time.
Yeah, give us a love for Robert. Now, Joni's Zosike here? No? She's supposed to read for Robert, no?
He just did it for her.
Anyway.
You just did it for her. He did it for her.
Actually, I'm here.
Okay. So, what's up? Now you're reading for you? Well, I'm confused.
He's two people.
Come on back.
I have with me. This piece is kind of a departure into the personal, and Claire Pichet here has kindly agreed to read the second voice of this piece called Dialogue. Okay.
Is this better? Yeah, that's well.
Okay. O Freunde, nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und freudenvollere. Friedrich Schiller, Ode an die Freude.
Oh, friends, not these tones. Rather, let us sing more cheerful songs, more full of joy. Friedrich Schiller, Ode to Joy.
Life, an upside-down parabola, from conception to apex to nadir.
On this upside-down journey, what have you learned?
The world is upside down. There's no reference point.
Don't you mean downside up? Have you lost all perspective?
What is my reference point? I demand my reference point.
What reference point? To whom do you direct this cry?
How do I get my bearings in an upside-down world? How do I emerge from the abyss?
Is the world upside down, or are you? Will a trip through the looking glass tell?
The looking glass journey is lonely, time a predator, my resolve challenged daily.
You are tired, world weary. Look for a cozy nook to call home, and not alone.
I've done alone. It's done me. I know its contours, its quicksand pits. Enough.
Then refuse to drown. Refuse to travel the solitary path.
Through the looking glass I go, bending light to lightheartedness.
Lighting the way to chambers of joy, where scherzo replaces dirge.
Thank you.
Yeah, give it up, give it up, give it up, come on. Indeed. Next, we're going to hear from Diana Getacia Hernandez, founding poet and host at the Artemis Poetry, aka Poets Collective jazz vocalist, box drum percussion poet, Getacia music. Where's Getacia? I know she's here. Oh, there she is. Give it up for her. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Make me sound schizophrenic. Hey, Happy New Year. Mark Nelms, you ready to join me? Okay, you can stay there and play from that angle because it's better to be, so it's not so loud, okay? Or we're just trying something new, but that's what we do in the jazz world, right? In all of the world, and especially in poetry, right? Okay, here we go. In the jungle, the quiet jungle, so many lions, they're lying, yes they're lying, sleeps tonight. Wow, translucent wilderness, betwixt extremes where nothing and everything meets, coexist in this mucho of much of. And out of that supreme reality, this rhythmic dance, the twilight sounds itself. And this vast, expansive forms dressed in this wide array of Milky Way. This resolute origin in the sound of one hand clapping over and over again is tucked under my sleeve, as if starlit skies were about to touch the stillness. Mambo, circles breathing breath rubbed against my cheek, perspiring. Oh, to be still, to be innocent once again, to be alive where the sun reaches its lowest point in the sky, the solstice, or but old enough to watch it all expire and rise. Light these candles, burn the bridges, exit to the end, where light is love. And who we become in this aftermath of death. Lions, lions, lions and tigers and bears, left to each their own quiet desire. But, and yes, there's always a but or two. Things cannot be stormed at. Threshold, things cannot be forced to be. What needs rest instead of fixing? Clarity. Tie me up, here to my reflection, raw but clear, inside this palm of this year. I slip and turn to release what was, what could have been, and what I could not become. Turning instead to the shadow, private moments to find that inner dial,
Stop to come to myself, to what I can trust. The light is not gone, it flickers within. It shall flow as glorious golden currents, rising up in your veins, blood-like. But for now, we must settle down and sing. Sing! Sing it, poet. Sing it, artist. Sing it, dancer. Sing it, cook. Sing it, dishwasher. Sing, we must sing. Nights and stars above that shine so bright. The memory of a fading light that shines upon our caravan. Yeah, baby. Thank you very much.
Give some love for Diana. First cow. Tisha Hernandez in the house.
First cow of the day.
Next we're going to hear from John S. Hall. He's 4/5 of the way through his 10,000 poems in 5 years project, which is exactly 4 years ago today. I don't know where he is in the list. You know where you are? Anyway, and then after that, Thad Bukowski is going to host. So this is my last person. Okay? But anyway, John Hall has already read that, right? After that, I'm going to be out. Y'all might want to pick up my book. I'd love to get a copy. It's called I Didn't Come Here to Tap Dance. I got a few copies, all right? Peace. Give it up.
I put out a book at the end of each month. These first three I'll do quickly. They are from that book that came out yesterday. It's called Palimpsest. This is poem number 2004 for last year. The woman who became water. She decided to become water, and she poured herself into a pitcher and then poured some of the water from the pitcher into an ice cube tray. And then when that part of her hardened, she plopped the cubes into glasses and poured the remaining water from the pitcher into the glasses and placed each glass to the right of each plate and waited. When people showed up to the dinner party and sat down at their assigned places, they noticed that the glasses of ice water seemed oddly familiar, and when the people drank, they felt as though the love that the woman who became water had for each of them was now inside of them, was now a part of each one of them. That was from last Sunday. This is from last Saturday, poem number 2006. She shone like a sun, and he would lay naked beneath her, basking in her brilliance, in her radiance, in her light, for day after day after day. Even though she warned him several times about overexposure, it should come as no surprise to anyone that he got burned. This is from last Sunday. Poem 2018, Tree of Cocks. The tree stands tall and proud and erect, the plump ripe cocks weighing down the branches, bursting with juice that drips down on the ground, fertilizing the soil, filling it with rich nutrients so that more trees can be planted and more trees can grow. The cock pickers arrived and harvested the tree, and when their baskets were full, they loaded up their cars. Some of the cocks went to the farmer's market, some were packed in boxes and shipped to far-off lands, some were dropped off in restaurants and bars, and really anywhere that dealt in cocks. But a few of the choicest and juiciest cocks were placed in a glass bowl and set in the middle of the table, for soon there would be a great feast, and all would sit and bow their heads and give thanks to the tree of cocks. And this one's from today. It's poem number 4 for this year, Artisanal Soap Flakes. He was a goddamn fool, and he spent hour after hour in the shop perfecting his artisanal soap flakes. When he felt they were finally ready, he went to the farmers' markets that he knew were most likely to attract the most hipsters. He set up his stand and waited for the hipsters and their money to come rolling in. I hope I don't have to tell you that just because hipsters like artisanal shit, that doesn't mean they're just gonna buy any goddamn thing that is advertised as artisanal. Thank you.
Okay, there's a professional action right on the dot. John S. Hall, give him a hand. We're finishing up the 3 to 4 hour. And Thad Bukowski will be your host. He'll be coming up here momentarily. So just to give you a quick peek of who's coming up. Cheryl Fish, Randy Hoffman, Jasmine Gonzalez, Linda Kleinbob, and Philip Giambri are our first 5 scheduled readers with a 4 to 5 hour. And since we're doing pretty good on time, we're going to bring up a couple of open micers. Again, over toward where the food is, just before you get there, there's a sign-up sheet. We're going to take the first 2 off that. There's more people on the list, and we will get to you as we can. We'll intersperse the open throughout the evening again. So,
Can't have any objects, I'm not bringing.
wait, we have a late word here.
Disposing of everything. So I can't.
Okay, I'm just informed that Linda Kleinbob and Phil Giambri aren't feeling well, and I haven't seen them there, so we do have a number of folks that couldn't make it today because they were a lot under the weather, so this cold weather is not helping anybody, let's face it. All right, so our first 2 open micers that we'll take, and again, if you're signed up for the list, we will get to you. You just might have to be a little bit patient there. So,
I'll see, it might be, this email might still be there.
oh yes, here we are.
No, it's called an.
Getting my notes straight. Okay, Martin Elms, do I have that name correct? Martin Elms. Okay, so we're going to hear from Martin Elms, and then we're going to hear from Dorothy Cantwell, and then we'll start our scheduled 4 o'clock readers again with Cheryl Fish and Randy Hoffman first up on that. So, Mark, come on down. All right, a warm alternative welcome on our open mic for Martin Elms. Well, I don't want to get in the way of the camera.
There's a stand in the closet for getting it.
It's all right, I can sing it.
Happy New Year, everyone. This is a song that has given me inspiration. It is by my teacher, Barry Harris.
Oh, great.
Written by, I believe it was written, the words were written by Katie Collins. And I've sung this a number of times with the choir. And it goes something like this. Martin Elms is my name.
Okay.
Don't criticize yourself. Don't analyze yourself. Relax. Align yourself like a bird and fly like this. Don't roll your spirit down. Spinning your wheels around. Get up and paint the town like a bird and fly like this. If at first you don't succeed, then make a new start. Spread those wings of heart in your heart. Pretty soon you'll feel that you can rock on air, and then you'll be flying free without a care. So celebrate yourself. Congratulate yourself, it's time. Elevate yourself like a bird and fly like this. Don't criticize yourself. Don't analyze yourself. Relax. Align yourself like a bird and fly like this. Don't run your spirit down, spinning your wheels around. Get up and paint the town like a bird and fly like this. If at first you don't succeed, then make a new start. Spread those wings of love in your heart. Pretty can walk on air, and then you'll be flying free without a care. So celebrate yourself, congratulate yourself, it's time. Elevate yourself like a bird and fly like this. Like a bird and fly like this. Like a bird and fly like this.
All right, that was Martin Elms. All right, sure. A lot of work bringing a big bass like that. Well, one more open micer, Dorothy Cantwell, who would have been a scheduled performer, but she couldn't be here, and then it turned out she could be anyway. So we're really pleased we get a chance to hear her after all. So a warm alternative welcome for Dorothy Cantwell.
Thank you and Happy New Year. I was late today because I was watching Cornelius Eady give the inaugural poem for Mamdani. So I encourage you all to read it. It's magnificent. In Big Sur in 1975, the night fog was so thick that as I stood on the edge of the cliff, I imagined I could walk out into it, suspended by its slow and swirling vapors. The Pacific Ocean, the sharp rocks below, distant and remote, the rising of the moon, the stars in the sky, obscured by dense, dark ethers, circling my feet like rushing waters, full of mystery. I could not imagine then what the next 50 years would bring. Now, midway through this new roaring decade on another precipice, in trepidation, I look into the miasmatic future churning like snakes. The years ahead for me, full of certain sorrows and uncertain joys. The years ahead for the world as fearsome and unknown. Oh, give me a warrior's heart of hope to step out with the certainty that there will be as yet unimagined beauty and bright surprise. Let us all, old soldiers, awaken and believe again. Shake off the dust of our complacency and slumber as we hear the old familiar alarm and the drums in our own beating hearts, conquering despair. Fill us with the fortitude and courage to vanquish the rising darkness and step out into the light. Laurels we have rested on are withered and dead. Battles still rage. The war is at home. Happy New Year.
All right, thank you. That was Dorothy Cantwell. All right. So you can set your poetry watches to 4 p.m. as we will now start the 4 to 5 hour. So just ignore what your cell phone or that clock back there says. It's 4 o'clock. That's all you need to know. So, all right, before we continue, we should give a shout out to Madeline Artberg, who was our clocker and flag waver for the last 2 hours. And Madeline also organizes all that part of it, and it's an important job, so we're glad she takes that on. Ice will be our flag waver and clocker for the next 2 hours, so pay attention to her. She may be waving the flag at you. All right. Thad Rakowski will be taking you through the next hour. Thaddeus Rakowski is the author of 8 books, most recently Safe Colors, a novel. He received a fellowship from the New York Foundation for the Arts and a Best Small Fictions Award. And he can really take you through a museum as well. So, a big warm alternative welcome for Thaddeus Rakowski.
Just a couple announcements. You know, if you haven't made a contribution and you'd like to make a contribution, see Ellen in the back there. she has the contributions bag. Of course, it's totally voluntary. I would also like to shout out to some of the people who worked on this show. In addition to Madeline, Robert Roth is here, and Peter Kozlowski is here, Sue Polo's here, and Dee Dee Champagne is here, and all under the guidance and the leadership of General Pete Dolack. Okay, so they were here.
Major general disappointment.
Oh, yeah, I also worked on it. Yeah, we were in the trenches wrangling over this show. Okay, here, I'm going to call out names of people, the first few people, and then I'll call out the names of another few so that you know when you're scheduled to read. So first we have Cheryl J. Fish, Randy Hoffman, and Jasmine Gonzalez. Is Jasmine here? Here. Okay, so those are the first three. So Cheryl J. Fish, her most recent book is Crater and Tower, which poetically juxtaposes the terrorist attack of September 11th, 2001 with the volcanic eruption of Mount St. Helens, published by Shanti Arts. Do you have copies? Mm-hmm. Okay, she has copies if you want. So let's welcome Cheryl J. Fish.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming out. Thanks to Thad and Pete for including me. I'm going to read two poems from Crater and Tower. This is a quick, short one, and it's a cold weather poem. Dream of the man who writes street poems, for John Godfrey. I become numb feet in snow. Streets recede, never noticed how slow cars roll. To keep warm, streetwalkers make soliloquies. Rushing, I read you, meeting her. Wish my street sense was enormously appearing as you busted in snow-covered to find danger as lovely. Dig out your drill heart. Meet me, fate. And for those who like conspiracy theories about 9/11, Simon says, the Twin Towers couldn't have collapsed like a pile of trash, disintegrating vertically, swiftly, Simon says. He accuses me of using the term conspiracy theory, naively, to dismiss views that disagree with the official story. He believes that story is contrary to the laws of physics. Simon says it was an inside job. Bush needed a reason to go to war, and Simon dismisses the influence of PTSD. I witnessed both planes hit and tried to ignore desperate workers dropping from the towers that afternoon, evacuating students from my campus, hushed, dismantling, in deep dismay. He says it's a pie-in-the-face obvious that the 9/11 report was a cover-up. He writes in all caps, "We are not a good match." A friend thought we might hit it off. To other dating prospects I write, "We are not a match if you support Trump." One man finds it heinous to pull out the rug from what hasn't even begun. He sticks out forked tongue and trolls me. In these times, finding love, ice pick to brain, cold heart spikes into the crevice of darkness, politics cordoned off by fools who write not so well, anger-soaked alt arrows fly, the other side of the other side. Simon says, place one hand on my shoulder, cover your mouth with the other. Book is available. I also co-read a Village Story Salon reading series, prose reading, and our next event is Thursday, January 8th. We're having 3 great readers at the NYPL Hudson Park branch. If you're interested, I have flyers.
Yeah, let's keep it going for Cheryl J. Fish. Okay, next reader is Randy Hoffman. Are you here? Okay, Randy Hoffman, her most recent publication is in Mr. Beller's neighborhood. She lives in the East Village and teaches English in Jersey City, and she's also my spouse. Let's welcome Randy Hoffman.
Hi everybody. So
I teach at a community college, and most of my students are immigrants. This is one of the few pieces about my work that isn't really sarcastic. Okay, it's called Survivors. You are here, you are working, you are doing assignments, you have brushed your hair and your teeth and put on clothes you like and taken the bus to get here, or circled the campus numerous times to find a parking spot. Despite not having enough food, despite the sexual abuse, despite violence in your home, despite no one believing you, despite having to take care of your younger siblings and your grandparents, despite working a boring, low-wage service job where you have to smile at rude people all day for minimum wage. So you try to concentrate, to bend your mind in ways you're not used to, and grapple with words and language you're not sure about. Maybe it's been years since you've been in high school, or maybe your high school didn't expect much of you, or maybe you dropped out of high school to birth a child, or support yourself and your family, or you are from a country where school is very different, where it's mostly memorizing and your own ideas weren't important. So now you struggle with grammar, you smile, you wonder what you have to do to pass, and wonder if knowing how to write a thesis sentence will really matter in your nursing or construction management careers. I only hope that my class is at best an oasis from everyday drudgery, and maybe you enjoy writing just a little. Thank you.
Keep it going for Randy Hoffman, okay? Thank you, Randy. Okay. Next up is Jasmine Gonzalez. She's a New York City poet. She's author of Petals of the Red Dahlia. She explores mental health through poetry and publishes widely. Performs across New York City, and she uplifts marginalized writers. Let's welcome Jasmine Gonzalez.
Piece is titled Swallow This. I'm caught between selling and feeding my soul, giving a 9 to 5 all my free time, when all I want to do is sit, write, and rhyme. My heart fills and swells from soaking in poetry while my stomach sits empty. My words and my pen keep my mind from eating itself alive, but my body can't live off metaphors. My mouth can't chew on similes. This dryness in my throat foreshadows my death, but I feel so alive. I don't know how to keep my lust to continue life's sentence when my skin tries to stick to my bones, turn into a fragment. Endless bills, place a period where a semicolon should be. This poem can't be used as currency. This push and pull between living and surviving, this part my insides, wanted to eat my pen and my piece, both of which I can't afford to lose. Thank you. I have books on sale, all in the back, in the corner, $20 a piece. Come talk to me. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep it going for Jasmine Gonzalez. Just a reminder, there's a sign-up sheet on the stool in the back there. If you want to read the open, sign up. It's not crowded, right, the open, and do it every hour. I'm going to call it the next 3 people who are coming up. Linda Black, Maria Perez is here, and Fareed Batar. Is Linda here? Okay, and is Fareed Batar here? Fareed. Okay, and then next would be David Elsasser. Okay, so those are the next ones up. Linda Black is a singer and songwriter, guitarist and poet who performs throughout New York City and upstate New York. Her written work has been published in several anthologies. Let's welcome Linda Black. Linda Black. I'm serious, Linda Black.
Happy New Year all. I adapted this from a song I wrote, and it's called, has an optimistic ending, so I thought it would be good for New Year's Day. It's called Sunrise at Mount Elsinore. Marshmallow tapestry, tinted pastel, light morning dew, covering well. High in the mountains when morning does come. Sunrise at Mount Elsinore is seen by only some. Oh, why must times be left behind? Our comrade the camera can only remind. Why must times be left behind? Hopping on rocks, crossing a stream, showering in falls, is it all but a dream? Chirping and buzzing a song for the day, buried in my heart, hoping it will stay. Why must times be left behind? We sit by the fire and look at our souls, watching the embers of red and gold, twinkling and glowing beneath a ceiling so bright. How simple our wishes, shooting star in flight. With a full moon we started, with a half moon we end. But all that we shared or envisioned we could be are part of our minds. When we look at the sea, our thoughts that appear when we climb a fine tree are us all the time when you look at me. So times must always be left behind, but are changed in the process of thought and mind to fit where you live with whatever you find. Life's so kind. Thank you.
Okay, that was Linda Black. Let's keep it going for Linda Black. Thank you. And next is Maria Perez. I know she's here. Okay, great. All right, so you're telling me how to pronounce. I hope I pronounced your name right. She was born in Colombia, raised in New York, writes poetry and fiction in Spanish and English, something for that other voice searching through entrapment and oppression. Let's welcome Maria Perez.
Muchas gracias. Ángel de mi guardia. Mommy knew it. The nuns in school, too, when they had us sit down in class and close our eyes and put our hands in prayer. And then we just sat there and we could hear the silence and we knew they were about. I felt the air around me. It was those big wings clearing the air around us. Like when Mary was praying and suddenly Gabriel, he was there and he even spoke and he even introduced himself. And they were there also with the shepherds that night that the baby Jesus was born. And even when he died and was resurrected, they were there to let the others know. And that's what happened to us the night that we were in the hillside outside the cave in Cusco. And we saw the flying lights, and they were coming towards us. And the guides told us there were no lights for miles. Or when I was in that special island and the law kept us with that friend sitting in the lobby because we couldn't be together. And I talked and talked and he listened and listened. And I hadn't had that in ages. And I knew that was what I was needed. And I knew it since I was little because Mommy taught it to me. Please repeat. Ángel de mi guardia. Dulce compañía. No me desampares. Ni de noche ni de día. Gracias, feliz año.
Okay, that was Maria Perez. Keep it going for Maria Perez. Thank you. And I see Fareed Battar is here, and he is next. He is a poet artist whose published work includes Treasury of Arabic Love, Footprints in the Mist, Screaming Olives, and Out of Gaza. Let's welcome Fareed Battar.
Assalamu alaikum. Happy to be here. Also happy that ceasefire is here. Gaza. My heart has been very heavy the past 2 years. This is marshlands window. I found a window in the marshlands with an egret worshipping on the ledge. I stand by and weep on the edge. Same window, I witnessed atrocities from my balcony in Jericho of '67. I see more egrets hanging out, having a meeting of a sort. One is banished to the next tree. Wonder why. The sun setting magnificent blood colors, yellow flowers all over the place, reflecting on the still waters. I glimpse a white haze hovering like a glaze. I see calamities in a distant past. I yearn for tranquility. I talk to the energy of the universe, pleading to get me out of my misery. I need to jump out of this window to another dimension where everything is going fine. This is Screaming Olives. The Israelis have bulldozed more than 1 million trees other than humans. And my father's orchard as well. Screaming Olives. Beyond the evergreen, the settler is very mean. The olive tree glimpsed the oblivious coming, carrying a tank of petrol and an M16 hanging from his shoulder. Branches started waving hurriedly. Then the olives joined in screaming like a chorus in a symphony. Call our owners, call our owners, but no one comes. Wonder why. Is it because the soldiers are busy sniping the farmers in the harvest? The tree started yelling at the man, get out of my existence. Every time you come, I know I'm gone. Stop killing my babies. Stop suffocating my inside. Emmett Till lynched in '55, way down Selma, Alabama. Ali on the grill. Settler Tonke burned in Yuma, Alabama. My books are for sale. There's also another book called Gaza, and whatever is the money goes to the children of Gaza. Thank you for having me.
Let's keep it going for Fareed Guitar. Here's Fareed Guitar. Next is David Elsasser. David Elsasser has been active in the New York City poetry scene since the 1990s. He has hosted the Parkside Poets, a weekly peer poetry workshop since 2007, and is the author of 3 poetry chapbooks. Let's welcome David Elsasser.
Fishtail. It started with Jonah and his fishy submarine. What cushier place than Piscean entrails to cruise subsurface currents, relax beneath the storm, and get catapulted into palm tree paradise. Freud saw the erotic aquariums teeming in our heads, desires swimming round in a lifetime of loops. He knew sex rocks the ship, Eros unfurling like a spinnaker before the wind. So leave a pinch of ambrosia on the surface for hungry mammals. And get in the swim. You can just dip in your pole. There's plenty to catch, no tackle necessary. Libido is the leviathan that harpoons you. The great white mystery spouts in all the world's oceans. But is it deliverance or just some procreative poser? I'm not sure, baby, but it's bigger than both of us. There's old Reliable now, gushing on the horizon. So man the whaleboats, or just tan your hide on the nude beach. But remember Ahab. Set out to slay lust, and it'll lash you to its back, fishtailing through hell before it drowns you in regret. Lose only a leg, and you're lucky. Way smarter to swallow it whole. Have a transporting experience. Jonah relocated to Miami. His dry goods business is thriving. American Odyssey. When justice returns, rising scarlet, rosy middle-fingered dawn, kicking out the corrupt, the lawless. I better give it up.
That was David L. Sasser. Keep it going for David L. Sasser. Okay, thanks, David. Okay, the next three readers are Megan Gruposo, Stephen Klett, and Fo Mo. Is Fo Mo here? Fo Mo? Okay, after that, it would be Rick Eckerly. Okay, Megan Gruposo is co-founder of Neuronautic Press. Her publishing credits include her handbound chapbook, Bouquet from Neuronautic Press, and various anthologies. Let's welcome Megan Gruposo.
Happy New Year. Tree Sutra. You know where you stand. Rooted opportunity, large crown, slender trunk, slender limbs. You are this moment, a multitude of silhouettes. You there on a hill by a path where it's always now. No one knows where you are, and I won't tell them. I'm selfish. From afar, barely framed, everyone around you alive. In a year's time, your image will be swallowed. The same hill against the sky. You'll remain unaware and unconcerned by clouds. You stand where you are as you've stood since germination. It isn't even standing, deeply rooted thing in earth, long elongated branches to sky, bridging sunlight and darkness, vibrating nutrient-rich path. How is it to be a tree? Light's stillness and darkness is hum. Everything lasts in the smallness of your material, cultivating simple being. Abrupt finish is illusion, is a continuing when alone. Nothing ever dies because it was never born. The moon removed, plucked, palm held, masterfully balanced, centering requires intuition. The tune is moonlight and sunrise, the call of flocking rock doves. The tune is cage's silence. I want to hold on. It seems like forever, forever feels selfish. Once picked, an accumulation of stones and pockets is enough to keep me where I stand. Roots grow, days come, I shimmy a sunlit crown. Stones were fabric and roll away, framed by a sky for distant passers-by. You are my favorite tree, they say. What's wrong with being a tree? The call is to walk, is to run, is to move, is to shed bark and leaves and sap, rings defined, fires and dirt, a sprint against wind, a race against a hawk, a newly cut path that was always there as paths are, they only need finding. A moon in my palm, my heart awakens. I run to its rhythm, coming back to sky after mountains crumble, becoming sky as moon crumbles. Nothing lasts and nothing ever dies. The thought of being a tree is comforting. What else could we have eyes for? What else do we have limbs for? Pebbles drop, mud lifts, and dance, and dance, and dance. Thank you.
That was Megan Gruposo, Stevie Klein for Megan Gruposo. And thanks, Megan. Next is Stephen Klett. He is a writer and musician. He has published 2 chapbooks and plays guitar and piano in various bands. Let's welcome Stephen Klett.
Your mind is a rocket ship racing with the things you lack, the things you see, the things we forget. Lost in the woods, we follow the river near the rock quarry, finding an old drawbridge overlooking a sand dune. I miss the earth. I miss the rocket. I miss the presence of a blue speck outside my window. This beautiful new planet is lost without love. We say this all the time. We say it and we breathe it. We say it the way lovers do. The parts of my brain that are here are lost in the atmosphere under our 2 moons. We lose ourselves. We float above the planet. It's something else. It's far away, distant. It's designed to take us away. We wouldn't have known love through zero gravity and isolation chambers. I love you, I mouth, but no sounds come out. And the next one is Open Windows. This is dedicated to the wind. Sucks. You suck, wind. No, it's like the worst thing today if you go outside. So this poem asks the question, why go outside? You ask me to summarize experience and I return with a tiger. I ask you for innocence and you return with a rabbit. There's a woman in a veil on the corner next to the park. You ask me, is she a painting? She moves her head. No, she is merely a young ruin, cold and alone, a mobile statue. It's freezing in January. She mourns the earth. Malamar reminds us of our open windows, of our open eyes, of our shivering skin, of our blue and gray days. We return to our factory of air. The wind pushes against your window, clawing, desperate to come in. And I ask you, why the fuck we ever wanted to go out there? Thank you.
That was Stephen Klett. Let's keep it going for Stephen Klett. Thanks, Stephen. Last call is FOMO here. FOMO. No. Okay, next is Rick Eckerly. I'm trying to read his bio. He was a songwriter since 1972. He is second engineer and session coordinator for Chesky. And he ran 80 shows at Lady Stardust till COVID, and that's who he is. Let's welcome Rick Eckerly.
Yeah, put it up, just in case you can. This is dedicated to 3 people who I lost this year. Rich Masterson, my sponsor for 25 years. Wayne Muscarella, keyboard player and songwriting partner. And just Tuesday night, Paul St. Clair, pedal steel player. So here we go. I will always believe in you. I will always be there. Each time we fall, we answer the call. I'll be there for you. And I know you'll be there for me too. Standing true blue. You are the light that makes the shade. I am the light that's holding every shadow's edge. Breaking mirrors on the sunset sky. I ain't felt this free since the 4th of July. Fireworks like the New York sky. When trouble comes, it always travels fast. You gotta hold on tight till its time has passed. Takes a lot of love and medicine to right the world this far. Facing time's ticking clock, with our dreams and our open hearts, eye to eye, just as we are. I will always believe in you. 20 seconds. I will always be there. Each time we fall, we answer the call. I'll be there for you, and I hope you'll be there for me too. Steady, true blue.
Okay, that was Rick Eckerly. Let's keep it going for Rick Eckerly. Thank you. And, okay, here are readers to finish out my hour. I'm going to call them in advance here. Peter Kozlowski, Dee Champagne, Susan Wyman, and Madeline Artenberg. I know you're all here. So next is a key member of the steering committee of this event, Peter Kozlowski. He has performed at CBGB, ABC No Rio, Bowery Poetry Club, and Cornelia Street Cafe, and he has songs on Spotify, iTunes, and YouTube. And I can't read the rest. But, let's welcome Peter Kozlowski. Oh, music.
We, the people spill our sweat out on the soil and make it grow. Watch our blood run down the rivers to the sea. We, the people, keep the wheels turning, churning out the gold. We, the people, live. We the people see, we the people born to fly, we the people, we will get by. We the people keep on punching back that paralyzing cold, sell our souls and break our bodies on the line. We the people breathe the fire in the desert of the day. We the people rock the cradles through the night. We the people, we have to drive. We the people, we will survive. We the people want no lords and ladies leeching on our land. We the people fancy answering to the sky. We the people want our children and our chances and our change. We the people don't want anybody's jive. We the people born alive. We the people bound to thrive. We people need nobody, no one else to write our rules. We the people just don't think that we are fools. We the people don't need kings and agents tracking down our lives. We the people want what's coming to us right. We the people know our mind. We the people, no more lies.
Yes. That was Peter Kozlowski. Let's keep it going for Peter Kozlowski. Thank you, Peter. Okay, next up is TV Champagne, who's going to host. She's going to host the next hour, and she's also a member of the steering committee of this event. She has performed at CBGB, The Bitter End, and many clubs. Her new CD with her band Blueberry High Heels is called Play It Like Cool. She also paints and has a book of art and poetry, Life of a Kalamata. And please be quiet while readers are reading. They are reading their hearts out, and we can at least be polite.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here today. Yes, I was just speaking to somebody the other day playing at CBGB's in the 80s. And I played at the Pyramid Club, if you remember. I read at ABC No Rio with J.D. Rage. And her and I hung out. Her apartment was on 5th Street. And we also, we did so many things together. So I'm gonna actually read a poem or sing something. But I just want to say that it's been such a miracle to be with all the people throughout my life since the early 80s, since playing The Bitter End in 1985. That's right.
Yeah, he's old.
I just had a birthday, and like I said, it's such an honor to be here and to be with everybody here, but
I've learned so much in my lifetime with music, and I have a wonderful CD. So I just want to say that thank you all so much for your love and support. And thank you, Pete, for having me, and Peter for being fabulous. So I'm gonna, I guess, perform a song from my CD, which is 2 minutes. And I do have some French stuff, but I forgot it. So I'm gonna just sing this song. I saw my very first flower, and you were standing there. The stars, they filled up the sky like rockets in red glare. Sometimes you bleed from a scar the unknown has placed there. If you can't change the whole world. Take a step back and change your own world. I've washed my mouth out with gasoline. We all have feelings like the bottom of the sea. If you can't change the whole world. Take a step back and change your own world. We all have feelings like the bottom of the sea. Thank you so much. Happy New Year 2026. Thank you. Okay, our next reader is
Susan Wyman.
Susan Wyman.
Susan Wyman's the author of Roommates and New York-ish. She's a writer, artist, and organizer. Let's welcome Susan Wyman.
Happy New Year, everyone. The one thing you need to know, if you don't, is that Appleton, Wisconsin is the hometown of Joe McCarthy. The only Jewish girl in Appleton High, 1976. Mary, who dated Daniel, the only Jewish boy, called me for a tutorial. Asked me what to eat, what to wear, did I have a recipe for matzo ball soup. I dated Jonathan, her former beau, a waspy basketball player with premature gray hair. At Sweet 16, I baked my own cake. He sent me a dozen long stem reds. In a white silky dress, I seduced him in the basement of my parents' home. That blistering summer, his mother invited me to their beige stone Frank Lloyd Wright. A size too large, I wore my mother's pink and white dress, the one with the bow. His mother offered me oak Chardonnay. I choked. A piece of meat lodged in my throat. Crimson, I vaulted from the table. Crimson, I returned. After dessert, we walked to my mother's brown Buick. When no one was looking, he pulled me into his lean body. 2 months later, he was deported to boarding school. Junior year, I dated Kevin, a blonde basketball star, until we moved back east, where Jewish girls belong.
One more.
This is called bubble wrap. Instead of buying a costume,
All right, that was Susan Wyman. Let's keep it going for Susan Wyman. Thanks, Susan. Just before we get to the last reader of this hour, I just want to remind you that Ellen is somewhere if you want to make a donation. If you have not, no one is getting paid here, but we have expenses on this room. So if you would make a donation, it would be appreciated. last reader of my hour, and look, it's 5:02. We're on time. Last reader of my hour.
How'd that happen?
Is Madeline Artenberg, another key member of the organizing committee of this event. Madeline's book, Naming a Hurricane from Pink Trees Press, is described as jaw-dropping and irreverent. She judged the 2024 St. Louis Writers Guild Poetry Contest. Let's welcome Madeline Artenberg.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, okay, good.
This is high school sorority. We were 13-year-old high school freshmen from the Brooklyn Projects, good girls with good grades trying to be bad. Carol Karelowitz, the leader of our duo, decided we should try out for the sorority Rho Sigma Tau, headed by leather-jacketed Italian girls, Jefferson High seniors. They chain-smoked menthol cigarettes so strong, their basement headquarters by New Lots Avenue smelled like 100 peppermint patties. We didn't dare tell our mothers about the leather jackets, the Italian girl smoking part either. Every morning before school, Carol brushed her shiny black page boy 100 times. I had the requisite flip. After school, she combed teen magazines, coaching me in the rolling up and down my pleated skirt. I waited all day for Carol Karelowitz's tips for temptresses. Gotta reel them in, she always said. Who knows why Rho Sigma Tau wanted us to pledge? Maybe it was for our smarts, maybe our innocence. Cut to Hell Night 1 month later, dressed as black cats, tails to the ground, blindfolded. We were led on to the number 2 IRT dumped at the entrance of the Prospect Park Zoo. Assignment, beg for car fare, be back at the sorority house by 10. After a bunch of sailors' dimes and trouble, we returned to war whoops and paddles, were taken shaking one by one into the back room, emerged covered in lipstick kisses, sporting shiny new sorority pins and 12 older sisters. It was official. We were in and we were bad. Darlene, the president, the oldest one with the biggest hair, pushed us into the pillow-covered front room with red lights. Soldier Boy and Chances Are played over and over. A skinny guy from Phi Delta bellowed, "Show us why your Greek letters spell P-E-T," grabbing my right breast. Shocked at an unknown hand, I sat down in a corner, too much knee showing. Boys in tight powder blue pants and pointy shoes lined up to dance with me. One cut in front. "Gee, Sal," they yelled at him. He pulled me through the couples, pressed his greased pompadour into my left temple, didn't speak through. 3 Slow Ones by Johnny Mathis. He led me to the corner club chair, draped his leather jacket over us, gave me a hands-all-over lesson in making out 101. Sal called the next morning, first time I'd heard his voice. I grew taller than my mother by sophomore year. Thank you.
Okay, that was Madeline Artenberg. Let's keep it going for Madeline. That's the end of my hour. Pete has some open micers, and the open mic sign-up list is in the back on a stool, and there are many, many more poets, amazing poets to come. So thank you for listening. Next is Pete.
All right, let's give a hand for Thyra Kasky, taking us for the last hour. Come on, you can do better voice. You can hit it already. We've got a whole lot of poetry to go. All right, and we got 3 names. Oh, hang on a sec here. Let me deal with the... Yes, better when it stays in place, isn't it? All right, I've got 3 people on the mic. I'm a little ambiguous on the names here, so I'll call off the best I could figure them out. Shout if you're here. So, Allah, Eichel. Going once, twice, not among us anymore. Apparently someone putting themselves down as, I believe, Aroma. Aruma, going once, twice, not among us anymore. Okay, and Colette Hughes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, so put your hands together for open micer, Colette Hughes.
Hi, everybody. Behind language. When a person with a garden says garden in a poem, when a person without a garden says garden in a poem, when a person with a door says door in a poem, and a person without one says it, when a person with a bed and a person without a bed both write bed somewhere and read each other, then sleep is far away. When I knew I liked Sandy was when a bunch of us were walking home late, me wanting bananas and the supermarket lights already dimmed, but I, not accepting that, sprinted toward the closed doors, when on the ground in front of me lay a perfectly plump banana glowing in the dark. Whooping and yawking, I leapt back with it to Sandy, and when we turned it over and saw the slit from end to end empty, it was by then too late in the moment and in our lives for the magic to be undone. Now we jumped up and down. Both of us knew how to be taken. Claudio, the clear mountain waters of a love remembered, its language a shock to the throat, trickling down, and you're on your knees, rivulets and stone, and something charred catches the light. Not there. Leave the trowel down that hung for years beside the kitchen sink on a cream-colored wall, sophisticated with rust and proud to startle and attract even from the other room. Now sit and practice emptiness, a cream-colored hole where a nail was, where a trowel had made a place that is no more than my past loves are, and no less, a patch of wall, a patch of wall. That's it.
That was Colette Hughes. 3 minutes always comes very fast. No question about it. Oh, Dee Dee is just ready to go, but I'm going to give her an appropriate introduction because that's what she deserves there. So set your prayer to watch to 5 p.m. Dee Dee Champagne is going to take you through the next hour, the 5 to 6 hour there. So let me read off a few names just to see if you're here. Rachel Berger. Rachel, okay. Hello. Okay. Marilyn D. Berkman. Marilyn Berkman, okay. Barbara Clark. Barbara Clark. Apparently not with us at the moment. And Elena Delahant. Apparently not also. And Evie Ivy, I haven't seen Evie. Is she in here? Okay, a lot of folks there. And Chris Jean-Pierre, I know he's here. He's been waiting patiently all day there. So, all right, and many more fine poets to come. Dee Dee Champagne, let me tell you about her. She has performed at CBGB, The Bitter End, and many clubs. Her new CD with her band Blueberry High Heels is called Play It Like Cool. She also paints and has a book of art and poetry, Life of a Kalamata, and she does a hell of a lot to make this event happen. There's a whole staff of us going there. Dee Dee joined us starting last year, and she's been really...
3 years ago.
3 years ago. Okay, see how time flies? I can't remember anything.
That's okay.
I can't remember anything. Okay, so give a especially warm welcome to Dee Dee Champagne.
There she
am so happy to be here to represent you beautiful poets. You all mean so much to me. You bring so much life into my heart and soul. So our first reader, we have Pete. I think you have the list. Peter, I think you have the list.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
But what I want to say.
Game here today. What can I tell you?
That's okay.
Okay.
Imagine counting how many breaths you take in a single lifetime. And yes, some of life's moments can actually take your breath away. Imagine counting how many breaths you take in a single lifetime. And yes, some of life's moments can actually take your breath away. Take your breath away. Take your breath away. Okay, so right now, thank you, and Happy New Year to everybody. Is anybody getting a picture of me with my hand? Okay, our first reader we have is a beautiful reader. I still remember, oh, Dorothy, she's not going to be here, but she says, Happy New Year to everybody. Our next reader is Rachel Burgo. Please give us a warm welcome to Rachel. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Happy New Year. I fear my words are meaningless. My thoughts are lost. I write poetry to remember, to inspire, to help others. Words are spells. Thoughts are energy. My heart is pure. My soul is tired. I am sad. I see, I feel too much. Stop what you don't want. Create what you do. See what you want. Understand what you can. Never hate. Live a life of happiness, but to define it would be hell. Please do not cloud my mind with the past. The remembrance of a time, an ending that comes back to haunt you, to tear you down and make you remember you're human. This will be my last one. Faith is to fear nothing. No man, no fool, no lies. Faith is to fear nothing. No loss, no pain, no hurt. Faith is to fear nothing. No anger, no screams, no cries. Faith is to fear no man. No stupidity, no tears. Faith is to fear nothing. No anxiety, no emotions, no loneliness. Faith is to believe in yourself, to fear no man, and to never give up.
All right.
And yes. Oh, thank you. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. Our next reader is an amazing reader, and she's got books for sale, is Martha D. Berkman. Thank you so much. Marilyn. Oh, excuse me, I don't have my glasses on. Marilyn, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dee Dee. And Happy New Year, everyone. 3 short poems for the season. Winter light. The December moon like us, with a winter florid face, static cloud of hair flying, passes into dry rooms, bag-eyed from staying up, long nights drinking frost-cupped air. She snow powders her face to be pretty, but goes ignored. A fat, familiar auntie, or mistaken for a ceiling lamp, cheating a string of little lights of their power to hasten the return of the sun. Echo. In my mind you are, with me in the sun, as we pause our hike through the canyon for a kiss. What good is memory? Everything and nothing. There was only now then, there is only now. I can't live on the past, food I've eaten or water I've drunk. Yes, I remember your kiss, but it can't bring me bliss now. And its memory holds no more promise of now in the future than an echo is another's voice in an empty canyon. And yet it flows through me like the canyon's memory of the old river or the mountains of the sea. Coming up tomorrow and Saturday, the fiercest, meanest moon of the year. Wolf moon. This is it. The false sun that exists only to reveal the dark. You're it. I'm it. Run and hide. Rush in desire and despair to commit and be committed. To break vows and have vows broken, like politicians' promises from just months ago, like shells scattered.
So much. That was absolutely beautiful. We have Barbara Clark, which Heidi will be reading for. And we don't want to forget that we have books from Rachel Berger. So here we have Heidi reading for Barbara Clark. Thank you, Heidi. Please come up. Thank you so much. Barbara Clark. Barbara Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee Dee. Happy New Year, everybody. So I'm Heidi Russell, founder of International Women Artists Salon, and I also publish his works. And Barbara Clark is one of my artists, as well as a dear friend. This is her book on Amazon. I have a couple with me. She wanted me to read this particular poem that's quite poignant for this age, even though it's a little bit sad for New Year's Day, but she wanted to get the message across. 1939. In that summer of 1939, I am sitting on the beach, waiting for the chills to shiver out of my body before I run under the waves. I look back. All is calm in my peaceful world. It is not yet time for the bodies to wash onto the beach, for us to swim between the charred wooden planks floating to shore, the sailor's clothing clinging to splinters on the boards, death's distress signals. The milk of human kindness is not yet sour, though Europe is souring on itself. This is my last hot, safe summer. Looking back, I run again and again into the water, diving, waiting for one great glistening fish to meet me. Instead, a ribboned jellyfish comes and stings. I do not retreat, but dive deeper and twisting on my back, go under watching this phosphorescent creature skim through the waves before the sweeping tides throw it on the sand. While Europe mobilizes, the sand runs through my fingers, and I wonder if I will ever meet again the monsters of the deep. Go out so far where danger lurks, and trust the sea will hold me in its hands, and trust. And I remember when the music stopped and the chaotic voices covered the air, my father yelling, "Swim, come swimming, swim for dear life. Let me show you how." Doesn't he see the dead tide in their clothes drifting in the wave on wave from the open sea? Everyone laughs. It is night in Poland. He's laughing, close to tears. He will again miss another war. So close to us, the sun is ice white. The jellyfish bleeds its colors into the sand. The day is moving on, and all of those deaths are waiting. Thank you. A few seconds left. No, that's it. Okay. So anyway, she does have some positive, very heartening with philosophy, Greek mythology type poems. So do check her out. Thank you so much, Dee Dee. Everybody.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, that was so fabulous. And she runs such fantastic shows and venues in the East Village. So we had a cancellation, Elena, but we're going to have Sam come up and read. She is a fantastic poet and artist and stuff. Sam Cohen. Let's bring her up.
Midnight penumbra. At the height of the darkness, or just before it fades, or is overtaken by increasingly bright, the struggle of what can be seen and why I need to know vacillates. Like pinning down shadows under interrogation lights. The first day of the year, the beginning or the end, a day of calm reflection, trying on different faces, different perspectives, seeking clarity or something more to call home. As others seem to meditate on mantras, the foreign sounds holding chakras and balancing energies of the universe. Sounding so serene and astute, I whisper my small plea to the silent wind. Let the old me crack away, allowing something more to shine through. I watch my rolled up body crumble, hoping there is something sturdy underneath. And this one I wrote yesterday. Beginning, end, or in between. The cusp of importance, days like this feel like by right they should be more significant. National holidays, spiritual awakenings, some kind of growth. The torn edges of the year crawl with constant uncertainty, boastful and underwhelmed by any planning. And after so many years, bored by my trying, expectations blunder, plundering down this annual river that flows to the next, becoming oceans of our lives, under waves wavering high and low, our rotation and revolutions blur, with the great intentions or epic expectations. Peering through my simple, passive sockets, overthinking is laughably ineffective. As the season's sun smirk has already conquered this new dawning. Delineated investments. No. Sam Cohen, 2 M's. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Kyrie eleison, dona nobis patris. Kyrie eleison, dona nobis Okay, now we have Lisa Mora, our great, fantastic poet, theater, fantastic poet. Here we go.
Happy New Year, one and all. I'm glad to be anywhere. I'm fighting cancer. I've only got one vocal cord that's working, so please bear with me. All right, I'm going to start with a bit of doggerel, a very simple, important stating of the obvious. In clashes with fascists, never stop to debate. You can't reason with Mr. Hate, for you and I know he gave up thinking long ago. No, instead use your head. Good people stand with pride, form a tide. Help history sweep him aside. All right, this one is called Darkest Moment. 3 o'clock in the morning, dawning, rambling, mad gambling, mind cascading, evading, raving, racing, chasing, what? Totally off, going forth. In glancing, dancing, disordered directions, making its own pinball selections. Strangling, banging, tickling, tackling, rocking, jockeying, slamming the machine, dabbing the machine. Cheating, self-defeating, but rules are for fools when playing against a louse of a house, an adverse universe, now moving in reverse. Bereft of ideas, only fears, amalgam admixture of tears, fears, years, shit, I have to pee. And yet, no epiphany, not coming, no creation, nope. Revelation ain't slumming in tired brain cells. No bells, no ringing, no angelic singing, gleaming in fevered ephemeral dreams. No cartoon light bulbs overhead. No signs from the other nearly dead. Instead, dread. No matter, a scatter of unbidden, murky thought that ought to spell gravitas. Your us. Cancer offers no bonus point answer. That thieving, deceiving invader, raider. No mysteries or age-old questions laid to rest. I'm here to attest. No consciousness streaming, teeming with memories of artistic triumphs past, nor alas, shiny new ones arriving in last gasp, fast, not slow before I go. Just the unavoidable void, annoyed at my spittle as I attempt to belittle its inevitability with my quark in the dark artistic sensibility. Unhappy leavings in the dust, just this crappy groan of a poem I swore I'd never write, breaking my oath. Leastwise you can quote, not much self-pity. No, the lights will never go out, not on my city, not epitaph, but a path for others to find. Not quite as blind as I was going in, as I go out with a longing whisper, not a shout.
Thank you. Our next reader is Bonnie. We have Bonnie and then we have Spoda. Okay, Diane, please welcome Bonnie and Spoda.
Happy first day of mayors are on. Mom Donnie, yay! Okay, well, I guess I'm the only one that's oh God, can't see, okay. Watching and drinking. Watching for headlights, watching hoarders and rote sex, watching you through a space between my fingers, watching a woman hunched over a wheelie valise, watching the sea, watching dissecting your every move, watching you sleep, watching as the dream drifts, taking you with it, watching you breathe, watching snow fall down the air shaft, watching the yellow drip. I feel you watching me, watching something huge and beautiful about to happen, watching the guy dig into his back pocket, watching myself from a distance, watching people going in and out, watching Errol Flynn make sport of Basil Rathbone, watching flickering images in your telling, how they grabbed you, threw you on the couch face down, cuffed your hands behind your back like a beach seal, drinking against their fate, in it together, drinking and playing. Who knows what she'd been drinking? Dark brown drinks, up all night drinking, laughing, sometimes dancing, drinking and brooding all night, drinking water and cranberry juice in front of the TV, drinking blood from a skull. She has a drinking problem. She says she'll stop drinking. No drinking. She isn't drinking. Goes back to drinking and feels much better. I am the woman with the white hair. I am the woman with the white hair. I am the woman with the white hair in the bar. I am the woman with the white hair in the bar alone. I am the woman with the white hair in the bar alone on Saturday night. I am the woman in the white hair in the bar alone on Saturday night without a bra. I am the woman in the white hair in the bar alone on a Saturday night without a bra with a torn off the shoulder boat neck. I am the woman with the white hair in the bar alone on Saturday night without a bra with a torn off the shoulder boat neck and cut off shorts. I am the woman with the white hair in the bar alone on Saturday night without a bra with a torn off the shoulder boat neck and cut off shorts, drinking a beer. And the next reader is Diane Spodarek.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Grieve. The fish flies hatch from the lake, fly around, mate, and die. In the morning, thousands of their oblong bodies have morphed into translucent skeletons, still clinging to the windscreens in the cottage windows. In the secondhand store, now called Vintage, possessions of the dead compete for my attention. Take me, take me, take me. I smell despair. Mine or theirs? They've come to take my mother. My caretaking days are over, but there is still more to do. Donate the hospital bed, her clothes. Return the morphine to the hospice nurse. Grieve. Now, all the hours of the day are mine, day and night. But I don't know what to do with them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been such a beautiful evening with all these lovely poets and their reading. So our next reader is Evie Ivy, if she's in the house. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi folks, it's nice to be here. Yeah, to be here on this cold day, but it's just another day, and what, the first day of 2026, at least we're here. Anyhow, I'm gonna read one poem, and it's called The Beat in Our Minds, and well, I'm not gonna get into, since it's only one poem, I'm not gonna get into the inspiration for it, but here goes. The beep in our minds. Let the beep come. What is that in front? Let the beep come. What are you doing? Beep, run. Remember, you need beeps. A beep to know what must be run from. Don't go there or stay there. Danger, a beep in our minds to ward things off. We need the scare beep to be awake. See what we foolishly are about to step into, thinking beep, there's love and goodness. A beep to get our big deer eyes into the real from all's good and forest green foolishness. A beep to scare you from danger. May the beep beep, beep be with me and also with you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Our next reader, you can't get any better than this. He is so amazing. I mean, could you imagine tripping on LSD for like 20 times in a row? Anyway, here we are. Here we are. Yes. He's going to announce. Yes. And we have the one and only.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Who am I?
Aren't you reading the
You have your, so many names.
Okay, so I want to wish everybody some happy horizons for the new year, and may we all outlive our troubles. I've seen the best minds of my generation destroyed by Donald Trump. Needless to say, about politics, the man of all treasons. And anyway, so I figured I was going to do a real serious poem, but I don't think you're in the mood for that. So I'm going to do a funny poem, okay? The name of this thing, oh, you know, since it's New Year's, everyone reflects on their life, and you know, the millennials are turning 40 now. Which makes me say, don't trust anybody under 70. For lots of reasons. But anyway, this is called That's the Way It Is Sometimes. So I invested in beauty. But beauty was caught up with its own council of style agents, surface images, and specious facades. So I did a fashion makeover for my mind and slipped away. Which is when I met up with Miss Mindfulness, who was only too aware of my mindlessness, and she slipped away. But I persisted in investing in genius. But brains were broken by beauty's ghost, and in an act of existential becomingness, I transcended the relationship. So then I invested in sophisticated personality disorder, but she was too sophisticated with everybody but me, so I am personally cut out. Then I invested in creativity, but she betrayed herself in an act of greed for fame and fell for the illusion of charlatans, so I dropped back and let the passing facade pass by. So then I invested in soulful shamanistic spiritual types, which was until Miss Catalyst burst on the scene, disarming everyone's game plan with creativity and fun, which led to a musical chairs of affairs and everybody got lost. So I reached out for friendly talent, but they were always busy rehearsing their act, which did not include me, so I made tracks. So I invested in playfulness, but there was no one left to play with. So I invested in the stock market, and I made a killing, and all my dysfunctional girlfriends returned to me. Amen. Do I have any more time?
Jennifer Juno. Okay. Moving right along, we have Peter Mara. Let's welcome to meet a great writer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dee. Thanks, everybody. It's good to see you. I'm going to read two pieces from my upcoming collection, Autopsy of a Body Double. The first one is called A Brief History of Evil Dolls. Whispering inaudible, Solomon, accountants are sent on time. We meet on stories beyond lines, a cure for Saturday evening in the stratosphere shadows. So absorbed to continue to suck at the surgery and radiation for the cult of advertisement. She helped the dogs while graciously fucking her lover. Groans. These individuals are marked by the biochemical game, the Magdalene virus, licking the spoon, relishing the final remains of the dead drug. Submissive as she was, she scribbled electric words around her mouth. Activity ecstatic, a soliloquy for the muscles. Torn and tattered, 7 dogs tingled as the neoplastic tourist approached. From the Hotel of Permanent Parting, where Gloria Vanderbilt models were stealing belongings from impoverished families. Removed soundtrack due to the infections, prayed to the throne of Isis in the factory. Ask about how jigsaw scarabs keeping the beat. Photographed by vengeful animals of uncertain origins. Hot makeout for the mannequins. She screamed and screamed again as she worshipped the anorexic saints. Watch me, massaging the heads, whatever happened, something for me again. Took about an hour to polish and 10 seconds of satisfaction. Drug sick bitch, you like it, see it? The oracle says, you don't understand, grandchild of Altamont. Jeering and shouting, it breaks the line of shadows while withdrawing, redrawing, and repenetrating. And she got all dressed up for a party, a parody of Catholic initiations, a strange turnoff, entranced by the centrality of the eye. Restored the soundtrack. Next one is called, thank you. This next one is called Case Study, an interview with a catatonic schizophrenic about her resume. A megalomaniac texture that tastes delicious. Everything represents the brand. The behavior has gone since the late times died, presenting 3 patients that they heard in hallucinations, oblivious of the environment. How are you and what happened? Don't you feel like shaking hands with me? The alias of the extraterrestrials led to automatic obedience, business as usual. When her head is gone, resting behind confinement bars, occasionally murmuring or whimpering, we feel much better in plague-infested suburbia, ravaged by hate, gauging her arousal in the low light as they watch the monitors, a feasibility study gone wild. She flashed on familiar images, the crucifixion of James Dean and Sal Mineo, among others, to the mutable sins of cruising rough trade. Just a rumor, it's just a rumor, an arborescent skeleton sprouted in the abandoned fields. She flashed on a familiar image, her extended family fading away. The faded handbill jolted memories. Nowhere so glamorous a floor show, dozens of women saucily costumed. Never a cover charge, fine food, moderate prices. Broadway at 48th. Thank you.
Thank you so much, that was fantastic. Okay, now we have Chris. Are you available right now? Yes, Chris, yes. Oh, he's an amazing writer, everything he has. Please give us a warm welcome to Chris. Thank you.
Neptune. The rain constantly pinched my exposed skin from my face and arms as I ran back in the boat and came back out with a net, and I immediately held out in front of me and wait in the cold, shivering, hoping the boat doesn't sink. The wind picks up speed, rocking my boat. My Oakley visors were rattled loudly. I winced as I staggered step by step in my high-tech boots with cleats and spurs, stabbing through the dock. Inside, I sat on the bench and checked the net and noticed the pieces of fabric were ripped off. I place the clusters of small diamonds on a steel scale. The reading shows 100 pounds. I got up and walked towards the plastic measurement chart plastered on the wall. Wait a minute, I said in my helium voice. I pulled out my TI-84 from my NASA suit and calculate 2265 times 100. After I press the equal button, my eyelids gradually open up, my solar plexus loosen up. Initially, everything felt right with the world, especially Neptune. I just got a jackpot, was what I've written from my journal as I steer away with the helm and head back to my spacecraft by cutting through the slushy sea covered in vapor that's slowly rising on a planet that has no horizon. Poem.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Our next reader is Peter. Do you have the list? I'm so sorry.
Peter Lamont? Billy Lamont. Billy Lamont.
Billy Lamont, come on, get up and show us your work, please. Thank you so much.
Just had a new book released, Peripheral View, Soul Songs for the Strobe Light Generation, 2020 to 2025, so I'd like to read something from that for you. Peripheral View. We are slaves of passion, tied to one another by habit. And friends are people with the same hang-ups. Friends are people with the same hang-ups. And poetry is therapy, friends hang-ups. Poetry, therapy. Poetry is therapy. Poetry is therapy. Flattery, 666. Word slit skin, subtly, bleeding, deep conviction. Flattery's intention. An emotional vampire, suck your blood, drain your soul, feed off of your desire. Your naked beauty lies in the bed wrapped in barbed wire. You say, don't tell me who I am and what I am feeling. A spirit shrieks in the night, desperate, desperate, desperate for healing. I know what it's like to be dead, I said, long ago, remembering, remembering, remembering. If a baby is not held, it will die. And so I lie, holding myself and admiring you until I whisper true agape love. Please, please, please ignite the fire. On fire with spiritual love and carnal animal lust until skin is punctured by the rose's briar. Now the pure white sheets run blood red and I am left alone, needing. My soul lies bleeding. A distraction can lead to a deception, can lead to destruction from emotional vampires. Thank you, I'm Pope Billy Lamont. Love, life, and peace to you. Thank you, Petey. Thank you, Pete Dolack, for including me. Thank you, Steve. Hello, because I'm looking forward to our audience. Thank you.
Thank you, that was absolutely amazing. Now we have a fantastic poet, Elizabeth Morse. Please give us a warm welcome. Thank you.
Happy New Year. I have books. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Advance to Boardwalk or Park Place, going clockwise around the board. Luckily, you pass go and collect $200. Everybody plays Monopoly. whether they know it or not. Some say the business news is frightening, but it must be read. Someone has to control assets and prices, not to mention rejoicing in the bankruptcy of others. Or do they? Advance to the Reading Railroad. It's an airline now, and many air traffic controllers are gone. Saves expenses. Safety? Who cares? Better to be a billionaire that way. The objective of the game is owning everything. Tax the winners? Why punish success? Losers can't make anything of themselves. Budget wisely, work hard. Bootstraps included. It's not the free market the way they think, or the way the Wall Street Journal tells it. Monopolies, duopolies, trusts. The guy selling halal food on the corner as real competition. Rent is due. Final credit card declined. It's $6,000 a month now. I can't, I say. I just don't have it. The landlord says, "What do you think this is, monopoly money?" Now I advance to homelessness? No, but I only get $200 a week, only when I pass go. It's not a living wage. No, I can't budget better. Rent is too high. It's just an apartment, not a green plastic house or red plastic hotel. What do? I borrowed enough. Credit cards are maxed out. Go to court. The landlord has better legal representation. But there are holes in my ceiling and plumbing that overflows. I could withhold rent for that. Greed fuels insider trading, union busting, exploitive labor practices. Plutocrats win the game. Corporations are people now. It's always Wall Street, never Main Street, or God forbid, the Bronx.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely fantastic. We'd like to bring up Barbara Solsky, who is also a fantastic musician and poet, of course. Thank you so much. Here we are, Barbara Solsky.
Thank you so much to Dee Dee, and thank you to Pete Dolack for inviting me to read. These first two actually became spoken word pieces from the Barbie and the Complex. That's the name of my band from our album called Sky Rivera. The first one's called Sweet Cellophane Heart. Sweet cellophane heart, shrink-wrapped, protected, muffled in velvet. But inside the cardboard, ticking like an alarm, a soothing rhythm lulls the unwary. In her heart he was too precious to hold, too precious to know, but she tasted sweet burning cinnamon on her tongue. Burning sets off the alarm. Red cellophane flames burst through the cardboard, shattering the shell in sharp, jagged pieces. The red candy daggers pierce the tender heart, too precious to know. Thank you. The next one is the title track from Sky Blue Mirror. He was lucky in love, but cursed with honor, resisting the privilege of owning two hearts. One was his angel, snow white and silent, pale and beneficent like the moon. The other, a sprite, rose red with mischief, bright and forbidden like the sun. and they both loved him dearly. It's a bit unclearly. Not what he was, but what he could be. Not what was shown, but what there should be. A sky view mirror. And he looked to the sky, but found no respite for his wandering mind and divided heart. While his forehead was bathed in cooling glow, his body was lavished with glistening oils. But he forced for the pleasure of indecision and still craved the safety of appeased conscience, while the cold, weeping moon froze slowly in sorrow, and the scorn-sudden sun was consumed in desire. Thank you. This one is for my friend who passed away. I'm out of time. Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate being here. Barbie Fox and the band. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And you know, it's so important that we help each other and bring out the best in everyone. So, like, when I bring out a poet or a musician, I want everybody to listen to them. So our next reader is Miriam Stanley, and I love her to death because we used to go to her backyard reading for Michael Graves that I started reading with him back in 1922. But here we are, Miriam Stanley.
Okay, everybody, time to listen. Hi, Thad. All right, chasing what is gone. Sometimes you pursue peace after it's left the station. Running behind, you yell out, but nobody hears. You try too late, like a lover in a doomed romance. And soon God draws down his curtain. Happiness rots inside your knapsack with a change of clothing. You did not think of peace until you found out about war. When the sacred was throttled by the profane. When friends began weeping into pillows and the sun lurked behind ash in the sad, sad sky. And the scared ran around clutching whistles as speech hid behind secret signals and surreptitious nods. For peace was ignored until it's not. Like a beautiful housefrau or a well-behaved child, and now you have to chase what was taken for granted. After you were spreading your legs or trying gumbo or bagging that cute little number at the end of the bar. And sometimes I think about my own mistakes. But loss is truly dark matter, impossible to see, but easy to feel. Okay, this is called Joe. Okay, I only have a little amount of time. My mother spoke about the times when housewives told their children what blocks to avoid, what candy stores, what 5 and dimes were not allowed. Gossip had spread with the disease. One child then another got it. Fear plagued the Bronx. From building to building, window to window, clotheslines and rumors stretched across fire escapes, attached one household to the next. My Nana grew shrill with 2 daughters. Jonas Salk did not create a vaccine until the 50s. And now Joe, a poet, my friend, wheezes, propped in a chair. Polio has returned for that second pound of flesh. A wife sits alert on the couch. She writes because he cannot, his hands heavy as dropped fruit. His lips move slow as the tides, while gasping, a verse rise within, sharp, powerful as a Giacometti.
I just want to say thank you so much and Happy New Year to everybody. I wish you the best of the 2026 New Year. Okay, now Madeline is not here right now. Is she here, Natalie? Natalie Rogers, and I'm going to tell you, she's such an amazing writer. She just like is continuous. And then we have Heidi Russell, is not here. But I just want to say thank you so much to all you beautiful people, and we look forward to having you in the next year, and we love you so much. So we will continue our reading, our beautiful poetry reading, music and song, and we cannot thank you enough for being here. So with that said, thank you so much for Peter Dolack for putting this together, and we are here to show our love and support of poetry, beautiful magic, and music. So with that said, our next reader is, am I right, is poetry, Peter Dolack.
I'm scheduled for a little later there, so thank you, Dee Dee Champagne, who took us for the past hour. You guys are allowed to do this there, and so Obsidian will be.
Thank you so much. Such a great time.
What's that? Yes. Yeah, I know, sure. Okay. Always getting these little last-minute details taken care of. So Obsidian is going to be taking us through the next hour. We have one person on the open mic, so we'll bring that person up. And just to give everybody a heads up, Ellen Ogleidel will be leading off the 6 o'clock hour, followed by John Silver, who I believe is not here as of yet. So we may miss him. Lola Rodriguez, who I don't believe is here. I haven't seen her either. Okay, Susan Young. Well, actually, I also haven't seen, so, all right. Gita Enders, are you among us? Gita, apparently not. Okay. George Wallace and Francine Witt, I haven't seen them either, so. Well, looks like this may be a quick hour. Okay, Don Fuchs is here. Okay, I know he's here. And David Lincoln. Okay, so we'll, all right, well, folks will be coming up. So anyway, if you heard your name, get ready, please, then. So Richard Vogt is our open micer coming up, and then we'll go on with 6 o'clock. So Richard, are you here? And he's making his way to the stage. So an alternative welcome for Richard Vogt.
If the shoe fits. I was warned, as a 70-year-old retired widower, I was told to stay away from younger women. But then, I met Molly. Molly was a younger woman. Molly was 69. Laugh. We met as volunteers at a food pantry. Molly was fun, easy to talk to. She initiated walks in the park, and I found quirky movies that we enjoyed, but there were no sparks. Our walks got longer, our chats got more serious. Some embers started to glow. Coffee led to lunches, which led to dinners. Unexpectedly, my best friend Russ came to town with his wife. Before I could ask Molly to join us for dinner, she said, "You've always made Russ sound so great. I'd love to meet him." Dinner with the four of us went extremely well. I was impressed how easily Molly integrated herself into a group of friends who had known each other for decades. Russ pulled me aside. "Molly's amazing. And from the way she looks at you, I think she's really into you." "You really think so?" I said. "Yeah, with all the stuff you've been doing together, I think she's trying you on. You know, like a pair of new shoes. To see if you fit." 2 weeks later, my sister and brother-in-law came to visit from Idaho. This time I asked Molly directly, "Would you like to have lunch with us?" "Definitely," she said. "If your family is anything like your friends, I'm sure I'd love being with them too." Once again, it was as if Molly had known them for years. Her outgoing demeanor stoked a rising flame. Soon after this, I called Molly. "I've told my son about you. He'd like to take us to brunch next week when he's in New York." I feared this might be pushing the family connections too much. I was wrong. "I'd love to," she said. Another delightful meal, but I had a hard time swallowing my food because my heart was in my throat. That did it. As I walked Molly home, I silently rehearsed the suave way I was going to share my feelings for her. We got to the door, and I promptly forgot everything I was going to say. Molly, can I ask you a question?" "Sure, what's up?" Can I kiss you?" Fuck, what a stupid thing to blurt out. So now I'm 70, going on 7. A hard frost plunged through the steamy August humidity. Molly's silence said it all. Then after a long beat, "Richard, I'm not interested in a relationship with you like that." It was that stung. Back in my apartment, I phoned Russ. "Well, I guess I don't fit." "What?" he asked. "You said Molly was trying me on like a new pair of shoes. So now, how do you explain that she wanted to have dinner with you, meet my sister for lunch, and get to know my son over brunch?" Russ paused. Maybe she was just hungry.
All right on time there. There was Richard Vogt on the open, and Obsidian is going to take you for the next hour. Let me give him a proper introduction, albeit a short one. Obsidian, of course, is regularly a host here, and we're always pleased when he's able to host for us there. Obsidian, alias Daniel Canada, has been soiling his hands in novel writing. But not to worry, he's still a poet, sometimes. That's a big alternative welcome for Obsidian!
Hey. Let me get this up. Oh. No pun intended. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Welcome to another year. You're still alive and above the ground, huh? You refuse to go down, huh? So do I. Welcome to the year 2026. And, well, I don't know how many years we've been doing. How many years, Pete?
38. This has been going on since 1995.
Yeah, something like that. Well, yeah. I was younger man clothing. The 25th, 26th, 29th, alternative poetry extravaganza. This year entitled Ride the Avalanche. We're riding the avalanche whether we want to or not, right? So give yourselves a round of applause for making it here. Thank you for all showing up. I'm your host for the hour. My name is Obsidian. Don't ask me what it means. I got a list of readers coming up, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call your name. If you're here, say hey, or whatever you want to do. Ellen Og Lytle. Thank you. And if I pronounce your name incorrectly, please let me know, okay? That was correct?
Yeah, I like it.
You like it? I like the way I said it. Okay. All right, John Silver. Not here? All right. Lola Rodriguez.
Also not with us.
Susan Young, Susan.
Susan is an area there.
We're taking a list, we're checking it twice. We're gonna find out who's been naughty tonight. And we're not gonna invite you anymore. I'm just kidding. Okay, all right, so keep in mind, everyone has 3 minutes. 3 minutes is 180 seconds. It goes by fast. In fact, I just finished wearing out my 3 minutes. If you go past the time, you're gonna get, yeah, ICE is gonna give you that signal, dee-dee-dee-dee. And then if you keep on talking, you're gonna get the flag raised. And then if you keep on talking, you're gonna cut off the sound. Okay? That's what we do. Everybody smile a little. Does he mean it? All right, so keep it under 3 minutes, please. And we have a whole list of poets, so let me keep moving. So we're going to go. Is George Wallace here? Okay, all right. The first reader, Ellen Og Lido. Her bio. Since. No bio? Oh, sure.
Waiting on
Why'd you give it to
bio.
me? Why did you give it to me for?
Just readers are allowed to change their mind.
All right, Ellen Og Lido.
The bio talks about my accident this summer, and you can all see it. The early autumn light sprinkles patterns. Its dancing dots cross the potted plants on the front room sill. A veil of shady love, once silent, is now a shimmering ensemble. And yet, sitting on the couch, I can't touch the couple. An absolute tale from childhood rolls on and into old age. Lumpy like tapioca pudding, set out to chill in a big bowl. I can't touch time either. Not when he spent life as a painter ordinaire, and mine spent less diligently as a writer who clocks time. And mine spent less diligently as a writer who clocks light. Light that has its way with me each day before late darkness covers, knowing autumn skips before it sings. This is from a file of love poems. Night visits. I sense he's here in my bed, underneath twisted pillows that are moist with sweat. In baking heat, the perfect doughboy, rolled and tufted under my chest, stuffed between my thighs, yet refusing to rise before, whoosh, it's morning, with taste, I suspect, that's closer to death. So 3 orange children, and this was done just after my accident. So wish we had had a big house to leave them. My 3 children stand on the edge of an orange earth, each one silhouetted on a night that races around the moon. I watch from the hospital bed, where after a great fall, I hit a concrete floor like a sack of hard-covered books, then scraped off the gray vinyl and onto a stretcher. I'm headed for a place I can't understand, and somewhere great doors part like the stomach of summer squash and spit seeds onto my dubious flesh. Epilogue. Dreadful was the din of hissing through the hall, thick, swarming, now with complicated monsters. And that's Milton from Paradise Lost. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Another round of applause for Ellen. Thank you very much. Thanks for keeping on the 3 minutes because we have a lot of poets to go through, so, you know. I'm going to read 3 more names. Let me know if you're here. Gita Enders. Okay, right there. I got you in a minute. George Wallace?
I haven't seen him.
Okay.
Same with Francine.
Francine, same thing. Okay. All right, so our next speaker is Gita Enders. Now, wait, we have a. Do you want me to read your bio? Oh, okay. People give me bios. Don't read it. Okay.
Hey Pete, how's it going?
Gita Enders, pronounced Gita. The G is a hard G, like the G in the word go. So I guess I gotta say Gita. Gita Enders. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Why is the G pronounced hard? Why?
It was given to me that way.
Okay, okay, all right, okay. I'll ask you that further on that one. Okay, is it Middle Eastern? Indian. See, I knew I was getting somewhere with that. Okay, gotcha, sister. Okay, Gita Enders has been writing creative nonfiction for 50 years. That's impossible. 50 years. She attended New York University creative writing programs and has a smattering of publications. Let's give a nice round of applause for Gita Enders.
Thank you, Obsidian. This is a hopefully 2.5-minute excerpt from a longer piece. Now is probably a good time to mention that George and I divorced in 1995. I was already, as always, annoyed at the post office. I worked from home Wednesday waiting for them, spent Christmas eating candy and lentil soup, and watching the YouTube algorithm feed me plastic surgery videos. Friday, I worked from home and waited for them, and now I was there. Window 10 was package pickup, and the woman behind the counter saw me, slammed down the window, and walked out into general population. I looked for a bell to ring, realized that was ridiculous, and resigned myself to just waiting for any interested party. A clerk slid up to the window and asked me for my tracking number. I should have been ready. While I scrambled through my email, I gave my name and address. By the time the clerk came back with a partner, I had found the tracking number, but she was at a loss. Maybe, she said, it went back to the main post office. Another clerk, Ashley, on her name tag, came up and started banging assertively on the computer. That package was delivered on Wednesday. No, it was not. Yes, it was. They left a notice. Oh, wait, it was delivered Friday. No, it was not delivered, and they did not leave a notice. Well, you're going to have to call a supervisor. Do not use the post office for anything. They gave me a 212 number for the supervisor. Are you telling me to call someone in this building? Can't someone go and get her? Get him? These are my husband's ashes. Ashley's face went white. She whirled on one toe and immediately came back cradling a box. George, she said. I was dumbfounded. How did you know? She held out the box. It was addressed to him and me at my address. I am so sorry. We keep ashes and certain perishable foods in a special place. She came around and hugged me. My condolences. I am so sorry about George. I picked up the box. In bright orange letters on all 6 sides, it said, cremated remains. George. I threw him in a fresh direct bag and bundled up to go. It had stopped snowing. When I got home, I opened the package. A smooth white cardboard box slid out. In the box was a turquoise plastic container with a tag. I closed the box with a sigh. They had promised a wooden box. Now I'll have to get something presentable. Kind of cool having George in my bookshelf. After 2 months of him floating around, saving him literally one day before his city burial at Hart Island. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Gita Enders. Thank you very much. And thanks for keeping it within 3 minutes. We know it's not easy to do. It's very hard to do. It takes actually practice to get your poem within 3 minutes. You gotta say it fast or read a shorter poem. But that's what it takes, folks. But please keep it under 3 minutes so that we can get everybody in and out of here. Okay, I'm gonna read a couple of names. Please let me know if you're here. Don Fuchs. All right. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it correctly too, please, okay? David L. Lincoln. All right. Of course we got Pete Dolack. What's that?
It's actually R, but
Oh, R. That's what do you call those things? Cataracts. Yeah. I'm driving a pink cataract. All right. Okay. I'm gonna throw that in there. David Fuchs, you ready? Fuchs. I'm sorry. Don Fuchs. I said it right the first time. Let me read your intro. Is a Queens-born native performance artist, polyrhythmic musician, writer, singer, engineer, and producer. How you get the time to do all that, man? He has featured in and around NYC and performed at Dan Lynch and Tramps. Oh, I was gonna say, who would have been advertising that? And Tramps Blue Clubs, right? Let's give a round of applause to Don Fuchs.
One Fuchs, two Fuchs.
Edie's still around. She was at this show, so. All right.
They were just lost
The
tonight.
song is not over.
They were just
Having
lost
by the
tonight.
grace of God and a close find of friend just witnessed an iconic event at MSG, home of the champions, none other than the Who headline this show and tell. Got my Who t-shirt.
Lost the mic.
I had to explain to myself why I did not take as many pictures as I normally would have. What held me back? What the hell was I thinking? Self-loathing, like I didn't deserve the experience? Like an SNL Wayne's World spoof? Did I hate my Samsung smartphone picture quality? As the octogenarians, with Pete Townsend leading the charge, are left with only 2 original members from the group formed in 1961, the show initially left me in a state bereft of joy and melancholy all at once. It took me a number of days to process these ambiguous feelings. I knew coming in I was way lucky in that not only the price was right, securing a fucking floor seat, but that the lead singer, Roger Daltrey, would perform after canceling Pittsburgh 3 shows prior. I also wanted to pay my respects to the genius rock guitar pioneer Pete Townsend, who many subsequent great guitarists describe as mentor. My last encounter with the band via MSG was circa 2012 from Closed Circuit, a benefit for those losses at Hurricane Sandy they were helping. Daltrey was in great shape, excellent physically, full of zest, signature microphone tricks, enough for Ed Sullivan to have them on again, even another Shea Stadium performance. I'm going to talk about Ken Breakfast with the Beatles, Dash Up Rock Radio Q104, who said on his radio show the next Sunday morning that he said the Who killed, because he was there. I would almost go that far, except that Ken's homage paid was an audio clip of the classic Who lineup, playing Shea in '67 in suits and ties, covering the Isleys Twist and Shout, paying respect to those mop tops who preceded them at Shea, same cover, same different interpretation. With that video, Theater of the Mind took over. Dasher explains they repurposed American R&B and brought it back to us to become rock and roll. The blues had a baby and they called it rock and roll. I began looking for clues to the Who's MSG performance that night for my lack of self-esteem, I thought. Having a deep appreciation for American R&B as my benefactor David had, I found my generation to be part of that legacy. Happy I was they performed the rousing rendition. How much time? Still someone tugged at my, there you go. All right, if you want to read the rest of it, it's on donquackstack.substack.com. And you'll get the payoff to all this. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Don Fuchs. last name right. I heard you say it quick, I said it wrong. Okay, let's see. David R. Lincoln is next. And oh, you David R. Lincoln? No. Okay. David R. Lincoln, let me give him his bio, is a poet, novelist, and coder living in Queens. Let's give a round of applause to David R. Lincoln.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, organizers, for keeping this going year after year. Our MC, everyone who's involved, we need this. The community is what's going to carry us into like the future that we deserve. All right, I'm just going to go for a quick 3 short poems, under 3 minutes. The first one is called Justice. A retired man on the beach with his metal detector. I ask him what he finds there in the sand. Pennies mostly, he says, showing me the things he carries in a canvas bag. Briefly, I wonder if he might make a good narrator, and would he discover justice in what he finds? Or would he lock it all away in a wooden box and throw the small black key straight into those endless waves? This is Encounter. The bishop on the subway, on his way to a conference of bishops downtown. He's dressed in an ash gray uniform, casual, his collar like a lid around his throat. For one moment, he peers out of the open page, his Bible a blue field of attention at the end of the car. A scribbler is scribbling away into notebooks. The inscrutable thought passes through his bishop eyes. Mincing his lips, he returns avidly to the page, reading those most familiar words with an intense longing, as if for the first time. And finally, the shortest of all, The Stand. No standing any time, the sign said, where I was standing. But I'm not standing, I said. I'm writing. About what? You, I said. I'm writing about you. Thank you.
Another round of applause for David R. Lincoln. All right.
How are you losing?
Righty, tighty.
It's going to do what it does. Then.
Let's see.
That's interesting.
Right, turn it to the right.
Okay, well that's it, folks. You're gonna have to hold the microphone in your hands. Stand and say goodbye right now. Yeah, WD-40 coming in.
No, I looked at the other ones. They're all broken.
You buy it.
The reading was so hot, melted the stand and the podium. Okay, well, let me just keep it going while we're working on the technical difficulties. Please forgive us. The next guy really doesn't need an introduction because we know who he is. I think I met you in, were you at Surf Reality?
Where?
Surf Reality?
Yes.
That's where I met you. Yeah, it was like 1990, whatever, early 90s.
Somewhere.
Back in the day, there was a place called Surf Reality where all of us always, hey, thank you, sir. We used to go and do our let go of some inks and stuff like that. And Pete has been around for a very long time. Oh, now what's the sound?
There's a switch on it.
There's a slide switch on the mic.
Yes.
I was just seeing whether you guys were paying attention. Thank you very much. I met Pete back in the day, and he's been a very constant person on the scene, supporting the poetry community for many, many years. I remember Pete when We first started off at the Bowery Poetry Club. Was that where we first placed?
Oh, no, before that even.
Okay, well, that's when I...
The place that started.
I used to go to Larissa Schmeidel's reunion in the mid-90s. That was my start.
See, I don't remember. You're going to have to put this and make this historically correct. But for the first time I came aboard, we were at the Bowery Poetry Club. We had that.
That's 95 Club Nico.
Nico, okay, all right. Then we went to the New Yorkers, then we went to the this and the that. But Pete has always been a part of that, you know, and we're very proud to be here with you, Pete. We'll get it straight one day, sisters. But,
I co-founded this thing.
Thank you. Thank you. No, but I want to get it right. I was getting ready to do
In a
that.
coffee shop
Bruce Weber.
in Soho.
Yeah.
The two of us decided to do this.
Well, thank
And the
you so
first
much.
one was at Larry Jones' apartment called Cafe Nico.
Okay. Was Pete a part of that then?
Sorry?
Was Pete with it?
No. Pete was a political, very left-wing.
Okay.
Right?
All right, okay. We're gonna have to spend time on this another time. Okay, but I just wanted to let you know how far back Pete's been a part of this program here and supporting the alternative. Now, let's give a round of applause to Pete. Let me give you his background as he wanted me to read it. Sure, sister. Pete is a poet, we know that, photographer, activist, and book author who wishes he could keep all of those balls in the air, but always keeps dropping some of them. He is the author of 2 history books and 1 poetry chapbook. Let's give a nice round of applause to Pete Dolack.
Thank you, Obsidian. Thank you all for being here. All righty.
Here. Oh, is that not working now?
We're good, sir. We're good, sir. It's an honor to play lacrosse with a space alien. Back to life, waking up after hibernation on a different world under earthsat skies, where the green isn't blue, or in the shadow of the 4th dimension, where squares are boxes that leap over the ground like happy dolphins. What if sharks were like dogs and we could pet them, give them some fish and tell them, good shark? The dolphins might get jealous. Then they attack the sharks, but not on our behalf. Save some fish for the dolphins. Save some fish for the cats too. The cat will be your friend if you save some fish for it. You can't go wrong with a good cat. Well, they'll try to eat the shark, whether good or bad. Space aliens don't eat fish. Probably have to bring their own food across those light years because everything here is poison for them, just as we couldn't eat on their planet. We're lucky they breathe oxygen and can ignore the nitrogen like we do. They might be permanently high if they could breathe the nitrogen because we have so much of it, and might spontaneously burst into flames if there weren't so much of it to dilute the oxygen. Wouldn't be good for us either. And a small spark would become a fire. Dolphins would still be happy. No fire in the ocean, but maybe the Cuyahoga River bursts into flames anyway, even without us. Even with all that nitrogen, land keeps burning, more of it every year. Space aliens might be good at lacrosse, but not necessarily able to alter the climate in 3 dimensions, and those are all that we have. Manipulating time and space might be fun if we get to keep dolphins and cats. Well, we should save the sharks too. There's a creature for everybody. Although I've never seen a shark or a dolphin in Newtown Creek or the Gowanus Canal where nothing can live. Perhaps bluegrass would get a foothold in those waterways. Oilways, chemical dumps, let's not get technical here. Mostly water, 3 dimensions, and green grass. Okay, maybe dead brown grass that we wouldn't want to examine too closely. Cats might not want to eat bluegrass, even if they like to travel. Space aliens might not want to eat green grass, or maybe anything colored green. What if green is poison to them? Then they'd be sorry they came here unless they brought their own food. And we dye the lacrosse playing field another color, maybe blue to make them feel welcome, and give them a sporting chance. Blue skies would make them happy. Blue skies tend to make us happy. You have to wonder if our descendants will have any blue skies, or if the grass will be brown and not to be examined too closely. And the space aliens, while happy to have people honored to play lacrosse with them, will wonder why humans allowed their own planet to become uninhabitable when there isn't another.
say, oh my God, Pete's gonna get the flag. Of all people. Let's get this check.
Does anybody have a C-type charger? My phone is running out.
Anyone with a C-type charger? All right. Listen up. I'm going to read some names. Please let me know if you are here. Okay?
Is that like an Android?
Yes.
Margaret Yard.
Sorry.
Okay. Michael Graves. Really? Okay. Nancy Mercado.
She is here.
Okay, so we have Nancy Mercado next. Okay, Jane LaCroix, I see you. Hi, hello, Jane. Okay, and Jane, look, Hobo Bob.
Hobo Bob.
Nah. Okay, all right, so our next reader is Nancy Mercado. Nancy Mercado says, her bio says, Blind Persistence, the history of the Before Columbus Foundation is the latest anthology featuring her work. Go to nancymercado.com for more information about her work and the anthology. Let's give it up for Nancy Mercado.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here. Happy New Year. I'm gonna read a poem that's not a new poem because I saw Mandami's or Mandami, or however you pronounce his name, his speech, and it was so inspiring that I thought I should read this poem. They say that his speech was like a love letter to New York. So this is my love letter to New York. It's New York at 42. 25 years later, New York, and I'm still in love with you, like the husband I've never had, who is patient and tends to me and is beautiful. I see the friends I love in you, New York, and smell our home-cooked meals, taste our arroz con gandules, our sushi and chicken korma, our tortellini and creme caramel, and hear the many tongues that describe what you are, New York City, your pedestrian-ridden streets of men on Washington Heights corners whistling daily at women going by, of frenzied Herald Square shoppers and Soho's privileged class, and hear the many intricate songs of birds flying in Central Park, New York City, and songs of those migrating over your rivers. Grateful for all that you are, for years of lesson learned in Harlem and Morningside, for memories you gave a naive young girl, New York City, of the massive beauty of your skyline. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Nancy Mercado. Thank you very much. In fact, give you all yourselves a round of applause for getting here and showing up and supporting this venue. We're a thin herd, but we're still keeping it going, folks. So appreciate your effort. Indeed. Let's see. Okay, so someone has come. So we're going to put her in now. Susan Young, are you here?
Wow.
Where are you? I heard your voice. Is that her?
There she is.
Okay. Well, Susan, I'm going to introduce you. So, okay. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? I am. Okay. Susan Young is an artist, photographer, videographer, writer, poet, traveling to India, China, the Caribbeans, Belgium, the Philippines, Morocco, and Bulgaria, and what? Io, the moon on Saturn? No. Bulgaria, learning cultures and lifestyles. Let's give it up for Susan Young. Thank you very much.
Having me here. It's been a year since. I'll be reading the same
poem because there's nothing new beyond this, called Lost Blues. I hear jazz riding the subways, no headphones to supplement the wheels turning, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug, chug, chug, chug. Lost Blues by musicians passed on slowly. Dennis Charles holding the burlesque beat to every passing woman, ka-doom, ka-doom, ka-doom. Jerome Cooper mentioning Rosario Dawson's grandmother hatching the roof to drown Jerome's drumming. Roy Campbell mentioning Patience Higgins, replacing him at Lennox Lounge as I watched the girls at the bars chatting to men. Will Cano Jr. beating his old dented sax for not giving him the right tones. Chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug, screech, screech. Jamil Moondog drunk and wanting to party at David Hammond's Dumbo apartment on New Year's Eve. Ornette Coleman losing at pool to a young justice. Hammett Blewett scaring two young girls locked in his loft space. Vern Nix mentioning no gigs tonight. He performed with Ornette Coleman on CBS Live, and next day pushing CBS sets for the next live show. Billy Bang, Rat-a-ting, Rat-a-ting, and Rat-a-ting Vietnam War, and died of Agent Orange. Elizabeth Atnefu mentions I taught Miles to paint. She died and she became homeless, dead for 2-3 years. Chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug. Amare Baraka saying, what will the critics say about my play, Tarzan and Jane? Now, Lower East Side, whitewashed, and, David R. Lowe, only thing for Charlie Rose every night, mentioned once how beauty could exist. Al Loving shakes her Hetty Jones dance steps on the Bowery loft space. Milton Graves gift a heartbeat with no gallery show. And so on and so on. No music, no blues for tonight. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Susan Young. 180 minutes. Sorry, 180 seconds. 180 seconds. Can you believe that? That's three minutes. It's hard to do. It takes practice, right? We're professionals, right? Okay. All right. Another round of applause. Susan Young, thank you very much. Yarrow Reagan came in. I got your note. I'm going to call a name. Let me know if you hear Robert Roth. You here? Okay. Beautiful, Robert. Okay. That's good. Here. Okay. Now, up next is Jane LaCroix. Let me give you a bio of Jane. By the way, Jane's been on the scene for a long time too. I remember her from, I guess we go back, I don't know, Yippee? Was it Yippee?
I was back at New Eureka.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. Well, you know, I'm getting old now, so I can afford to have a senior moment. Jane LaCroix is a featured character in the Poetry Brothel. She fronts the band, oh my.
Home Slice.
Thank you. Home Slice and the Icebergs. 3 Rooms Press published signature play, and Pink Trees Press published spell book of ordinary mistakes. Let's give it up for the one and only Jane LaCroix.
Thanks, kids. My New Year tradition for at least 20 years. So I appreciate you all so much, this community. My poet friends. The responsibility of humanity. Art of reverence. was a grotesque act of disrespect to carve the holy cliff with the faces of the enemies, who are heroes to some, and others think it blessed to send latex bunches of balloons to celebrate with this litter that chokes ocean life and lasts 1,000 years. And catcalls are a compliment to my Dominican women friends, while they offend the white and black is the color of luck in the East and misfortune in the West. So depending on where you were born determines if you think women are dirty when they're menstruating, and if eating with your hands is rude, or if you believe in gods or Allah or Krishna or vaccines or Citizens United or reparations, or that a genocide is happening in Gaza, or that the moon landing was a hoax. And what is the responsibility of humanity if the USA can't pass common sense gun laws or stop AI power centers from poisoning poor people in Memphis?
That's right.
Humanity has no responsibility. Nothing has meaning. It's up to each of us which faces to carve on what holy mountain. And one short one. How are you doing, my friend? I'm experiencing the potent cocktail of middle-age emotions, glimpsing the empty nest and the glorious loss of my ambition, cultivating my feral nature to embark on this third act of the play. I am also setting fire to the house, not to burn it down, but to make it impervious to weather, as a kiln turns clay to bisque. We can only ever trade one fragility in for another. I will glaze it if it survives. If it turns to ash, may the love I have shown with such generosity sublimate the deterioration and yield an entirely new design that can accommodate the amorphous age I am, entering with my pine wand, ecstatic dance, potions, poetry, and tantric sex. Are you with me?
Another round of applause for Jane LaCroix. We have two more readers, Robert Roth and Yarrow Reagan. I will call you up at the microphone. Robert Roth doesn't have a bio, so he doesn't have to introduce them raw. Let's go. The raw, Miss Robert Roth.
I'm going to read a very short section from a book I wrote with the great writer Myrna Nieves, and talking about riding the wave with her creative energy was really a very gratifying and great experience. And the book is called The Dreamer and the Agent, and it's about a world-class dreamer who has a huge following and her agent who's always trying to find ways to market her overwhelmingly great abilities, and then they wind up in very interesting situations. And it's in the form of email exchanges. So I'm going to read one of Max's, the agent's, the first part of an email that he's writing to Aurora. Aurora, I remember these lines from somewhere, don't remember from where. As I look back, I tumble on a log placed in front of me. It's hard to read. Okay. To look back or not to look back. People have been debating that for ages. Do you learn from the past, or does it just tangle you up in the present? I used to just put my head down and just keep moving ahead. My niece said, you can never outrun your past. It is always there, looming, informing, influencing everything you do. I said, what do you know about the past? You're way too young to be able to be an expert. She said,
I sounded just like her mother, always minimizing her experiences, trying to infantilize her, making light of her pain, thinking it was cute when she found love, and that her heartbreak was no different than any other young heartbreak, and that she would get over it. I told her. It all came pouring out of her. I said, "Don't be so hard on us. This is just your mother and me, and our past talking." She said, "Do you always have to have the last word?" and started laughing.
Now I'm back. Another round of applause for Robert Roth. Last but not least is Yarrow Reagan. All right, Yarrow, let me introduce you. And according to your bio, an outlaw and a poet. That's hard to do. Actually, it's easy. Bust in today from Coney Island, USA. Let's give it up. Yarrow Reagan.
August 69, in the heart of Irish America, Digman's Ferry, while underneath are flip-flopped and sneakered feet, deep, deep in the earth, weeds, herbs, trees, plaited together, miles underground, united, roots tangled tough, fierce, and strong, only to be severed by the lunatic and the brave, as all the unwritten and untold stories, prophecy, Shenos, passed down the generations by word of mouth, old style, mystical, magical rhizomes traveled via Atlantis, from the old sod, the shamrock shore, the emerald isle, into the summertime knotty pine living dining room. Me, my crooked bangs, Woolworth's clothes, and an oval mod eyeglasses. I was brought upon this earth by the rough and the cursed. You gotta be tough. You can't come into this house until you win this fight. Trapped like a lightning bug in a jar, me, a guest in my neighbor's home. I hear the unspoken, the side-eyed glances of the grown-ups. Maybe a teeny tiny drop of my daring giddy blood could rub off on their holy sons and sainted daughters. I was called to sit with, an invitation at summertime Formica dining table. Just a grimy, tag-along girl child, the neighbor child, barely tolerated. On their front lawn, real somebodies they were, unlike the nobody I was then and loyally remain. A plaster donkey carrying turf posed in mid-hee-haw outside the bay window. Their Irish Catholic grandmother, speaking in disapproval, had been dragged from somewhere decent against her will to this filthy, dirty wilderness of highways and gas stations and fed endless hot dogs and hamburgers, ketchup, potato chips, ice cream, mosquitoes and horseflies. Not a decent cup of Barry's tea in the entire country. The elder, the crone, whose bones had been hurting, suddenly stood up. When Bernadette Devlin, her swinging 60s mini dress and long straight hair, stepped off the plane at JFK and right into the Knotty Pine living room in Digman's Ferry, August 1969. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, the grandmother outraged. Holy God, who told her to come to America? Would you look at that short skirt? The bold article, and the ancient one had spoken.
Yo, Reagan! Thank you very much. Genesis, Mary, and Joseph, right? Okay, so my hour has come to conclusion. Thank you very much for spending this hour with me and allowing me to be your host. And once again, I'm Obsidian, and I look forward to seeing you all next year when we're a year younger. And thanks for helping us ride the Avalanche in 2026. Next up is the one and only Pete Dolack.
Thank you. Obsidian did a wonderful job as host. Please give him a big alternative hand. Obsidian hosts for us every year, and we're glad he can do so. We're about to start the 7 to 8 hour. Nancy Mercado, another regular host here, will be your host in the coming hour, which will start mere moments from now. Miriam Stanley is also going to be hosting at 8 o'clock there. She's been announced most of the day there. Good to see you, Miriam. And we're going to go right on till 10, although a lot of people have called in sick, so we may be ending a little bit early there, but probably not much before 10, I suspect. So you can start your poetry clock to 7, and interestingly enough, that coincides with the actual time, which usually we're running behind. But we had a number of folks that didn't show up this past hour. A number of people have called in sick, so unfortunately there's a lot of cold and flu going on, and it's bloody cold out there, as all of you realize coming outside to come here. So, let me just tell you, recap why it is that you're here, even though probably almost all of you know that you're here, but just in case somebody wandered in and says, oh wow, look at that crowd, I'm gonna go in and check out what's going on. This is the 29th Alternative New Year's Day Spoken Word and Poetry Extravaganza. Give yourselves a hand for being here. This has been happening, yes, we all deserve a hand. It's fun. This has been happening since 1995 when Bruce Weber and his partner started doing this. And the first few of these, he essentially did it by himself. And then I remember at the 2000, it was the 1999 event. He said, if I'm going to keep this going, I need some help. So he asked some volunteers. So myself and some other folks, Madeline has been volunteering for a great many years. And in fact, everybody on the staff has been doing this for a number of reasons. Ellen Lytle has been here for many, many years as well, and I don't want to forget anybody here. So I'm going to say all the folks on the staff here in alphabetical order, so I don't want to play favorites. So Madeline Artenberg, Dee Dee Champagne, Peter Kozlowski, Eleanor Glidel, Thad Rakowski, Sue Polo, Robert Roth, and C.D. Johnson takes care of the flyer for us there. And of course, ICE is one of the flag wavers and clockers every year after year. And Ellen and Sue take that on, and Jessica Thazen, who I don't think is here quite yet. She always does the last couple of hours. So there's a whole bunch of people who make this happen. You know, it could never be, what's that, Miriam?
Big Mike.
And Big Mike, yay, Big Mike couldn't be here. He just, he's having some physical problems now, and unfortunately he couldn't be here. Otherwise he would be here. Big Mike's a big part of this, and he's had a hand in some of the past things. So there's no way one person could possibly do all of this. It really literally takes a staff. And also I should give a shout out to Chris ICONICIDE for, what's the 3rd or 4th year in a row?
Probably 4th.
4th year in a row, and videotaping the entire event. So this whole thing is going to be on YouTube.
With start
in days.
With start times for every single performer.
And he goes to the trouble of putting the start time, so you can even look yourself up, or if you heard somebody and says, wow, man, that was fantastic, I really love to hear that again. Keep that person's name in your mind. You can look up and you can actually find out and look that thing. So that's a really big job. Thank you, Chris, for doing that. So we'll call up Nancy in just a sec here. So I'll just do. We got some late news coming.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, and Madeline brings up a very good point with me, so we're going to review what we're doing here, because it is a 3-minute limit, and when we say 3 minutes, we mean 3 limits, because some folks might think, oh, well, yeah, it's 3 minutes for everybody else, but you don't mean me for 3 minutes, do you? And to that we say, yeah, you. So at about 2:45, 2:50, the flag is going to start waving. And when you see that flag waving, you've got about 10 seconds to go. So think very strongly about wrapping it up. And when you hit that 3 minutes, the sound effects are going to go up. Peter's taking a break, otherwise he would demonstrate for you, but you've heard it for some of the recent readers there. So when you have sound effects go on, they go on really loud, they can't hear you, there's no point in going on. And if you do, well, just grab the mic out of your hand. But let's not let it get to that. And no need for that. So, our first reader's coming up here. I'll do this for attendance, and Nancy Mercado will be telling you about you in just a sec here. So Ron Colm will be leading off this hour, followed by Jim Feast, who also can't be with us today because of his own injuries. However, Ron Colm will be reading for Jim Feast, so we will still hear some words from Jim Feast. Chris ICONICIDE and MINDY Manichasevic, who I don't believe I've seen here today so far, and Andre Gritzman. Are you, Andre, are you among? Yes? Okay, good. So those are your first readers coming up. So I'm going to tell you about Nancy Mercado because she deserves a real introduction there. You know, she's been a host here for many years running, and she does a wonderful job. We're really glad somebody of her stature is willing to come here and take on this job. So Nancy Mercado, Blind Persistence, The History Before the Columbus Foundation, is the latest anthology featuring her work. And you can go to nancymercado.com for more information about her work and the anthology. Her work really gets around, and it's very good reading. So a big alternative welcome for Nancy Mercado.
Hi again. Okay. It's all right. Okay, it's a new day, folks. New York City is in much better hands. You know, I sort of have a sigh of relief a little bit, even though the federal government is a shambles, but you know, the city looks like, you know, a little bit better. And Cardinal Dolan, I think was his name, he's gone, so thank goodness for that. You know, they put this other guy in. The Pope is a good guy, okay, as popes go, and he's really a good guy. And he put this guy in who's also a really good guy, who's worked with migrants and knows Spanish. So I'm happy. We got two good leaders in the city. I hope that you know, filters through, you know. I'm really happy about that. I'm happy I'm here in New York. New York is stupendous. Our first reader is Ron Colm, my friend here. Ron Colm is a contributing editor of Sensitive Skin. His latest book is The Bookstore Book, a memoir of Ron's papers. Oh, a bookstore book, a memoir. Ron's papers are archived at NYU, New York University. Welcome, Ron.
Thank you so much. This is wonderful. It's so great seeing everyone. This is terrific. Given what is going on in the world, I tell people all the time, keep making art, because art is something that can hopefully help us go around that corner to a safer, better place. So keep making art. When I used to come into this building years ago, it was to see Andy Warhol lights. There were a number of Andy Warhol people who lived here and I was friends with, so I'll read two Andy Warhol poems. Famed by association, stranded in Spain without any change in his pocket, Taylor Mead asked Andy Warhol to wire him the $100 he was owed so he could fly back home. Sorry, Andy replied, but you got way more than your money's worth simply by being in my proximity. Hope Springs Eternal, or the reincarnation of Andy Warhol's soul. There's a slight disturbance among the potato chips in a pink Tupperware bowl sitting on a wooden picnic table at a Baptist prayer meeting in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Now, this particular disturbance is not man-made, nor is it an act of nature. It is, in fact, the reawakening of Andy Warhol's reincarnated soul. What the hell, Andy thinks a potato chip? I silkscreen Monroe for this. The guys at the factory assured me I'd come back as the hippest thing possible. But a potato chip? Now, it's nitpicking in the extreme, but we should note that Andy Warhol returned as a Pringle, not as a real potato chip, a detail that would have delighted him in his previous incarnation. The afternoon wears on when one by one his companions who had joined him in the afterlife get eaten. Lou, Holly, Baby Jane, Gerard, Bevan, yes, even little Edie, until Andy is the only chip remaining. Please let me come back as a roll of aluminum foil next time he prays, as the shadow of a large, calloused Baptist hand blots out the sky above. I got 2 poems from Jim Feast, who's a really wonderful person. I know years ago, a number of us in this room were among a group of poets. We called ourselves the Unbearables. We used, when New Yorker was on 42nd Street, we would actually pick at them, their bad poetry. And we'd go up to their office, and Sparrow would write these little poems and throw them over the counter, and they actually did end up publishing them. But we would read on the Brooklyn Bridge every fall. We read erotic poetry to people as they were going to and from work and all that stuff. So that was Jim Feast, who was really wonderful, but he just couldn't make it tonight, so I'll read 2 of his poems real quick. Oh, and he called this, and this was, he emailed him, this poem is actually called Ronnie, R-O-N-I, but it has nothing to do with me. It's the title of the poem. The rainforests, droplets bashing in electric lights, and hallways crimped in the multiple pools of notes gushing from bars that are derricks. The way the light hinders her face, freckles, spare spars of darkness. Jan is sick, coated with rain. She sneezed on a window. Then she rushes into the street's open arms. Might not look both ways. Against all this she offers a single tooth of prayer. In the Gita, a guitar tells us that a newborn babe has the soul of an elder, a berry fresh, tender in its purple den, but secret as a raisin, resurrected from many lives passed by compulsion, unless escaping at the highest state, and enters God, which is your goal to reach, if possible, to reach alive. Roni, where you're Xing the street, your graceful pace recalls that of your mother, the rapid, thick patter when she was barefoot. You have her youth, your expression in the doorway, her sheltered under a mango tree, and your noses, not just the water, but the sweat of your tresses. So that's Jim Feast's first poem. The second poem is called Chakunas. Chan thinks of life in Trinidad. A wind bereft of fumes, but perfumes sweet, sweltering, melting in snatches of popular songs that piss over from a matched island on a gale, smelling of water, gum, cinnamon, coffee, and salt. Where the waves soldier designs in the beach, strangely woven as if drawn by meat hooks or tow, at least what the moonlight has when Sita, and Rama make love. They sprinkle the billows with cane sugar, and America is a phony shed, knee-deep in banana peels, the monkey kingdom. Brown eyes closed, Chan lulls herself humming. The only makeup she wears is hidden, a coastline drawn with Brill Rouge inside the lid. That was Jim Feast. Thank you, everyone. Have a great New Year. Please, everyone, be safe.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. Chris, ICONICIDE?
Right.
Is here, right? Yes.
Been here all
I
day.
know, you're the one that's filming, I forgot, okay. Anyway, third generation Bushwick hit the LES in 1986, author of Sick World and Notes from the Exploding Library. I like that title, it's great. 2019 ACRA Award for that, and founder of the bands ICONICIDE.
The Bob Rush Crew and Chaos Matters.
Okay, you could, Chaos Matters. I don't know the other one. You could pronounce the other one. I'm sorry. So let's welcome Chris. He's been here all day, man. He's the one for me.
Yeah.
All right.
Visual aid, anyone remember the Superior Bodega building? Okay. Yes, the Bummer's Crew. TBT, Thursday, April 16th, 1987. Back then, as now, I never had a swarm of friends, and the friendships I had were always deep and strong. That's why I took my friend Ron to see School of Violence at Place CB's January with hordes of Mungo and Jerry's kids. So I figured, what the hell? I'll bring my friend Pete, he thinks he's an elf now, true story, to see Stranglers at the Ritz, where I'd been to see my first show in December, Nausea, Warzone, Leeway, SNFU, and Bad Brains. Stranglers put on an excellent show. We even ran into my old classmate Jesse, whose number I was stupid enough not to ask for. We also met this fella Alex, who was slightly older, who invited us back to his crash pad on the top floor of this building. After the show, he had a few six-packs cold and ready, and we talked up a storm about music, politics, and the fabric of reality in general. I have no idea how much we each put away. All I know is I didn't seem to feel anything in particular. Life was weird enough as it was. Hey, let's go up onto the roof and finish these off, Alex said. And so we did. Then he had another suggestion. Hey, you know what would be cool? Let's take one of these cement cinder blocks and drop it onto the trash cans by the building. So Pete, secret wannabe jock that he was, muscled one up the ledge with both hands and let it fall. Whiz, bang, crash, ha, 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 high five, choke, choke, choke. Boring. That was no way cool enough for me. So I grabbed another cinder block with one hand, stomped to the precipice, looked down, swung it in a wide arc, and pitched it at a passing car. Still bored. Oh shit, 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 shit! That was Alex, or Pete, or maybe both. They were totally losing it, which I found slightly amusing. We gotta get out of here! We gotta hide! Follow me! So back down to Alex's crash pad we went. The other two in a frenzy, me feeling all right with the world. Alex's eyes were bugged out and he was shaking and sweating. Okay, this might be slightly less dull. Alex wailed something about cops! Shoved us into the bathroom and told us to get off the floor so we wouldn't be seen. Pete dove into the bathtub where he sat with knees drawn up and arms wrapped around his legs, shivering and whimpering silently. While I sat perched atop the bathroom sink watching him, Alex shut the lights and admonished us, eyes saucer-wide, not to make a peep. Locked the door from the inside, closed it firmly. Quicker than you could have imagined, there was someone banging on the apartment door. Yup, you guessed it, the cops. We heard Alex let them in, address, yes, officer, no, officer. It's just me, officer. Someone in this building, officer? My God, officer. No, the bathroom isn't working, officer. At that point, a flashlight shone under the bathroom door. What, officer? That's terrible, officer. I hope you catch them, officer. I will, officer. Pete was sitting trembling in the tub, having the quietest fit humanly possible. And me? I started giggling. Because this was actually almost cool. Now ask me again why I don't drink. No pastor, right? Hey, get the water. 3 minutes comes fast. Yes, it does, doesn't it? That's why I spoke quickly.
Everybody gets it. Nobody's spared here. I wanted to make a quick correction, just because, I guess I should. My, whatever it is, my website is nancy-mcardle.com. Okay, there's a hyphen in the middle there. Just wanted to say that. And now the next reader is Obsidian, who is a great host. Obsidian, alias Daniel Canada, has been busy soiling his hands in novel writing. But not to worry, he's still a poet sometimes. Welcome, Obsidian.
Thank you very much. I'll make this quick and painless. This lonely path that I trod, this body bent over steel rod and mesh, fashioned into a man of flesh, scarred with the stylus of time, the unyielding sound of the sculptor's hammer, chiseling my will and my mind, cast into the light of the furnace all too soon, the dross of reasonings brushed aside, no time to cry, for lo, I am born, to pass by noon, the sun so high is blinding my eyes. I bow before its raft, and I say not I am what I am, but that I have no other choice but to descend this path. Rain falls, but yet I am still cold. Fires descend upon the world so old, simmering me like coals from the flame that I once was. A being of light, wrapped tight in the tattered garments of a man. Before me stretches forth the land, the traveler's bags within my hand. And I turn my back to the west, with resolve heavy within my breast, to let my journey begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mindy here? Mindy? Huh? Yeah, I just don't want to say that last name. I'll mess it up. She's not here, right? Okay. Huh? Andre Grisman. I wanted to try to pronounce it the way he did. Physician, poet, and essayist, poems, essays, and short stories have appeared in many journals. He authored 15 books of poetry and prose. Woo! Welcome, Andre.
Thank you very much. This is my first time here. It's wonderful. Amazing. This is the email I got from the HR department in the company where I work. Personal appearance guidelines. Here I am, a tax-paying creature, model citizen, clean, neat, unwrinkled, of appropriate size and appropriate length. I wear tailored pants, not white, mid-cuff and lower. There is no dubious message on my t-shirt. In fact, it's not dubious at all. Just leave me alone. My hosiery worn at all times, and I sport no sheer, clingy, or revealing fabrics, and no open weave knits or denim. My neckline is conservative, and I never reveal my abdomen. Caribbean blue is my elected color. It's not assigned to another department or job position. My adornments not excessive, unsafe or distracting, only 3 earrings per year and only invisible body piercings. My tattoos are offensive only in discreet places. My beard, sideburns, and mustache are neatly trimmed and worn only on authorized areas. And my nails do not exceed 5 millimeters in length beyond the fingertips. I put only a moderate amount of makeup that complements my professional appearance. My body is clean and groomed and leaves no room for the disciplinary action. When I die, I will deserve an appropriate bereavement email from the HR department to my colleagues and a condolence letter to my loved ones approved by legal counsel. There will be a brief, moderately attended ecumenical service in the dining room of the employee cafeteria, after which everybody will proceed to his or her respective stations. Soon afterward, the security department will find my light skin shed in a hurry, glasses, remnants of the beard, earrings, an assortment of ballpoint pens left on the ground in the evergreen shrubs by the employee parking lot. One more short. Domestic paganism. Domestic paganism. My daughter is having her Passover at the Hillel. My son enjoys Easter with his girlfriend. Done?
10 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Okie dokie.
so damn cold outside, man. I feel it in my bones in here. Anyway, John Sanchez here?
Yes.
Oh, okay, John. There you go. John Sanchez says, I'm a lawyer and a writer. That's good to know. I'm going to get his card. I hope my collection, Enjoy a Pleasure Death, arrives before I can enjoy my own in 2026. No, John, you're here.
I have some copies if you want to follow me. Thank you very much.
He has copies he's going to hand out to everybody.
Take one and pass. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I haven't read in a while, so let's see how it goes. And I write mostly fiction, so let's see how it goes with a poem. Rosemary. Clinging to an underground wall, there is a tree in Chinatown. Right there beneath the subway shops, where the squares of sunlight fall across the leaves. I noticed it one day while walking along Canal Street. Spring was blooming everywhere, but I kept my eyes on the ground. Then I saw it. Branches, glossy green leaves, roots like fish gripping dirt, wedged into the wall's cracks. Is that what romantic love is? Growing in hospitable places, a kind of stubbornness, a tree that never learned what flat land feels like, holding itself at a 30-degree angle against the wall, ignorant of other trees, of forests maybe, aware only of its impossible existence. It makes music out of the subway thunder, out of commuter steps, accepts the rat, the roach, even pigeon shit. And offers its gains to those who pass looking down. It remains there until a city inspector decides that it's a fire hazard, a tree accused of flame, or the water rises and files its own complaint. His fate already written, destroyed by law or killed by nature, murdered anyway. Not so different from us, badly in love with that boyfriend called life. A woman came behind me and asked, "What are you looking at?" "A tree," I said, "a rosemary tree." She laughed. "Rosemary is a bush." But I wanted to be rosemary. I wanted to be a tiny mouse climbing the subterranean wall, stealing its leaves to season my food, to turn taste into memory. I already wanted the tree to be something that it wasn't. Not rosemary, but rosemark, I said. A tree that mark us as a foreshadow.
Thank you. John, is Miguel FALQUEZ-CERTAIN here? Miguel FALQUEZ? Okay. Judith Escalona's not here. I know Mariposa's not here because I know what she was saying. Rafaela Martinez here? Okay, great. Yeah, who's? Oh, Judith. I didn't recognize you because you have that big mask on. Sorry. Okay. Judith Escalona is a filmmaker, gallerist, writer, and aspiring poet. She taught filmmaking at the City College of New York, was a segment producer for CUNY TV, and founded the technology-based art gallery Media Noche in Spanish Harlem. Welcome, Judith.
We met before. We met before.
Yeah, many times. How are you? So good to see you.
Thank you for listening to me. Actually, I have 3 poems. 2 of them are really dedicated to my mother. My mother had passed away, and I wrote the poems actually.
Read it to the mic.
Excuse me? Closer to the mic? Yeah. Okay, sorry. So my mother had passed away, and about a few years later, I wrote these 2 poems about her, or to her, dedicated to her. The first one, Time Passing. Mommy died a few minutes ago in 2009. That's it, that's the first one. The second one is In Memory of. A life narrated, themed by one or another, episodic, divided into chapters, making sense, interpreted as such, a teapot tempest, a pitcher of Kool-Aid. I drink, but will only honor the brave, the kind, the loving. I have known. The ending cliche, predictably Pulitzer Prize and dumbing. An absence present, an emptiness full. A suffering lost to all but those she touched. I remember. That's my mom. And then the second one is dedicated to Jaime Davidovich, who was also known as Dr. Videovich and was a pioneer video artist. He was in a hospital when I wrote this, and he was actually really gravely ill. Your ending will not be my ending. Your story was written prior to mine, then storyboarded, shot in video, uploaded to YouTube pseudonymously. A masterpiece, a video worthy a video worthy of art, not imitating life, but exceeding it. Not for posterity, not for critical scrutiny, a finger to the universe, a floating signal, ether-bound, there and there. Dr. Videovich GPS, traceable in the cloud of our imaginations. We mustn't forget. Technology changes, ages out, like the body you forgot. Small, then big, weak, then strong. You know, you think, therefore you are, and feel. My ending will not be your ending. My story was written prior to yours, and storyboarded, shot in video, uploaded to YouTube anonymously. Okay, bye, sorry.
Okay, Miguel FALQUEZ is up next, Certain. He's a U.S. Colombian poet, fiction writer, playwright, and translator. A Roar of Trembling Towers, it is his most recent volume of poetry. He lives here in New York City. Welcome, Miguel. Bienvenido, Miguel.
Going to read from this book. Castel de Lobo, Naples, Italy. When you were taught that creation was possible, that those ingenious fictions from books rivaled the fabulations of an absent God, you found in the thorough preparation of threads the ultimate pleasure of the hermit. With precise skills you imagined the multiple possibilities, and you laid out the loose threads on the loom, the meticulous reverse reconstruction of the timelines. The anxiety that kept you company in your daily life disappeared in the face of the original rhythm. the extraordinary arrogance of the Almighty would delete the blunders and with hindsight would conceive the perfect denouement, the knot of the plot, the unfolding against the stream of obstacles, unity and fable, of reversals and ignorances, of motives and of different worlds of the various characters, until you get back to the beginning, the exact moment of the incident that incited the conflict towards the middle of the scheme. Now you frantically unravelled the scroll, and smooth out the rough patches, going over your own chain, that subtle and delicate sequence of events. The agony of the ending is projected back to the beginning, to the viewpoint of the yarn, and once you finish your work, you rest. Virgil's egg supports in perfect balance your enchanted castle. Thank you.
Our next writer up is Adriana Martinez. She performed at the New York Poets Cafe, Bronx Net TV. She's a panelist for CUNICIDE, published in the Latino Book Review, and recipient of the Grace C. Croft Memorial Prize for Poetry. Welcome, Adriana.
Hello everyone, Happy New Year's. Thank you for having me. My first piece is called Armoire. It's after With a House For by Doris Salcedo. I once lived in a place of laughter and pancakes. We didn't have much weathered, moldy furniture passed down through generations not our own. Off to the side of the alabaster plaster wall sat a splintered armoire. All it needed was a little elbow grease and laughter. Some people who haven't known poverty call this rustic. She was chipped, rough to the touch. I loved her. But he, exasperated, claimed to require more than we can give, time we did not have. You see, it costs too much. I couldn't bring myself to toss her at the curb. Instead, I moved her into the shed, hid her under painter's cloth, hung eucalyptus to dry off her. Weeks gone by of pancakes and giggles, the alabaster plaster wall was just that, a wall. Bare, perhaps even sickly, looking even more so harsh now. Peeling away with the yellow tinge, he suggested a wall of art, maybe some paint, maybe a light sanding, maybe a day's work. I think of how we never noticed this before, the armoire, not mahogany or oak, a color only time provides, has made a lover of the alabaster plaster wall. Determined, I wheel her against the wall. Painter's cloth fell without a fight. A fresh scent of eucalyptus emitted from her pores. I buffed in wood conditioner. Each polish eased her rough exterior. He smiled and asked, what will she hold? Nothing but a place. This next one is called Puerto Rico in the Morning. Raindrops play on a tin roof, composes melodies with coquilles, floral aromas, freshly cut grass fills the room, roosters boast, horses neigh, our earthly alarm clocks, sun peeks through the jalousie window, buenos dias, quiere café, nena? Café fills the senses, my New York body longed for, natural air, sunshine, holistic coffee, and some Caribbean love. I take my cup, I saunter through fertile land, squishy with every step. The earth hugs my toes, kisses my ankles. Pajaritos sway their wings open, the perfect time to feast. The wind caresses my boisterous hair, a gift from my foremothers. No makeup, no bra, no rush. Tender warm hugs from the sun. I sit cross-legged on soaked earth, stroking my fingers through it. An uninterrupted comfort, gentle blows of my breath to me café, sips tepid on my tongue. I'm 10 years old again. My New Rican body submits to the nurturing my ancestors intended for my soul to have this land and heart. A la jíbara nunca se le quita la mancha de plátano. Thank you.
Alrighty. Yarisa Colon Torres. She's gonna read something. It's gonna be under 3 minutes. Don't worry, is it 3 minutes or I think it's 3 minutes anyway. She's gonna read something in Spanish that is a translation and then she will read it in English, okay? Just letting everyone know, so nobody has, connection. Yarisa Colon Torres is a Puerto Rican poet and handmade book creator. She makes beautiful, beautiful books, one-of-a-kind books. She works as an adjunct lecturer and tutor at the Bronx Community College, CUNY. Welcome, Yarisa.
Thank you for listening. Recojo rojo. De todas las hojas anchas y pequeñas, de las recién nacidas y las secas, extraigo el color que alimenta el bastón de las viejas, de toda la gráfica entintada y esparcida por la tierra, de las venas que corren hacia la fiesta de los latidos, fibras y frutas secas. Saco el color oloroso que me monta, alza, eleva, enterrándome en las letras que no canjean agua por sed. De todas las vasijas elegidas por las cuevas, de los códices, del alcohol y la madera, de las carnes y del chorro entre las piernas, recojo rojo y me pinto los talones para subir la cuesta, porque del rojo soy hija, del cuerpo sin orillas, del encarnado brillante que seduce y engendra la oscuridad con su candela. I collect red, translated by Leora Friedman. Really, I wrote it in Spanish. This is the translation. So, unlike me, okay. From all the leaves, the wide, the tiny, the newborn, and the dry ones, I extract color that fuels the old women's walking sticks. From all the images inked and scattered over the earth, from the veins that run toward the party, the heartbeats, fibers, fresh fruits, I suck out the fragrant fruit that mounts, lives, races me, burying me in the letters that don't swap water for thirst. From all the vessels chosen by the caves with codices, from all the alcohol, wood, from the meat and the stream between the legs, I collect red and paint my heels to go up the hill because I'm red's daughter, the daughter of crimson, the limitless body, gleaming flesh that seduces and conceives darkness with its fire.
Okay, that was great. Oliver Bear is here. No bio, come up, man. There's no bio here. No, just come up. You don't need a bio.
I don't need a bio.
Yeah, or you could give your own bio too.
Make something up. Make up a good one.
Oh, I can make one up, but I only have 3 minutes.
Rather you have poetry.
And I know you're going to take up some time clapping, so I just wrote this 2 days ago, or so. Waiting for the glacial melt to sweep us away, the unraveling to pull us together. The sound of breaking is everywhere. Bone-gray dawn waves crash through night's heart. The eye worms prop open our lids. Dust bag particles escape our lips. We greet the light, ashen though it is. The wheel turns once more, another avalanche to ride. Now I have to do the technology, which is going to possibly into my time, so listen to the whole music in your head. Okay, look at that. I've been trying to remember our time together, backtrack our evacuation route, that New Year's we danced, shook and swayed the stars from their loft to our feet, a pattern aligned with stellar breadcrumbs. Winter's breath kissed us, lips ice wet against our cheeks. Chill-shocked, I walked you home through the forest. The spring in our step returned in March, dub stepping into your bed, rainy night liquid prayers roaring, our bleeding resounding off the walls, waterproof paper people banishing the outsiders. Summer doldrums left us wanting for breath. A tango cloaked in humanity's hug, tight enough we have to time our gasps to the terminal clock. A fall lost in the blanket of leaves covered us in the decay of unknown dreams. A tarantella of anger blooms with the loss of flora. A kudzu of fights and flights. Snakeskin flakes off the issues. Pigs running towards snowmen of our fears. We skate, slip, and slide into others' arms, trying to bury our memory. It's time to uncover ourselves so we can hop the train back to each other. Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna try to rush through something. Can't, no.
Too much copy.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Steve Bloom. And Steve is going to read his work, and he will be reading from Marisol Ruiz also. Steve is a New York City-based poet, composer, and social activist. He is curator of the Poetry, Protest, and Struggle video series that comes out 3 times a year, and I was part of that project, and it's a really incredible project. He has some videos that just came up, so please look out for them. I think there's something over here on the piano. And also, please give a donation. Where did he go? What's his name has the bag? Anyway, give us a couple. There he is. Okay, he's in the back. He has the bag, so I need $1, $2, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Flyers for the Poetry, Protest, and Struggle with a QR code on the piano. Nancy, your letter to New York City made me throw away my program. I'm going to do my poem, which is dedicated to New York City. Also an old one. It's called Candles and Lists and Rats. It was the day I started wishing that candles had 3 ends, when I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to look at the list of all the lists I had to remember to look at. And all the singers in my car seemed to yearn for their return to Texas or the Blue Ridge, where they probably didn't really come from. So I asked myself why the hell they kept on moving to Nashville. And then I heard the news. 9 rats for every human being in New York City, which made me wonder, how do they count all the rats who walk around this city on 2 legs? This is another New York City poem. Also, this one is 20 years old, but events in this country over the last year make me want to read it today. It's about a day that immigrant workers called a general strike in New York and around the country. April 10th, 2006, New York City. Sometimes politics proves to be as strange as poetry. Never thought that I would feel at home in a demonstration where one American flag follows another, after another, after another. But today it's not the usual my country can beat up your country crowd. No, this time it's the invisible people speaking out loud for a change. I am Haitian, I am Korean, I am Pakistani, they tell me. I am Dominican, I am Mexicana, I am Filipino, I am Ethiopian, I am Jamaican, I am Guatemalan, and I live here too. I will not be less of a human being than you. I fly the flag of my country, and I fly the flag of my other country. For whether I am there or here, your nation would collapse without the work I do. So I stand, watching, ask myself whether we have perhaps just taken one small step towards the day when every human being will at last fly every flag of every nation and still feel at home. And these are a couple of short poems from my friend. This is another 3 minutes. I get another 3 minutes from her poem, but she won't need them. This one is called The Roach's Love for My Kitchen. With much disdain, it is beginning to wane, has begun to circumvent into a steep descent. This love is headed to a place of no return and continues to abate, has transformed itself from the sublime into the mundane. And the second one is titled To Life. I say you're fired.
Those two last pieces were by Marisol Ruiz. And is JM here? Yeah. Taisian de Gonzalez. Okay, is a NYCACC shelter volunteer for dogs and cats and a dog behavior student, trainer. Please welcome JM.
For years, I felt the holiday season was a secret society where I had not qualified to belong. So much family had died off, the rest lived far away from me. So I threw myself into work and volunteering. This year differed. No work and gatherings to attend. One was sublime and the other so tense I could hardly wait to leave. I didn't know a soul in real life at the delightful soiree. The food was delicious and plentiful, and the air was full of bright, arty, thoughtful chat. The other was an annual invite, but my unyielding schedule never permitted. I was even told to drop by early. I found my host clad in an apron and cargo shorts, and the hostess darting around avoiding eye contact. Okay, see you later. I got a text to return, and things were military ops coordinated. Through a presentation, I learned that the meal was paired with wines and liqueurs. My dry presence was received lightly for the Chianti course. I got a look when I passed on the white, and when the little aperitif glasses came out, I reminded them that it's all a no. Which was met with quiet exasperation because I was ruining this. And I was asked why. In fact, there were a lot of inelegant questions during the dinner. The host is an executive coach, so the evening had the feel of a corporate retreat. There were enough casual chats during the year to know that mine had been a crappy one. So deciding we should go around the table and list our highlights and lowlights was terrible, especially when there was insistent participation with the guests revealing awful news like death. Then age. For some ungodly reason, the age question kept coming up. It's simply boorish to ask someone, other than a school-age child, how old they are. Then it was a shitty parlor game to try to trap me into revealing it. I'm a grown-ass woman who pays my own way in the world. Stop the inquisition of a guest in your home. Someone brought up my grandfather, the photographer, only for someone to reply to one of the prompts. Well, my grandfather photographed Marilyn Monroe. I'm selective about who gets to know this, so I was irked at being made to feel ill at ease and a braggart. The wife and I spoke the least, with the men dominating table talk, which was intentional, as the hosting family were devout Christians. And when one neighbor touched on politics, the hostess trotted out the good people on all sides bullshit. I found myself staring longingly at the hallway, plotting my escape. The party menu was good, but it was planned to the last pasta noodle. I hesitated to take anything not expressly offered, because that too hewed to the tightly choreographed pace. And we were excused to leave en masse, copy of the host's self-published volume on personal development in hand. I was hungry, drained, and relieved, hoping this was a one-and-done appearance. And if this secret society, the one that is holiday celebrations and all kinds of fun like I encountered, I'll stick with no judgments, no insults, a bowl of lightly salted chips, Diet Coke, and a frozen entree in the company of my pets. Thank you.
Great. Our next poet, writer, and it'll be the last one for me, is Teresa Campion. Teresa is a New York-based writer. Her novel and stories, Our Lady of Perpetual Sorrow, was published by Willow River Press in April 2024. Her one-act play, My Girl, will premiere later this month at the Bank Street. Other writings have appeared in various publications, Washington Square Review, Inkwell Journal, Meriwether Smith and Cross, and Cafe Literature. She is an award-winning playwright and is currently working on a theatrical version of her book. Welcome, Teresa.
Thank you. Hello and Happy New Year. I'm going to read an excerpt from a new work titled Happy Hour, a New York story that follows Nick Flowers, a broken-hearted writer and substitute teacher, on a Friday afternoon bender. After buying a copy of T.S. Eliot's Wasteland, he's told that the restroom at the Barnes & Noble is out of order. Nick charged out of the store, through the park and down the block into a football stadium of a movie theater complex. He rode the escalator up 2 flights and followed the red and gold carpet that led him to one lone ticket taker, standing behind a tiny black podium, which looked like it had been custom made for him. Next to the podium was a worn black velvet rope attached to a gold-plated stand that boarded off nothing, as there was about 4 feet of space between the stand and the wall. The lobby was empty except for a couple that were entering the theater. The ticket taker ripped their tickets in 2, handed the halves to the man, and dropped the others inside his podium. He then unhooked the gold lock on the rope and held it ceremoniously for the man and woman to walk through. Nick waited for the couple to disappear around another wide curve of the multiplex before approaching. He walked towards the ticket taker with calm, gentle steps. The man looked up at him. He had a long, gaunt face. A pair of wire-framed eyeglasses sat crookedly across the high bump on the bridge of his nose. "Hi," Nick said with a sincere smile. The man nodded, glumly. "Could you please tell me where the restroom is?" He gave a wave of a white bony hand behind him. Nick was about to set off in that direction when the ticket taker locked eyes with him and asked, "Do you have a ticket?" "No, The man's face collapsed. He looked away from Nick and shook his head in a sad, slow sway. Nick waited for the man's eyes to return to him before speaking again. He understood. His request was one in a long list of life-screwing events that had occurred to this small man throughout his time on the planet. Nick needed him to know that Nick, did not belong on that list. In fact, he had his own list that was getting longer by the day. "I'll pay you! I've been walking around for hours. I swear I'll only do a number 1, Nick would have gladly offered. A look of resignation came over the man's face. He averted his eyes, gave a slow half nod. "Go on," he said as he fixed his gaze on the nothingness before him and said again, "Go on." He did not unlock his fake gate. He was clearly not happy to be doing this, but knew that he knew what it was like to be a speck in a big city and in need of a toilet.
been a pleasure being here, and an honor to be here every year. I really appreciate all of the organizers, Peter especially, you know, for inviting me to come and host. It's really a pleasure to do that, even though I stumble or whatever all the time. But anyway, 2026 is here. It's a new day. Let's make it work. Let's make it work.
All right, thank you. That's been Nancy Mercado, took you for the last hour. Give her a big hand. And amen to the idea that we all hope 2026 is going to be a better year than 2025. And a hopeful year that has been. So we're coming up on our 8 o'clock hour. We're 3/4 of the way through this evening. How about that? Some of us have been here all day. We're going to be here for the duration. I hope all of you are going to be here for the duration, because if we all just showed up and read and left, we wouldn't be any kind of community. It's community because we listen to each other, we share with each other. That's what makes everything work. So just to give you a heads up, Miriam Stanley will be taking you through the 8 o'clock hour. She'll be up here in just a couple of minutes. And Fran Luck will be our host for the 9 o'clock hour, who's now in the house. And just to do a bit of roll call here, our first readers on 8 o'clock hour, Philip Beichman. Philip, great, good to see you. Fran Luck is here. Tamara Wyndham, I haven't seen Tamara, has she come down yet? Well, she lives right in the complex, so hopefully she'll pop down in a sec there. And Sue Polo is here also, so, and many fine poets after that. That does not, you would think, wow, there's so many good people, that just must exhaust the list of poets, but it doesn't. There'll be many more poets to come. There's plenty more to go. I don't think we'll quite make it to 10 because we have a number of no-shows, so our last hour in particular I think is going to be pretty short, but it's not the end of the world if we don't go quite up to 10. Usually we go late. Last year we went up to about 10:25. That's kind of the norm. So actually, and tomorrow has just come in. So, all right, so we will definitively be in here from tomorrow. So our first readers on the list are good. I'm going to bring up one open micer who we missed early. So he's been here since 1:30. I can confirm I've seen him around, so he missed his call before. So we're going to bring him up, and as always, the open micers get the same 3 minutes everybody else does. Yes, try this one here. Okay, I got to organize my notes here. Tom Dedito. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but Tom, come on up.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, Tom DeGidio. I'm going to read one poem. And that poem is Ars Poetica. Ars Poetica. What comes out of humans isn't always pretty. Any ars poetica, or art of poetry, is automatically an homage to Horace, who wrote the first and most famous one around the year 20 BC. In an old engraving, Horace is holding a drink in a fancy-looking goblet. He has a satisfied look on his face. Large vases stand on either side of him, spittoons perhaps, for getting rid of superfluous thoughts when it is not possible to follow Aristotle's advice of sneezing. But why should a poem be any better than sputum or snot? Wild West gunslingers are my poetic heroes. They are the only ones with their guns, their whiskeys, and their spittoons, saying poetic things such as, "Here's mud in your eye," before raising, like Horace, a drink to their lips. Like the wide open spaces of the Wild West, the poem should be commodious, even when it does not seem so at first glance. A good poet knows how to make a poem that, like the TARDIS in Doctor Who, is much roomier on the inside than it appears to be on the outside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. And we'll commence with an 8 o'clock hour in moments. As I said, Miriam Stanley will be taking you through the next hour. And an hour ago, I went through a whole litany of names and gave shout outs to everybody. And of course, you always forget somebody. It's just, none of us are perfect. So I meant to mention Myrna Nieves, who's not here today because she has a family commitment, and so she couldn't be here today. But she very generously curates for us and brings us quite a few really wonderful poets. And in fact, many of the poets we heard in the just concluded hour were brought to us thanks to the generosity of Myrna. So we really want to thank Myrna Nieves for that. And hopefully she can read for us next year, unless of course she may have another family commitment. But you know, as a playing, life has a way of intervening. So let me introduce Miriam. Miriam Stanley's poetry has been included in numerous anthologies. She also has 6 collections of poetry published by Rogue Scholars Press. She regularly hosts readings. She's done a couple of different series at her apartment. She's at things all the time. She's a big supporter of a lot of folks here, and we're really pleased that she agreed to be one of our hosts again. So taking you through the next hour, let's give her a big alternative welcome, Miriam Stanley.
Thank you very much. And I want to say that, like this past year, 2025, I retired. And there is somebody else who retired, right? Obsidian, yes! Let's hear it for retirement. You retired too? Congratulations! So 2026 is looking, it's going to be a good year. It's going to be a good year. All right, I have here Philip Feichman. Okay, I got the name right?
You got it right.
Okay. And his bio says that he has published translations from French, 6 monographs on literary and philosophical subjects, and Getting Back, selected poetry 1978 through 2010, and Another Stab, poems 1971 through 2017. So let's put our hands together for Philip.
Great to be here again, here last year. The 60s. The hero of our Western movie was still riding high on his white horse. The revolution was shooting up, checking out of the system, contesting everything, bodily above all. All-night ramblings on the fingers of awareness, levels of being, and Baudelaire, prisons and mental hospitals. The ridiculousness of work, the spinelessness of authority and conformity, the irrelevance of school and the dullness of teachers. The new to us worlds opened up by psychedelic substances, the women throwing down their brasiers, a gauntlet and a challenge. The search for the perfect orgasm and to pierce that body armor, thickening for 30 years already, Reichian shudder. So sleeping around, fucking with everybody in those happy-go-lucky pre-AIDS days. Yoga binges, Zen sessions, LSD sucked from sugar cubes at high enough doses to stone an army of coach, your couch or mine, or park bench revolutionaries. Peyote walks up and down the length of Manhattan reading Howl to emotionally starved classes of graduate students to prove Blake lives. And don't forget bird. Lunch of some hot Spanish substance at a Puerto Rican cuchifritos, or hot dogs with relish and sauerkraut with orange drink at the Nedics on 42nd Street, where they ask you what jail you learned that at when seen rolling a cigarette. Fresh with dreams of Berkeley and San Francisco, not to mention Mexico, and now trying to fit in, realizing how completely controlled when thought most free, but now having lost heart for all of that, tasted of freedom, if only once, so started to demonstrate for causes, but mostly be. Couldn't have more memories if it was 1,000 years old, quoting Baudelaire at and on 1 a.m. Enfin seul. One thing they'll never forget, Good Friday lights going on and off. One unavoidable thing, life must be lived, like poetry be composed in the present. Another, there's no standard to go by anymore, if there ever was one. There isn't even the illusion anymore to go by. Third, without love, things have become so terribly abstract. Like now, when tomorrow's promised flood ogres rinsing you clean of adjectives, or the possibility to describe it except to say, like all pics, according to Roland Barthes, it was not even.
Now, I'm really excited to introduce this next person, Fran Luck, who is just, I mean, I have to say, a hero, badass, the ultimate New Yorker, good friend, great poet. Now I gotta read the official bio. Okay, Fran Luck is the host of the radio program Joy of Resistance, multicultural feminist radio on WBAI 99.5 FM, and is a longtime housing activist on the Lower East Side.
The impeachment movement's getting steam. Anyway, I am a political activist with a mind. Oops, okay. Again, I am a political activist with a mind like a roulette wheel, spinning and spinning and hoping to stop on a peg that will make me feel safe. I am a protester who went to a march and tried to make a sign to hold, but could not find a piece of cardboard big enough to contain my rage. I am a government worker, proud of my job doing good, ordered to empty my desk and be gone within 24 hours, police in the hallway awaiting to escort me out, but who will take care of the people. I am a mother on welfare, trying to keep it together. Soon I will have to do shit work, or else they will cut off my food stamps. But who will take care of the kids after school? And if I refuse, who will feed them? I am an immigrant student who wrote something they didn't like, arrested in front of my building by masked men and handcuffed and pushed on a plane to a faraway prison with rats and bad food and no lawyers, no phone calls, and no end in sight. I am a page from an old book in which former slaves told their stories. I hang on a wall of the Smithsonian, but now I am called unpatriotic, soon to be gone and discarded. Inexplicably, tears have appeared on my surface and flowed down my frame and glass casing, falling into dark silence on the museum floor below. I am a demonstrator, I am a demonstration, large and powerful as the sea, made up of millions of people who won't go along, just like me, won't go home, we won't go back. I step off the curb and breathe free. I don't know if anybody saw at the inauguration of Mamdani today, we may have to be stepping off the curb quite a bit, and joyfully so, during the next couple of years. Thank you.
Yes, we need social activism as ever. Yes. And I want to mention as a poet, read the poetry of people from all over the world and all regions, okay? Because it's very important that they don't get boycotted or censored. All right? Next person is Sue Polo, who, yeah, I've known forever. I'm going to read the bio. Singer, songwriter, poet. She plays the guitar and dulcimer, painter of watercolors, host of the Saturn Series readings for over 25 years. I mean, all over the place. Oh, yeah, all the different places, Nightingales, yeah, okay. Anyway, Sue has created the sets for the alternative New Year's Day Poetry Extravaganza for over 10 years.
All right. And it's my honor to do so.
Is that your work?
Yep. Yes. It helps me live. This is my little most recent chapbook. I have a couple more. If anybody wants to buy one, that would really help.
Yeah, use the
Talking
mic,
to
Sue.
the mic.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I know, it's very moving. I'm just gonna read. You know what? I'm gonna start by singing this little thing here. It's called Secret Dream.
Unless you want to hang on to it.
You are my secret dream, the one where we schooner the ocean. Speaking softly, our words float across the open sea. The warmth of the open sea, holding close upon the swaying waters. An ocean for your love, an ocean for your love. Gulls fly across the evening sky, turning turquoise to rose. Fingers twine in answer to the kiss that takes our breath, a long, lovely moment. Shimmering path on the rolling waters. Moonlight for your love, moonlight for your love. In the darkness, the bursting starlight, dancing all around, dancing all around. The mystery of night cloaks us. The only sound of sparkling waves and our breath upon our cheeks. Hold this night for your love, oh, this night for your love, in my secret dream. Oh, oh, my secret dream with you. An ocean for your love, an ocean for your love. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna read this one and then end with one very short one if I have time. Oh my God, I don't have time. Dream, then I'll see this. It was a dream to make a new life from the one that is, to move our world to a closer one. Who am I to think I have the might to move worlds? Galaxies take time. Exploding stars are evident in thousands of years. Black holes suck up everything. I just want to say, Madeline Artenberg
came up with the idea for the Avalanche based on the fact that Modani was going to have an avalanche of votes. So the team figured that out, and I just thought you should know that.
That was a great last line.
Tamara, you here? Here. Okay. So Tamara Wineham, am I right?
Windham.
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 All right. Windham. Okay, she doesn't have a bio, but you know, you could go and.
She's a political activist, she's a feminist, she's
feminist, she's great.
And she's gonna have a ritual here on January 3rd called Wolf and Root.
She's gonna have something here on January 3rd.
Right in this room.
It's right in this room.
We're all gonna howl.
We're all gonna howl?
Yeah, we're gonna howl.
Can we howl now? No, we're gonna reserve it for January 3rd. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a wolf moon ritual this coming Saturday at 6:30 in this room. There's going to be live music and a dance performance, and we're all going to howl together. And I'll pass out some cards. Yes, you are ready. Okay, let me read my little poem. Jesus sneezes and wheezes whenever he eats cheeses, and then again when he freezes in the breezes. Jesus teases whomever he pleases. He heals diseases and gives you loving squeezes. Jesus appeases when he appears on televisas. You can also pray for help when ICE seizes visas.
Oh no!
Never mind that Louisa's Chinese's really Japanese's. Just don't forget Jesus. I was just going to do one poem. If you don't mind, I'll pass out some cards for my show here in this room.
You're eating your time.
Poetry and
I'm staying around. Oh, you are? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I thought you were. No, I just wasn't.
An unexpected intermission occurred. It's kind of nice. It's nice. Enjoy the quiet. Why don't you?
All right. Or how? Is there a conference?
All right.
Okay, what happens is Marcos de la Fuente, you have to leave by a certain time. So I'm going to go and have you come up now. And the bio is, Marcos de la Fuente is a Galician poet, therapist, and cultural activist based in Brooklyn, known for his work in action poetry, spoken word, and performance. He organizes the Kerouac Festival in Vigo, New York.
Hello. Hello everyone, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, Pete. Thank you so much, all the staff.
All the stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to read in Spanish, no translation, sorry, but well, it's poetry, you don't need to understand. Yes, Phil. Just feel, okay? Close your eyes, even if you want. Yeah. Los circuitos colinérgicos. Mi madre habla en gallego cuando se enfada, yo solamente en América, cuando la distancia me deja. La lengua está escondida y sale a pasear en auroras extranjeras que migran al Golfo. A veces, las raíces son tan fuertes que no dejan crecer el árbol. Afortunadamente, no tienen ojos los corazones. La tierra está llena de sangre y siguen preguntando por el duende. Alguien lo vio caminando deprisa por la calle 14, por el centro de Manhattan. Iba envuelto en un haz de sombreros que trajo el viento del sur. Le seguía un caballo manso. Demasiado tarde para ser joven, ser fresco, blandir la excusa de los sueños. Demasiado pronto para ser leyenda, recuerdo imborrable, arena de aguacero. Demasiado pequeño para ser planeta, montaña a Medina, país inventado. Demasiado grande para un solo cuerpo, alargada sombra en verano. Ser de madera sería el remedio. Fui demasiado feliz en Grecia para reparar en musas. Vi un ancla salir del mar y regresé a la orilla frontera natural, donde todo comienza. Vi cuerpos flotando en la pereza astral y cabezas enterradas en azufre. El horizonte salino no prometía nada. Si acaso falanges perpendiculares que se elevaban como salmos corpóreos. Sé de mi vientre que las manos de un dios no son más grandes que las mías. Sé de mi vientre que nada cambiará en la mañana, que la vida que llevamos es solo un préstamo y alguien habrá de pagarlo, que las iguanas dormidas despertarán y no harán falta juicios ni jurados. Confío en que el olor y la música sean más fuertes que el Alzheimer. Mi tía, en la residencia, echaba de menos a su madre y en su última mirada vio a un niño de 2 años que montaba un triciclo amarillo. Olía a hierbabuena en el camino. Alguien gritaba mi nombre desde una casa construida con dinero enviado desde el otro lado del océano. Cuando me pierdo, busco a Oroza. Miro mis pies caminando paredes buscando un cielo sin techo que se caiga. Me enfadan los otoños calurosos que no respetan la llegada de la noche. De la oscuridad se sale. De la luz no he conocido a nadie. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. See you last Wednesday at the Mountain Poetry Club. Looking for poets. Se buscan poetas.
Does not apply.
This is fun.
Yeah, I bet we missed something beautiful.
Okay. I need tech support.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. All right. Okay, I just want to know, I know that Ernest is here. Catherine Paulson, are you here? You're here. Okay, I know Judith and John Holt are here. Okay, so I'm going to go next with Catherine Paulson. Okay, and I'm going to go and read the bio. Okay, everybody listen to the bio. Don't mind me.
Listen.
Hey, you guys. All right, Catherine Paulson's poetry, short stories, and essays have appeared in publications from Canada to Ireland to Australia. She also writes novels, stage plays, and screenplays. Okay, let's go in here now. Catherine Paulson.
And 2 chapbooks came out earlier this year. I thought I had 25 words. Catch of the Night from Bottle, anyway, okay. Door to Door. So I was going to read, once the coup was underway, a dark but funny prose poem that I wrote in 2017 and is sadly still applicable, but given the wonderful inauguration of Mom Domini today, worth waiting in the cold for, I thought I would go with something a little more positive. Door to door. We are many of us, folks of certain ages, though the young sometimes partner us, walk with us. More often they run the show, tell us where to go, and how much our going matters. Give us turf maps with lines for streets and spots along them, signifying doors to knock on, that tell us where we'll find our quarry. And lists of matching names and numbers with codes for whether and when they say they will vote, and their choice of candidate. And sheets with things to say when we have a chance to persuade, and literature to give or leave. Are we less threatening than the young might be, though perhaps less welcome? We trudge down streets, sidewalks, paths, around corners, through gates and parks, up hills and steps, onto porches, where we ring, knock, wait. Then, if no one answers, slide a leaflet under the door, or bend it around a doorknob. When someone answers, we say our piece, ask our questions, try not to mind when the only reply is a closed door. Some of us do this just once or twice a season, others every weekend, or even weeks at a time. Most of us have been doing this for years, can't imagine not doing it as long as we're able. When our candidates lose, as often they do, we tell ourselves we did what we could and it was worth doing. It made a difference, just not enough of a difference. We hope to make more of a difference next time. My pace gets slower with every year, says one, but it keeps me young. And I will say this poem was published in 2016, after the election, for which the editors really thought we would be celebrating the election of the first woman president. And I will say, a lot of us knocked on a lot of doors that made a difference, and we will do so next year, working with our new mayor. Thank you.
Sometimes it really works.
Majority 2026. Next year.
Okay, now the next person is Ernest Woodley, and I do have to say, this guy goes to every reading everywhere. So, which, I mean, is pretty cool. That's pretty darn cool. That is pretty cool. Talk about supporting the arts. Okay. Ernest Woodley has read at many a venue, he said it himself, throughout New York City, Westchester, and Connecticut. He's in the anthologies Quilted from the Heart, COVID Rebel 21 Poets, Fresh Voices, and Visions. He has read and written poetry for over 2 decades. Okay, everybody, Ernest.
Okay, good evening. Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year. Okay, the first poem I'm going to read, as soon as I find my page, is entitled Pens and Me, the anthology Fresh Voices and Visions. Here we go. Through the years, I've used many pens to write the words that people want to read, to recite the words people want to hear. When I find a pen that writes and hasn't run out of ink, I create poems and stories. My creations grab people's attention, make some say, this guy's a damn good writer. As I live on, there will be many more pens to love. When I love them, I create. Barry Manilow may write the songs. However, if I don't lose my pen, or my pen doesn't run out of ink, I write the poems and stories.
Yay.
I'm going to read one more. It's my classic, but I like it. That's why I'm going to read it. It's called Somebody. Just because no one talks to you, don't mean you ain't nobody. Don't have to be in popular demand to be somebody. Just because you're not the smartest one, don't mean you ain't nobody. You still have a high IQ, a scholar named somebody. Just because you're not the strongest one, don't mean you ain't nobody. Whether you are weak or strong, you are still somebody. So don't hang your head in shame, because your name's not nobody. Stand straight, shoulders back, keep chin up, and know that your name is indeed somebody. Thank you.
You know, that's actually the most, that's the ultimate when it comes to, you know, being an activist, is to go and treat every single person in the image of whatever your higher power is, okay? That nobody is more anything than anybody else, okay? Just that whole idea of that kind of radical love, that's the ultimate in terms of activism. But anyway, sorry, I don't have my spiel. Okay, the next person is Alan Yashin, and he is hilarious. Has written many plays and musicals, poems, and a novel, and is extremely happy to begin his 2026 creative year here tonight.
Well, a change of pace, nothing humorous. I wrote a poem about hopes for the good year, and it's been turned into a song. So I hope this works here. Turn up my volume on my phone. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Time to put aside the dash, hopes, doubts, and fear. There's no guarantees, better times will come to view. All we can do is our little part to make them come true. So treasure your loved ones, both family and friends. Explore the good things the world has to offer, that list never ends. Enjoy the blessed memories of good times from before, and have faith, yes, have faith, that one day soon we'll have a good times once more, 'cause we bring so much from the wisdom obtained, the years of struggles overcome. We seek the path we need to walk upon, to unite this country as one, and have faith that one day we'll have good times once more.
Wow.
Thank you. We don't want to start that again. And just to show you a little different approach to this song. Let's see. That was it?
That was it.
That was it? Okay, thanks.
That was quite lovely. Now, I am going to be having Alan's better half, also a great friend, extremely talented. Everybody listen to these bios. Remember what I just said, the ultimate in being an activist was pay respect to each other. All right. So Judith Lee Herbert's chapbook, Songbird, was a finalist in the Blue Light Chapbook Competition 2017. Her poems have placed in various contests and have been published online and in print. Okay.
Thanks, Miriam. Thank you, Pete. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes? Okay. Swim lessons. To my father. Gray-green sea meets sky that never ends. Shores disappear. Cloud of seagulls above glistening foam. I see you rise from the deep, translucent. Swim your powerful crawl, the one you taught me, in choppy waters. We meet in timelessness. I want to tell you that rightist forces, like those you fought, are surging, that the baby in my arms at your deathbed, grown now, bears your legacy, but you swim on. Raucous cries of gulls pierce the air, wind-blown nimbus clouds loom. You warned me of undertow and changing currents. Rocked by riptides, I fight to keep afloat. Thunderous breakers crash on the shore. Thank you. So, just to say, in recent years, I've been writing about McCarthyism and my family's experience, and that poem comes from that spirit. Thank you.
There is so much great poetry that we're all hearing. It's wonderful. And it kind of like, anybody get the chills from it? Yeah. All right, next person is John Holt. Okay, where is he? I saw him later. Oh, there he is, there he is. Okay. Who is a legend.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I said it. Okay, now I'm going to read what you wrote, but you're a legend. Okay, artist, curator, gallerist, Incubator Studio Gallery, retired stagehand, and he writes, and very, all caps, minor poet. Oh, this humble guy. All right.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Aftermath. Arriving home on a Saturday night. In the lobby, hazmat workers in sight. Beside a massive black puddle, the super thumb's throat. My neighbor in 5D has boarded Karen's boat. Smoking in bed, they couldn't force his door. He was a hoarder with crap piled ceiling to floor. Pulled out the window escape, DOA. Even his dog didn't survive that day. 6 apartments gutted and sealed, surviving pensioners and families with fates still not revealed.
seeking shelter in a town deep in a housing crisis, little refuge to be found at working class prices. A reminder to all that the next tragedy to befall might just occur right down the hall. Thank you.
Oh, somebody took my words. That's not minor.
Okay, so next person is somebody who has been on the scene quite a bit, and I run into him everywhere, okay? Matthew Hooper. Yeah. Studied anthropology at NYU, works at Gorilla Ontology, and hosts the Neuronautic Institute at Otto's Shrunken Heads.
Happy New Year, everybody. Just remember, you are the front line against fascism, every one of you. So keep shouting, motherfuckers, keep shouting. All right, I got 3 quick ones. I had a, what's the word? A socially significant birthday recently, so the first one's about that. If you had 65 jelly beans, it wouldn't be too much. If you only had 65 cents, you'd be fucked. You'd be enthralled to be 65 inches away from your love or 65 feet from home. But 65 orbits makes me officially old, and I'm not having it. From now on, I'm counting my age in jelly beans. All right, and this one is called Poets Need to Do More Than Gardeners These Days. Somehow, the flowers have snuck out from my poems, as if to say, these are not days for artifice and iambic pitter-pat. These are not days for waltzing meters, but a different music. Words that razor, shout, and stab with the ruthlessness of Occam. These are not days for performative gentility. These are days for progressives with teeth. Shout out your window to any who'll hear you. Plaster walls with words of defiance. End every conversation with keep up the good fight. Say fuck freely. Laugh at every fascist. Punch every Nazi. Preach to the converted from the open mic stage, just in case someone needs your vocabulary or just to know they're not alone. These are not days for performative gentility. These are days for progressives with teeth. For the flowers to sneak back into our poems, plant a garden of new seeds today. If they aren't watered with gardener's intention, they may be watered in tears and blood. One more. This is called 0.00007692%. 99.86% of the weight of the solar system is just the sun. Gas giants make up most of the rest. Home is a statistical blip at best. There are 4.84200905 times 10 to the 27th inches from one end of the universe to the other. The length of time between darknesses, between arrival and departure, less than a fluttering eye blink. 7.692 times 10 to the minus 6% of the age of everything, and poof. You aren't small. You're a freaking miracle. Let's dance. Thank you. Thank you. Love you all. Peace out.
Wow, we got a theme going on. We got a theme going on. Each of us a miracle. Anyway, the next person is Steve Wishnia. Is Steve Wishnia here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I've seen you around a lot. Good to know the name. Okay. Now the bio. Steve Wishnia, writer and musician, recently published an oral history of the Sin Club. on hellgatenewyorkcity.com. Oh, I gotta check that out. Okay, let's put our hands together for Steve Wishnia.
Thank you. In November, Penn had a contest for people to write a poem using words forbidden or discouraged by the Trump administration. They gave us a list of about 200. So this is what I wrote, which I guess they didn't use because they never heard of them. It's called More Than 7 Words You Can't Say. Vulnerable shit. Entitlement piss. Diversity fuck. Transgender cunt. Fetus cocksucker. Evidence-based motherfucker. Science-based tits. Greenhouse gas farts. Aviation fuel art. Obesity opioids. Multicultural marijuana. Marginalized microplastics. Equitable ethanol. Non-conforming non-citizens. Men who have sex with intersectional immigrants. Men who have sex with membrane filtration. Men who have sex in low-emission vehicles. Men who have sex in low-income housing. Men who have sex with culturally appropriate couches. Men who have sex with Trump's mushroom penis. Men who have sex with Hitler's one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. Enola Gay, she should have stayed at home yesterday. Affirmative action abortions, underprivileged sediment, pansexual peanut allergies, diesel lesbian measles vaccine, sustainable elderly women. Okay,
49 seconds.
49 seconds, okay, I'll try.
49-second call.
Bach was meant to be heard on a pipe organ in a church with high arches and stone floors. I am lost in the sound, everything bathed in reverb. Rich, sustained notes all blending together. The bass on full forte, a 2-story amplifier, a sound larger than life. It's got its imperfections, the pipes gurgling, a taste of overdrive, overtones of distortion, a roiling complex sound, majestic and chaotic. Thank you.
So I'm going to conclude.
Thank you. So that's going to conclude my hour of the alternative New Year's Day spoken word performance extravaganza. I got the title right.
Oh, I didn't even know there was one.
There is one, and it's very long, and I had to make sure I got it in all the right order. Oh, and if anybody here remembers, also, we had this at the Knitting Factory and Dixon Place.
Thank you, Lieutenant Stanley, who took us through the last hour. Give her a big hand. Come on, everybody's tired to hear her watch. Yeah, this reading has been this reading has been at a lot of places, right? It was born in Cafe Nico was an actual cafe. It was a second floor apartment of a friend of Bruce Weber's above what used to be the Pyramid Club, and then the reading just outgrew that. Then we were at CBGB for 2 years downstairs, 2 years at the Knitting Factory, 1 year at Dixon Place. Then we had a bunch of years at the Bowery Poetry Club, where the people were just wonderful to work with. Then we were at New Eureka Poets Club for a few years. They were really lovely to work with. And then we had a couple of years at St. John's Church on Christopher, but then the pastor left and they don't want to have events there anymore. And it's a nice space, so it's too bad. And so now we're here at Westbeth. So, gosh, that's like about 7 or 8 spaces we've been, but that's the way it is in New York City. There's like hardly any affordable spaces anymore. You know, I mean, it was nice at the Bowery and the New Eurekan, you know, the deal was, hey, we're gonna pack the house for 8 hours, you know, they'll make a bunch of money at the bar, so it worked out well. So that, you know, places are getting fewer and fewer. Maybe we'll be back at the New York in one of these days, depending if they reopen. So, we're just about up to the 9 o'clock hour. It's not quite 9 o'clock on the clock, so we're just gonna go ahead and go through. So we had a number of cancellations last minute, and people wanted to move up the time, so our 9 to 10 hour is you know, definitely not going to be as lengthy as some of the others. So we're definitely going to be wrapping up early today. That's okay, so thanks everybody for sticking it out. We have some fine readers. Just to let you know who's coming up, Lehman Wieselbaum will be leading off the 9 to 10 hours here. Co Parkinson, are you among us, Co? Yeah. Co, yes, okay, good, thank you for being here. Zeb Torres is here. Jennifer Bloodryer, I don't believe I've seen her today. All right, and Stuart Fishman, I know Stuart was here, or, yes, still here. None? Okay. All right, anyway, we got some, and there'll be more people after that. Don't worry, that does not complete the list. So, you know, it's thinking like, wow, 7 hours of this. That's it. It just can't be anybody left, even in a place like New York, that there couldn't be any more great readers. But you'd be wrong, because we still have a whole nother hour worth, well, maybe more like 45 minutes worth of people to go. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our host for our last hour, who is Fran Luck. And again, Fran Luck is the longtime radio host of Joy Resistance Multicultural Feminist Radio at WBAI 99.5 FM. She's been doing that show for 23 years, if you can imagine. That's a real big deal about doing a weekly radio show. Trust me, it's a really big job. She's also a longtime housing activist and also an artist. That's the part that Fran actually has a fine arts degree from Cooper Union. So you got to have some credentials to get in there. So she's going to put on her poetry hat and MC hat here. So please give a warm alternative welcome for your next host, Fran Luck.
Okay, this is the Die-Hard Hour. This is for the people who really love poetry, who's sticking it out. Because there's no more food left. So, you know, there's nothing to eat here, and, you know, you go outside, everything's closed, so what the fuck, you might as well stay, but that's not the point. We got really good poets coming up, so really glad that everybody's here. We will be observing the 3-minute exact timing order, right, into the last hour. That is, you know, as Sid Caesar once said, a rule's a rule, or somebody said that. 3 minutes. I don't know how you fit a poem into 3 minutes. Apparently, some people have some trouble. We may need a seminar on this, or maybe you should aim for 2 minutes and then your poem will wind up being 3. There's all kinds of ways to deal with it. Personally, I time myself, but then again, I'm on the radio. I'll get shit if I go over that. Okay. It seems that this hour is full of people that I used to know and that I haven't seen in years. You're going to see some reunions. I don't know how that happened, but I'm happy about it. The first person, and I just know him from the scene, is Lehman Wieselbaum. Yay! Okay, and he is a freelance writer and poet. That's his bio. Lehman.
I sent you my bio this morning. Did you get it?
Did you get that thing I sent you?
My bio is very brief. Just cuts into my 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm a roving critic, long time for a long time. Associate editor of Home Planet News and independent and mainstream reporter. That's enough. We fall, dying colorfully in the short light from the clutch of November. We see you looking, not our pick, but we get it. Orange and red, the last flame. Yellow, our ghost. Brown, walk away. And so we close the show, enshrouded in the early dark, against your pity and your delight. Thank you. Read and burn. And so I'm off. I'll be wearing the ordinary gear, with the exception of the charcoal stocking cap, the kind the deacon wears on cold Sundays. Our Confederates will supply provisions, but I can't say more. You will see smoke spilling from the brokerage, and I may not be home tonight. There will be reports. You can believe some of them, but not all. Thank you. Crew, my man in your boat, all night long, working together, smooth pull on an easy sea, a loving grip leaves no bruises. Thank you. And I guess we can just about almost go home on this one. End quote, close quote. You could have fucked me. Tumescence knocks on heaven's door. The angel hears but keeps her peace until he finds the earthly street and she's no angel. He walks home on both knees. The curse dews his lips in a kiss. Thank you.
All righty. I am now going to introduce someone who I can't wait to see, because Carl Perkins' son, I knew you years ago in WHAM, Women's Health Action and Mobilization. Where are you?
She's over there.
Okay, Co Perkinson, the bio I have for her is USA native New Yorker who was raised in Atlanta. She worked at the Metropolitan Opera and at Rainbow Room for 11 years in the wardrobe department and contributed to decor for many festive occasions. Now, I'm going to add something, and I hope this isn't embarrassing, but I remember Co Perkinson wearing a big hat with some kind of thing that may have been an IUD or something like that, because we were out there in costume for abortion rights at Women's Health Action and Mobilization in about 1989. I can't wait for you to come up here and read Co Perkinson. It's great to see you again.
And she's an artist.
We'll have to reminisce.
Happy New Year.
That's it. Shut up. That's enough.
The first poem I want to read to you is titled, I Should Have Seen You. I should have seen you. I just walked by thinking, as I viewed you in the sleeping bag, that it's too hot to be zippered up inside a cocoon on this July 5th morn. I thought, there are no knowing what others may wish as to temperatures. Tight and wrapped up securely amongst the large black trash bags, I hurried on to work as I was running late. Later that day, after dinner with friends, our waiter told us that a body was found outside, arranged with the trash. He said that a merchant nearby had a video of the disposal of the corpse late last night. I should have seen you. Evidently, the culprit wheeled her down the street in a wheelchair and plopped her on the curb like the debris that she had joined there. Cops were all about as we came out of Gem Saloon in the Kips Bay. Vans, cop cars, and mortuary people all assembled. I saw the sleeping bag with someone in that great repose that morning hour. Tortured soul shot in the head and left for garbage at the young age of 31. Her family bereft of her loss, and the street community alarmed, to be sure. Days later, when the accused was discovered, he was almost attacked in police custody after being loaded into a van. I should have seen you. Flies and foul scents saw you in delight. I should have stopped and seen there that early day. And since we have a theme, I have a poem, Bullies. Bullies are the same the world around, cowards mostly who claim total recognition of all over things that are not fairly won. It's a sad saga of trying to hustle to appear to be the best, the strongest, the mightiest that the earth has ever seen. Physically, they often depend on others to do their dirty work. Intimidation is their main Bitcoin and process to shame others. Bullies always make up a lifetime of revenge and litigation. When you rack up their characters' contents, they can never claim any responsibility for their actions, for screwing other people's lives. Bullies are nothing more than orange highway cones, plastic, artificial, and ugly, to be toppled over when driving.
Great. Those hats should be in a museum of the fight for reproductive rights. They were funny. She's funny as well as being serious. Thank you for that poem. Zev Torres, in his writings and spoken words performances, Zev Torres endeavors so far with little success to make sense of the senseless and solve the unsolvable. Zev Torres.
Some performative gentility. Here come old Flat Top, he come grooving up slowly, he got Juju eyeball, he went holy roller, he got hair down to his knee, got to be a joker, he just do what he please. Twisted and tangled, the words are knotted, the truth it seems is not what matters. Dancing past the midnight hour, under a shoe-polished sky and fog-crusted moon, bodies in motion, ebb and flow, whirling to progressions in nocturnal gloom. Syncopated beats ward off the dawn, riffs cascade in sundry measures, frenzied notes bend and swell, embellishing standards with dulcet treasures, sifted and kneaded. The facts are massaged, the truth it seems is but a mirage. Turn off your mind, relax, float downstream. It's not dying, it's not dying. Lay down your thoughts, surrender to the void. It is shining, that you may see the meaning of within. It is being, that love is all and love is everything. It is knowing, that ignorance and hate may mourn the dead. It is believing, but watch the colors of your dreams. It is not living, or play the game existence to the end of the beginning, come together, come together, we'll never unravel this knot, come together. That is a relief, helpful to realize of the beginning, but it's best not to embrace postulates, come together, to remain skeptical of certainties of the beginning, for it is the effort to do so, come together, that occupies us while allowing us to assert, come together with unblemished conviction of the beginning, that our life's purpose, come together, has not yet been fulfilled of the beginning. He roller coaster, he got early warning, he got muddy fingers, he got mojo filter. He said 1 and 1 and 1 is 3. Got to be good looking because he's so hard to see. Happy New Year.
Your mind relax and flow downstream. It is not dying. Anyway, I don't want to get carried away. That was really interesting, kind of a appropriation art. We're up to date. Thank you, Zeb Torres. All right. So now we come to Jennifer Blowdryer. She's not here.
And she is not here.
What? Say that again? She has left? She's not here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just getting ready to read her introduction. Well, you all know who she is. Come back next year. I'll make sure she's here. What can I say? We're now going to go on to Stuart Fishman, who has not submitted a bio. Understandably, we're all very busy. But Stuart Fishman, if you're here, are you here? He's not here. Okay, so we're getting real down to the the nitty-gritty. Who is going to stay and who is going to be here for your fellow and sister poets till the end? And who is not going to talk over those poets, because we are still on poet time, which is serious time and serious expression. So our next poet is Joshua Meander.
He's here.
Joshua Meander, hosted and published Nomads Choir for 32 years. He now looks forward to attending all the cultural events the city had, is that on purpose past tense? Had to offer. Maybe it's a typo. Anyway, hope they keep offering it. But Joshua Meander, you're obviously one of those offerings, so please go up to the mic. Anyway.
Formless voice speaking with authority. I heard a formless voice narrating a documentary, speaking with authority on subject, like a historian. Yet the word dynamite isn't pronounced dynamite. It lost me then. Robotic voice. I'd push you down steep flight of stairs if you had a physical form. But of course, you couldn't pass the physical, having no heart for what you were saying. Oh, am I being too old-fashioned? I have lost a job and a loved one, and I slept outdoors under a tree. Been in awe of snow-covered mountainside, trembled in fear like a whining baby during violent electrical storms. You, voiceless, formless voice, never been licked hysterically by grown dog with perpetual puppy's joy of greeting loyal companion. Fire this fake talking machine. Give voiceover jobs to up-and-coming actors who one day will be impersonated by live entertainers. Nothing emulates sensation of tumbling down onto plush field of grass with thankfulness. AI, not too much for me.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and you just made it under the 3 minutes. That's great too. All right. Next poet, Eugene Ring, began writing poems in college in the 1980s. He has been featured at readings around New York, but likes writing, quote, for the page, unquote. His chapbook, Baker's Double Dozen, also in quotes, 2005, was published through Free Grace, Fierce Grace Press. Try saying that fast. Anyway, thank you. Eugene.
No, I didn't submit it. Thank you. Like it's running. I'm filling with paper. Clump of snow. A clump of snow fell from a tree full of winter. I had a thought. My mind hiccuped. I heard it in my ear. A clump of snow dusted a branch. that still showed some green. I hiccuped near a tree. A bunch of thoughts fell from my mind. I saw it in winter. I heard it in a breeze. And I'll read one more, thank you. Life you love to keep. Life you love to sleep. Sleep you love to dream. Dreams you love to keep. Dreams you love to live. Life you love to keep. Sleep you keep to live. Life is living. Sleep is dreaming. Dreaming is remembering that it can happen again with life. Without a new morning, you'll have old night to languish dreamlessly in, alone and without a purpose, until you pass like sludge, agonizingly slow, imprisoned because nothing is seamless, living a nightmare because the day is dreamless, until the inevitable formlessness you know will finally come, yet you fear this unknown state as all the seconds in every slow day echo and echo louder in your disordered mind, like water drips and drops onto a bongo drum that once was abandoned. Wake up! Put the coffee on. Read on. Write on your thoughts that keep fattening in the abundance of your dreams that you remember after another restful night. Wake up. Taste the coffee. You slept. You've dreamed. Now read. And I hear it ring, so I'll just stop. Thank you.
Clock ticks on, and I am really glad I won't have to take that thing home, the flag that you wave. You know, Pete's my partner, so it's kept in my house. It was there all winter, and I kept tripping over it. I live in a tiny apartment. Pete, I'm not taking it this year.
All right, I'll take it home.
Okay, Mina Sharif, whom is a renowned playwright and humorist on the Lower East Side, and I know she's not here. And I'm so sorry she's not here. Is she something wrong? Okay. She will, I'm sure she will be back on the scene. The next person I have listed, without a bio, is Mas Walker, M-A-S Walker. Mas Walker, are you here?
Yes, over there.
Okay, Mas Walker, please come to the mic. You are welcome to introduce yourself briefly, and then proceed. The mic's yours.
Is that him? Imposter.
Is that him?
Year of the horse. Wobbling chariot led by an ancient horse. Wheels ricketing. Carts full of stones heavy. Building blocks. Minerals. Minerals fall off of the bricks. Minerals falling apart. The minerals sparkle. Hard to envision the pillar without being in the vicinity. Marvel at my architecture. The blueprint I have here is infamous. Sharp tool chiseling away into my pillar is carved into history. The carpal tunnel from hammering away into my wrist was injured. The harp tune from God. Symphony startled. The lazy worker has been struck down, mouth bloody spilling. He garbled something before the master drove a stake through his head like an innocent narwhal. Would anybody else like such a fate?
No.
pull the stake out, swift and unartful. Speak now, worker, carrying heavy cinder blocks, continuing on, wheels ricketing, awful. The brain of the builder visibly partial. Yet, none of the workers have the grit or the heart to speak up. In fear of certain repercussion, a decision too harmful, I found this city of bricks, left it, city of marble.
Thank you so much for that. That was great. Okay, we're coming close to the end. We've got actually 2 more readers to go. Tamara Plotnick, who is one of my long-lost people, met her at dance camp in Massachusetts. Yeah, we told her about this and she showed up. Tamara Plotnick, prematurely, thanks you for listening. Her collection, In the Zero of Sky, is for sale. She's seeking an agent for her new novel. Tamara Plotnick.
That's why you want it there. She almost knocked it over.
Oh, stream.
Yes.
How I fluttered
That's why
from
they want
far in the zero sky, without wings, without words, without engines, birds. Vague that I know, Brooklyn Bridge I go by, without eyes, without ears, without heart. Fear. How I enter the thingless, the flying, the thing. Without speed, without speech, no blood nor crutch. From the concrete and glass in my surrogate self, in my job, in my clothes, in my day, in my doze. My selfless, I send. While I don't comprehend how that flash in the blue, be it paper or ghost, as it soars, sucks me up, till I'm hugged by the high, by the wind, and I'm nothing, that thing in the zero of sky.
Wow.
All right, this is from the newest manuscript, and this one goes out to my good friend Poonam Srivastava. Ms. Americana Pie. When a child, kids sent you back to Mexico where you never came from. Like one did my son, both of you born within the 50 states of the late great US of A, with summer saddles, skin tones, and DNA unfurling roots to Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Yemen, and the Pale. You never flinched, eventually learned Spanish on top of Hindi, English, French, for further freedom of speech to chomp at a more savory pie. For you curry flavor, not favor, and can sting with your tongue when women are reduced to zestless recipes that displeasure the young. Yes, you're everyone's auntie, especially junior Indian neighbors. An itinerant, intermittent cat mama, you cradled my son, the feline male, with your baby-shaved head, his mane thick and dark as yours, midwifed as he birthed the planet dance, and scribbled poems off his infant rant, feral as yours. A senior nipper now, you still have the habit of howling in broad daylight, proclaiming not one youngster heeds the yow. All right, one more quick one goes out to my parents in memory care. It's from another manuscript called Postcard. What I want is a postcard from the afterlife. Who knew you'd write? Life goes on. Those angels you mentioned, they're here. Shooting pool, playing poker, tap dancing on carpets of cloud. Before I came here, my mind's eye lacked
The palettes of paint, such an infinite horizon. I saw in black and white. Actually, everything looked a shady gray, dingy, elderly, leaden, pewter, and of course, grayish green. But you said money is no object in a place like this. Mercifully, I have the decency not to say, wish you were here. Sorry I spit on your mitzvah.
You never know all aspects of the people you're dealing with. Who knew? You were someone at dance camp, nice person. Now I find out the inner workings. Great, thank you so much. Okay, we have one more person here. Let's see if he is here. His name is Stephen Paul Miller. Is that person here? Or did you just put your name on so we'd have a kind of strange ending here, sort of vacant ending? Well, that's up to Pete Dolack, who is our organizer. Pete, this person is volunteering to read.
Let's give a shout out to Friend Luck, who's been our host for this past hour. In case there's already scheduled performers, so it looks like everybody I see here has been reading here. So now, all right. Well, thanks everybody. This has been the 29th alternative. Sometimes even I have to write it down to make sure I remember the thing. This has been the 29th alternative New Year's Day spoken word and performance extravaganza. Thank you all for coming out, who participated in it, because that's who makes this thing. All the organizers: Battle Nortenberg, Dee Dee Champagne, Peter Kozlowski, Eleanor Lytle, Pat Rakowski, Sue Polo, and Robert Roth. And thanks to our hosts, NGOMA, Thad, Dee Dee, Obsidian, Nancy Mercado, Miriam Stanley, and Fran Luck. So thank you all.
Not so fast, Pete. I got to tell people the unbelievable amount of just inestimable hours you put into organizing this. Dealing with every person who called up endlessly to say, oh, I don't want to read then, I want my place here. And Pete would say, well, I'll have to move someone else so you could be there. This went on, day and night, for weeks. Pete was steadfast through it all. I can testify that he just organized the shit out of this, so let's have a hand for Pete Dolack.
One more shout out, Chris ICONICIDE, who's videotaped the whole 8 hours. It will be up on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you all for coming out. Again, this has been the 29th event of this series. We'll see you next January 1.